Okay, great. Everybody's here. Everybody's excited. We're ready to go. I know I flew a bunch of miles to get here to see this match. And I'd like to welcome everybody here, my friends, the pool fans, the media, the host, and the players. My name is Mark Wilson, and on behalf of the most gracious, spontaneous host pool has ever known, Mr. Bob Moore, I've been asked to host this. We're proud to present the clash between the two most dynamic 9-ball players the game has ever known. This is the third in the series of major 9-ball events sponsored by Ridgeways here in Hong Kong. And in March, we will have the World Cup tournament here. And this is a prelude. And we hope this propels the sport into a new era of high-profile pool matches. The pool player gossip grapevine is absolutely abuzz with the thought of this match taking place. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, this match is a much talked about thing worldwide and especially throughout the U.S. We all owe a debt of sincere gratitude to Mr. Bob Moore for his sponsorship of this and bringing pool to the forefront in all sport. There will not be a loser here Saturday night. Everybody's going to win. The players win, the sport wins, and all of us spectators are going to enjoy this quite a bit too. The format of the match will be, we're going to play a race to 35 games today, and this is a lengthy match. Tomorrow when they come back, they're going to go to 70 games. So from whatever the score that we have today, the score will carry over. It'll be cumulative. And the Saturday finals will be 50 games, so that the final total score of the games needed to win this match will be 120 games. The prize will be $100,000 U.S., winner take all. At 9:30, we're going to have a break where we're going to have some snacks and food, and everybody can stretch their legs a bit. And as a courtesy to the players, I ask that everybody please click off their beeper as well as their mobile phones. To aid in the electric atmosphere that we have tonight, I request that everybody applause a game-winning shot, a great shot, a terrific safety, and acknowledge the players to keep their momentum high. Tonight we have two of the universally regarded premier 9-ball players ever to chalk a cue. Competitor number 1 holds 5 world championship titles. He recently won $1 million for running 10 consecutive racks in a tournament match. Let's please welcome the offensive juggernaut, Earl Strickland. Competitor number 2 hails from Manila in the Philippines. Always regarded as the player to beat in any tournament or match. Virtually no one has ever beaten him over an extended match. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Efren Reyes. Thank you, and let's get started. Could we please have Bob Moore come up and congratulate each of the players and wish them good luck.
challenge is underway. You just saw the lag. Our third man is Mr. Neil Martin. He'll be refereeing this 9-ball challenge. And Mike, you were mentioning during your live intro that the atmosphere here at Ridgeways is certainly very electric. Everybody's anticipating a great match.
Well, we have Efren set to break the first rack, the opening rack.
Tough luck for Efren. Cue ball went into the side pocket, so.
Yes, oftentimes the first rack of a match, when you're a little bit nervous, it's maybe a good idea to take just a little bit off your power on the break to make sure that you don't let the cue ball get away. The scratch at this level on the break is a 90% loss.
Yes. Well, given the level of competition here and the level of talent we've got, certainly that advantage of winning the lag has been lost to Efren Reyes. And the position of the ball certainly looks like it's not going to be a difficult task for Earl Strickland to finish this one off.
Well, his opening shot left a lot to be desired. He failed to draw the ball, and it looks like Efren may get yet another crack at this game. Now, this is what Efren has to do to win this match. He needs to be able to create things from nothing. And here he has he's given a shot that he has to kick at the ball, which is one of the facets of his game that he does very well. And if he can turn shots like this around, that's what he needs to do to win this match. He's made a nice hit.
Okay. Well, Efren Reyes did not get dubbed as the magician for nothing. And one of the strong facets of his game, I believe, is his ability to position the ball well.
Not only offensively, but defensively. And
correct.
He kicks to the right side of the ball for favorable things to turn out. Now, Earl's opened up his inning with a terrific shot. He had to play a carom shot with a little bit of draw, and just an absolute terrific shot.
Oh, this is where he wants to be.
He's eyeing up the shot as though he may be slightly hooked on the corner. Made a great shot.
Yeah. You know, I was talking to Efren earlier, and he was saying that Earl Strickland might have a slight advantage with the bigger pockets that he perceives is what they're playing at this juncture. Would you say that that's an accurate statement?
Well, I think it lends itself to Earl's type of offensive game, and maybe deprives Efren a little bit of his top quality safety play. But the match is long enough that the winner of this match is going to be the best player.
Well, remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're on the first day of a 3-day haul, and we are going to be playing a race to 35 tonight. Tomorrow another 35 to make it 70, and a total of 120, so 50, a race to 50 on the third night.
So Mr. Strickland has won the first game.
Well, right off, Mark, it seems that we've already seen quite an intense level of play as far as these two gentlemen are concerned. Certainly not, at this point, we can't say that we have already seen the character of this competition. We expect to see a lot more.
That's the beauty of the length of the match. It gives each player a chance to get loose and then to overcome or offset some early mistakes and get settled in and kind of learn the table as it plays in competition. Practicing is one thing, but actually competing is quite a different.
A lot has been said about the ability of Earl Strickland to break very well. We'll see that. We'll see a glimpse of what he can do as we start the second game. What seems to be the problem?
Well, Earl is a very touchy fella, and he's worried that maybe the ball isn't clean, so he's asking the referee to clean the balls. he possesses an absolute dynamite break. In this area, we think that he has a slight edge. And as you could hear, that was a crushing break, and I would estimate that to be in the vicinity of 28 miles an hour. And you can see his cue ball control was pretty good. This comes from the fact that he trained so darn hard. He really practices, and this requires the same level of attention that a tee shot would for a golfer.
Oh, yeah.
You just don't go out and hit 18 of them in one day and say you got your tee shot down. You got to go out and hit buckets of balls. Well, this guy trains for the break the same way.
You were telling me earlier that Earl Strickland takes this game very seriously, not just as a matter of a game that you play. He brings it up to a level of an intense sport.
Right. He treats it as a sport. He exercises daily, and he's pushed out to a jump shot, which happens to be his absolute forte. And the way he's pushed out, I think Efren's going to have to kick at it, because his skills at the jump shot is not nearly as defined as what Earl's brought his jump shot up to.
So what does Efren Reyes want to do at this juncture?
Well, he's declined the shot, so we're going to get to see a patented jump shot by Earl Strickland, and I would venture to say that you will see this ball made.
Well, brace up, folks.
I hope we have good insurance over here from the angle.
I'll deflect it for you.
Well, my first prediction of the day is not looking too good.
Well, as we said, this is a winner-take-all $100,000 challenge, ladies and gentlemen. You can imagine the attention that the prize brings to a player who, especially is faced with a difficult shot as that. As we said, they'll probably loosen up in due time.
Oh, yeah, and let me tell you that while the money's nice, the pride value here is far greater. If they were playing for nothing, they'd be playing just as hard, because these guys are that type of geared-up competitors that don't like to lose at anything, whether it be chess or pool or golf.
You've mentioned golf a couple of times. You know, when Team America came to the Philippines a couple of years back, I learned that most of the pool players from the States play a lot of golf. Why is that?
Well, the games are very similar. It's a stroke and a swing, and you try to take a slow backswing just like you would in pool. And so the touch, you know, around the greens, the pool players tend to be pretty good in their short games.
Seems to me you've had your time in the fairways.
No, I don't. I'm trying to perfect my pool skills. I still haven't quite gotten them up there where I'd like them to be.
Well, this gentleman, certainly, Efren Reyes, has had a lot of time to perfect his skill at this game. Started off very young. Practically lived in the billiard centers in Manila. Takes game number 2, so we're even Steven.
You know, we're going to go to 120 games for the winner, and there's the potential for 239 racks to be played. It could be 119 at some point, and you know, as evenly matched as these two titans are, I wouldn't be surprised to see it come down to just within a couple frames of each other.
So a lot of composure will also come into play here.
Yeah, endurance would be a big factor. Efren's hit his second break much better. You notice how the cue ball died, and that reveals that all the energy from the cue ball was passed into the rack. And you can see the results are pretty good. Now, his opening shot, he has to deal with the 9 ball a little bit, and this makes this shot that much tougher. It's just a matter of making the ball. I would see no problem. And as you can see, he handled that problem with absolute ease, and this comes from all the years of rotation play where you're perpetually always playing off other balls.
Well, that's a basic game that Filipinos play, and that is where Efren has honed his skills in the billiard halls of Manila and the Philippines. One thing with Efren, he plays with no emotion at all. He's got his nerves in check. And he just goes about his business.
He's going to put away this game very easily.
Yes. Efren Reyes puts away game number 3 and takes a 1-game lead at 2-1. I'd like to remind you again that on the first night, we are going to be playing a race to 35, and then tomorrow go up to 70 games, a total of 120. So the third night will feature a race to 50.
Well, we're blessed with two very fast players, and Efren plays at a real good pace, and then Earl plays lightning fast by comparison. What a wonderful break that was.
Yes.
He had the cue ball absolutely stopped until it was kissed. And he's obtained a shot. This is a little bit testy. Even though the two ball's fairly close to the pocket, he has to cut it down the rail and use a little bit of speed, and that makes that pocket that less forgiving.
Let's see how it fares here.
Well, he didn't hit it perfect. You can see he hit just a little bit heavy, and he lost enough of the momentum on the cue ball that he may be forced into a safety position now. He can hit the ball. I'm just not sure if it passes by the 6. So. Oh, terrific shot.
Great shot. He makes it look oh so easy.
He's still got one more tough shot to keep his concentration for. Nothing's ever easy, nor can it be taken for granted. And it's human nature to be a little bit lazy. You make a couple tough shots, and then you want to coast for a shot, and as soon as you let up just slightly, you'll miss.
So concentration is a big factor here. Got a very appreciative crowd here at Ridgeways who certainly knows their pool. After Reyes lead for 2 games to 1.
I think that's 3 games to 1. He broke.
3 games to 1.
Yeah. So he's got out in the break a couple quick times here, and I guess we've elaborated about Earl's offense. I guess we can see that you don't get to be Efren Reyes by being a slouch offensively either.
Well, Efren knows how to capitalize on an advantage. But as Mark Wilson pointed out, one small mistake can do him in this kind of a format. A lot of people say Efren is more comfortable with the 8-ball format. Is that true?
Well, he's had good success in that, but I don't think so. I think some of the times he had trouble winning tournaments for a while, but it wasn't through lack of skill. It's that the players are so good and the matches are short enough that he doesn't have time to allow his skills to override a few fortunate shots. So Efren's come through with 3 quick wrecks, and now he was forced into a real tough position where he had to bank a ball, and he took a risky shot, and it didn't turn out. And Earl steps to the table and makes a terrific shot. You know, always that first shot of any inning is ultra important to establish yourself at the table, to establish control of the table. Even if you don't get an ideal position as a player, you need to make that ball, and then maybe if you have to play safe on the preceding shot, so be it.
What do you think is Earl faced with now, Mark?
Well, he's got to deal with this 8-9, and it's not an easy situation with the 7-ball straight across the table on the rail.
So what would he want to do at this juncture after the 7?
It looks like he may be able to play a carom shot, but if he can get the cue ball all the way across the table, he can just tick the 8 and pocket the 9 on the following shot.
That's exactly what he did. Got it across the table.
He's looking at it. And absolutely no problem.
Yes, Mark.
One of the keys for Efren to win this match is that he doesn't want to have very many turnovers, unforced errors, if he can limit it. Because once Earl gets his offense going and his momentum going, he really feels he feeds off of that.
Look at this shot.
He made it look awful easy.
Yeah. But the important thing was he got it to where he wanted it for that last put away.
Yeah, he played some very nice position to get the proper angle on that so that he could make it look easy.
How many hours of practice does Earl put in?
Well, in preparation for this, and I know this not from him because he kind of likes to lead people to believe that he doesn't play, but his wife revealed to me that he'd been practicing in the house 8.5 hours per day.
Wow.
And I'm here to tell you, he takes this match very serious. I know since we've arrived in town, he's either slept or been hitting balls in preparation for this.
That's pretty serious.
Another dynamic break, and you can see the cue ball had a little side spin on it, and he still got that much power into it. Normally when you leave spin on the cue ball, that's an indicator of less than maximum power into the rack. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see him play a safety. I'm going to try to put the cue ball below the 2. The 1 ball in the end rail.
Oh,
He's executed it flawlessly.
perfect shot there by Earl Strickland.
And these are just the very situations that Efren needs to turn around in order to win this match.
Well, he's been known to do that a few times in his career.
An absolute fantastic shot, and another byproduct of rotation play. You're forced to kick at balls like that, and he's an absolute expert. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Earl try to put the cue ball back where the cue ball had just left for Earl, or Efren, right below the 2 ball again. Yeah.
That's where he puts it. Life isn't very easy for Efren these days.
No, he's really got it buried in there this time, and Efren's going to have to really pull a rabbit out of his hat even to hit this ball. He's going to have to create some angles that just aren't there right now by using massive spin. Hitting downward with probably extreme low and a little bit of left. And he warped the cue ball. By that I mean he changed the angle off the rail, but just not quite enough.
Well, Earl certainly is putting the skills of Efren Reyes to a big test at this point. Efren, though, is leading the match 3 games to 2.
Earl's made a real nice 4-rail position shot. He took quite a bit of power and he laid it in there just nice.
That says a lot for a player who's known as a power player, that he can lay back on a shot when it needs to be laid back.
Well, he had a tough position there and he made a good shot, but I'm not sure that he's going to be rewarded. Yeah, he's hit it perfect. He's going to have to hit another power shot. He hit it perfectly.
No problems here to pick up his 3rd game. Third time. 3 games apiece. Earl Strickland just put away his 3rd game. So it's 3-all between Earl Strickland and Efren Reyes.
I think you can already sense the electricity running through both these players. You can see Earl, he stalks the table like a lion when he comes up there. He's very aggressive and outgoing, and it matches his whole playing style as well as flamboyant. And
He can be a pretty intimidating presence.
yes, he can with his break, his power break, and he makes no bones about it. He tells it the way he feels it, and he's a very emotional player, and so he wears his heart right on his sleeve. Like you said with Efren, you can't always tell how he's feeling.
Yeah.
You can't tell the match score or anything by his demeanor. With Earl, you definitely can. He's hit the break pretty good. And he really wasn't rewarded. It was just that he hit it so hard that something finally came over and knocked another ball into the side pocket.
We're playing this match, ladies and gentlemen, at Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. They've dubbed it as the Color of Money 9-ball challenge between two top caliber pool players. Oh. You can see Earl reacting to.
Yeah, I think he was slightly distracted from a crowd member, and we are in pretty close quarters here for a competition of this nature. However, both the players are aware of it, and that, I'm sure that the distraction will go both ways. Efren is a real tactician of the game. If you notice, he achieves a lot of very nice angles so that you'll just see him use soft spin shots as opposed to the power game. He has the power game, he just chooses not to use it all the time, and it's a little more efficient for him to play that way.
A very controlled manner of playing has characterized the career of Efren Reyes. Well, in the Philippines, he is known as Bata, which means young, but by no means is he the younger of this these two competitors.
No, but still at heart, I think he might be.
Yes. Efren's actually 42 years old. Earl is 35. But that's not to say he's giving away anything in those terms.
You know, in the career of a pool player, a little maturity seems to help them because it's such a difficult game that experience really weighs in, and experience in matches like this. It would be hard to find anybody that's had more than these two players in high-tension matches.
Well, you're a player who plays at a high level of competition, Mark. The concentration that is needed for a match like this certainly can take a lot out of you, especially in a 3-day haul.
Absolutely. It's not the physical exertion of walking around hitting these balls. If you didn't tie in the mental part of it, you could do it for days and never get fatigued. But when you put total concentration into every shot, every rack of every game, let me assure you, you're going to be tired. And so much so that pro players practicing by themselves can only do it for sustain the intensity for maximum play for about an hour by themselves, and they do it every day and train that way. Now, Efren's made a nice break here. He now leads in the match 4-3, and he's going to have to do something with the cue ball to break out the 3 from the 8. That's a real problem. And he can take a little gamble here because even if he doesn't get the breakout, he should obtain some type of a safety play on the ball. Now he has a real easy safety sitting there for him, and I think we're going to see him play it. He's going to try to move the cue ball just 2 inches ahead to stick it to the 8. Oh, he had an opening for the pocket.
Efren went for it.
Now he's got a little something to deal with here. He'd like to use a high right-hand spin, but the 7 ball looms large there if he wants to get close to the 5. So I think we're going to see him lay off the speed a little bit. No, he's wound up. He's going to attack the 7 ball. And I think this is going to be one gamble that didn't pay off.
That's not what he wanted to do.
Now, he knew it. He recognized the 7 was there, and he thought he could hit it hard enough to get onto the other side of it. But those balls, they have a way of getting right in your way, I think, in these matches. For anybody that's played any kind of amount of pool, they know.
That's what makes it so challenging. For people who play it for fun and leisure, this is why these gentlemen are pros.
We're going to see a 3-rail kick. No, he's taking an intentional foul. And Well, it appears that it turned out good. It's not going to be favorable. Earl's going to have to return a safety here, I believe, and he's going to really be in a bad way. Or Earl may play the combination. Yeah, terrific shot.
Yeah.
Another great shot.
Now we're trying again. At this point, Mark, would you say that these two players have already gotten going as far as their games are concerned?
No, I don't think so. I think they're still feeling each other out a little bit and getting used to the table. And they're both, you're seeing a pretty high standard of play, but by no means their absolute top speed.
Well, so far, neither player has been able to break away. As you can see, our score is tied at 4 games apiece. Neither player would want to fall back too much in this particular game match.
Now there you see the result of breaking from the side. It sends that one ball side pocketward, and this is quite an advantage. If Earl could have obtained the shot off the break, he would have had a pretty good chance to run these balls out. Unfortunately, the 4 has impeded his shot to the 2, and we're either looking at a push-out situation or a safety. If the safety is possible, I'm sure he'll take that, because a push-out situation is never palatable for the person pushing out. It's always to the incoming player's advantage. He's going to have to push out.
Just called for a push.
Yeah, you can even hear the sigh in his voice. He hated to have to do this. Sometimes you'll even see some of these players kick at balls when they're not forced to, just because the turnaround of a push out is never to your advantage. I think this was a good decision on Efren's part to turn the table over. Even if he obtains a safety from here, it'll be a terrific shot, and by no means is it likely that he'll be able to snooker Efren in addition to play safe.
These players have shown a lot of finesse. Let's see what Earl Strickland comes up with.
Ultra soft speed. And he made a terrific shot just to have what happened occur, but I'm not sure just what he's left Efren. It's hard to tell from our angles, but I'm certain that Efren can hit the ball. I'm just not certain. I know the 6 is off the rail. I'm not certain what he can do to possibly make an offensive or defensive shot from here.
Well, Efren shook his head a bit and is looking intently at the table. I tell you, he makes very fast decisions.
Yes, and once again, a good decision. There was no way safety was going to turn around the game for him, so he had to take a little offensive opportunity there and possibly risk losing the game. But consequently, the reward is a game-winning shot that he turned out there.
Well, probably the measure of a good pool player is to be able to make the decision when to gamble, when to play it safe.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can't always play conservative in this game. There's times when you have to take a little chance and you have to weigh the risk and reward. But in order to make intelligent decisions, you have to be so terribly experienced that if you're not 40 years old, you're not going to have a glimmer of hope of beating one of these gentlemen.
Oh, yes. You said earlier that Efren is always the player to beat. What makes him so?
Well, his background in rotation, and then he's an excellent tactician. He's absolutely fearless. He doesn't regard his opponent so much as the game. He just plays the game, and he plays it so well. He's actually innovated. Here's a slow motion of Efren's last combination shot. But he's known as the innovator of the kick safety in the United States. And it's just one of the skills that he has of immense stature and worldwide. I was having dinner with Efren earlier today, and I asked him, sometimes at tournaments I kid with him a little bit, and I'll say, now you got a tough match tomorrow, and he'll look at me and say, no, I win already. And at
That's
first,
the attitude.
I didn't know what he meant, and he's absolutely a non-egotistical guy. But
Oh, yeah.
he's just stating a fact that he knows that he's going to win that match. So I asked him today, I looked at him and said, Efren, you win already? And he said, no, very tough.
Well, Efren is a man of few words, but he does his talking on the pool table.
Yeah, he does this, lets his cute do the talking,
Yeah.
and it's a pretty powerful statement.
What's Earl looking at now, Mark?
Well, he doesn't have much of a shot here. I think he's looking at possibly playing this ball rail first, maybe for a safety. Yeah, he was playing at rail first. And, he wasn't playing for a safety. He was playing for the win.
Yeah.
And he was going to try to make the ball.
Well, these are the situations where one has to take full control and take advantage of
But due
such
to
an occasion.
Due to the location of the balls, this would be one of the racks that falls into about the 10% area, where I think that it's very difficult to run these balls out there. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with it, so I'm not certain that we're going to see a run out here. No, he hit nice speed, but just a little bit off, and now he's forced to kick and maybe a costly turnover of the table.
Bit of a pickle here that Efren got himself in.
He's located on our side of the 7-ball. The 2-ball is just on the other side, about 1 diamond away. He's forced to kick to the long rail down here now. Dead center cueing is generally preferred for this. Made a nice try. And to make matters worse, he even moved the 4 into a more ideal location for Earl.
For Earl, yes.
I would venture to say we'll see a win from this ball in the end.
As he said, Earl can get very aggressive and he gets so excited with the situations like this.
Well, when he's playing his best, he has a 2 practice swing and go method, and it works quite well. When he's comfortable at the table, it's just a 2-stroke and go, and when he gets in that rhythm, he can beat anybody.
I guess it's really, really important to establish that sort of a setup just before you go.
Yeah, the pause right before you shoot, where you double check it. And what sets the pro players apart from the amateurs is that they really are careful with their cueing. They make sure where that tip and the object ball are aligned right before they shoot, and then it's a slow backswing and straight through. Follow through being a critical facet of that as well. If you notice where the cue ball rests and where these players' tip ends up, you will see the tip is roughly 4 to 6 inches beyond where the cue ball was, where that tip stays in contact with the cue ball, allowing it to apply spin and accuracy both.
That really sounds like you were describing golf.
Well,
A golf stroke.
it is a very similar swing. Many of the amateurs, they hit to the cue ball and not through the cue ball. And that's one of the crucial things for anybody out there that's watching this, would like to get better at the game. Make sure they always swing smoothly through the cue ball.
Follow through just like that.
Now on these breaks, these power breaks, you really see a protracted follow through that you wouldn't use on the other shot. And it's just like with a golf swing, as we were talking. It's a longer swing to get more tip speed up, and that translates to more power. But maintaining that long swing with accuracy, that's the hardest thing to do in all of sport.
Well, the crowd is certainly enjoying the level of play that we're witnessing here. none more than the promoter of this match, Mr. Bob Moore of Ridgeways. He's certainly been very upbeat about this.
And I think I might also be guilty of enjoying this quite a bit.
That makes two of us.
Yeah, I would have flown here to watch this no matter what. And I'm really thrilled to work with you, have the opportunity to work with you, and to be part of this is a tremendous honor for me.
It's an immense pleasure to be here, Mike. And I tell you, just reading about it in the papers, you know, in the Philippines, this is very highly publicized, and a lot of people were, just before we left, were telling me to memorize everything that happens and tell them all about it. Lucky for us, we've got Vintage Sports covering this, so I don't have to do that.
You just can't believe the amount of volume of talk about this in the United States. Now, this match was, it's only come about in the last 4 or 5 days, and I happened to be at a tournament in St. Louis where there was 50 players, and when they found out that I was coming here, every one of them had a little input, and I know each one of them went back to his city that he resides in, went to his local pool room, and I know that this has got to be the hottest gossip in the United States is what's going on in this room right here. And let me tell you, there's literally thousands of pool players that would dream of attending this event.
Well, I know for a fact that a lot of media people around Hong Kong that represent international news agencies have come over to witness this match and record it for the people around the world.
Now, Earl's a very temperamental player, and he just took a moment to instruct the referee how he wants things done, and he does. He likes things that precise. That's the way he conducts himself, and I think it has something to do with the high level of play that he can obtain.
You can see by his reaction how intense a player Earl Strickland is.
Well, he hasn't been blessed with much fortune off the break. He's had a couple crushing breaks, made balls on the break, stopped the cue ball on the break, and just not been lucky enough to obtain a good opening shot. And we're going to see a mass ace, right? Oh, and he hit a terrific shot. He was just not rewarded once again. And he really hasn't been the beneficiary of much of the luck so far.
We can't quite see the scoreboard here. We kept track, Mike.
Ed, I saw you marking the score, so I thought I would pass it on, and we got excited
I
here.
started doing that and just got caught up in the game.
You know, when you talk about the score, there's not going to be any losers at this match. Both players are going to end up winning by just being a participant. I know both of them look forward to participating, and the entire sport and all the billiard world wins at this event.
Certainly the awareness being created by this match will certainly reward the sport.
Efren made a nice position shot there, and it looks like it should not be a problem for him to take care of the remaining 5 balls on the table. He hits the pocket so nicely, and the ball just gets there with just enough speed to go in the pocket cleanly. Even if he hits one slightly errantly, at that speed, the pockets are very forgiving.
Mm-hmm.
When you hit them hard, the pocket size is actually reduced. And he has 2 relatively easy balls for him. And he's in total command.
This is Efren's game. All right, we'll be back. Game's tied at 6 games apiece, so there's that. Oh.
Well, that was a ball-crushing break, and he made the 9 on the break to win the game, so it's now 7-6, Efren Reyes.
Well, a lot of people might seem to think that a lot of luck comes into play in that kind of a situation, but those are studied shots too.
Well, it's a little bit random, and in tournament play, the 9 ball goes in on the break 2 to 4% of the time, and much less figure than what most people would think it to be. he's hit a good break again, and he's not been rewarded. But once again, Earl does not have a shot at the one ball, and he's clearly not happy about it. That's the nice thing about this, though. The length of the match, believe me, this is the ebb and tide of luck is going to go both ways. So luck will not be the decider.
The controlling factor, yes. Well, Efren was telling me just before the match that he figures that head-to-head, he and Earl are almost even in their experiences against each other.
Yeah, I bore witness to quite a few of the matches, and well, Earl won the world title from Efren in Las Vegas by a very decisive score, 9-2. But Efren has he's won some very impressive matches against Earl as well. And a very judicious use of speed. You notice that this was clearly a planned leave. It was a difficult one ball to pocket, and he used the speed that the cue ball would end up on the end rail. And even though he failed to make the ball, he left Earl with a tough kick shot. The reason Efren was chose to play it this way is that the 2 goes into the 6 ball, leaving him a big pocket down there, so he didn't have to have ideal position in the 2. And that afforded him the opportunity. Oh, terrific shot.
What a shot by Earl Strickland.
Now he's going to have to make yet another. I think we're going to see this. I think he's going to try to kick this ball on the side and use the speed and try to hit the 2 ball full enough that it could possibly bank across the opposite side pocket, so that he gives himself a couple of ways to win here. You can see he had a pretty good volume of speed. Looks like for once Earl's going to catch a little bit of a break on the leave.
Well, this is by no means an easy shot for Efren.
I think we're going to see one of his patented kick safeties here. No, he played offense. And I think the reason that he chose to play offense was that the 6 ball proximity with the pocket would leave so many opportunities for Earl to make some type of a carom or bank shot that would produce a ball pocketing shot, that he chose to just go ahead and play offense as opposed to a defensive shot and possibly force Earl into an offensive opportunity. Absolute terrific bank. He had to stiffen that ball up, and by that what I mean is use a great deal of speed so it came straighter off the rail than what the natural angle of the bank would be.
Well, we're certainly seeing a lot of terrific pool playing at this juncture, folks, and we're not even halfway through the match.
And that was a delicate shot that he did right after the bank shot. Well, he's not happy with where he's achieved the angle on the 6 ball. I don't think it's going to be a big problem, but the 9 does come into play if he tries to go to that side of the table. He has pretty good speed and bumped the 9 out of the way. Supremely confident player, as you can see by his the way he attacks a rack. When they're laid out there, he doesn't waste time. He puts
just goes for it. We're now tied again at 7 games apiece, going to the 15th game of this match, which goes all of 3 nights and which is being held here at the Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong.
You know, interesting enough, Earl plays with a Q-Tech cue, and he endorses that cue. And it's one of the most significant pool player endorsements that ever existed in pool. This is a company that is actually based on the fact that they have Earl Strickland as an endorsement, and I hope they appreciate that fact that he's brought their cue into prominence. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Efren just signed a nice contract with Nucci Cues, and I'm sure that they're going to get a lot of acclaim from the fact that the greatest player on earth plays with a mutual cue.
Has there been a lot of development in the technology of equipment?
It's a little behind other sports, and there's not been the research and development. Most of the cue makers are content to produce a cue that simulates a one-piece hit, and they try to put more ebony and ivory in it and charge you more. But there are some cues out on the market now that are starting to show some actual research into what makes the maximum playability in a full cue. Beautiful bank shot. There's quite a bit of problem laying here. The 7-9 is a problem, and the 6 is a little bit of a problem location-wise. I know that Efren would like to get fairly close to the 6 and somewhat straight so that he could put enough backspin as well as side spin. And by that, he would need a little bit of right-hand spin to break open the 7 and the 9. He has a pretty sheer angle for doing that. Now, if he makes this shot, he's going to bump to 9 only. And if he misses the breakout, he's going to come out with a position that he can play safe or make another bank shot. Boy, couldn't have hit it any better.
Oh, yes. As you mentioned, Mike, both of these players make very fast decisions in front of the pool table. Is there a way that sometimes you can make a mistake by being too quick on the draw?
Well, both of these players have an immense amount of experience to draw upon. And for them, the decisions are made not at the instant that you see it. They've been made years past, and they've perfected it. We're going to get to see, this is perhaps the most spectacular shot of the match, position-wise. You can see he had to use a lot of low right, as predicted, and he just clips the 9 ball, and you just couldn't have drawn that up on the chalkboard any better.
Oh, yes. So now, Efren Reyes takes a 1-game lead at 8-7. We are playing a race to 35 here on the first night of this 9-ball challenge between Efren Reyes of the Philippines and Earl Strickland of the United States.
Another terrific break. A much improved area of the game for Efren.
Not too much luck, though.
Not much luck, but when you get the dispersal of the balls to that extent, that you give yourself the greatest chance to make a ball. You know, the length of this match, it's going to be interesting not only to see how the players hold up, it's going to be interesting to see how the ball girls hold up there. They're going to be on their feet for some time.
That's true.
Went for an offensive bank shot, and this is the good thing about playing offense in pool. Sometimes you inadvertently stumble into a defensive shot when you don't make the offensive shot as planned, and when things are going your way, and especially for Earl,
They happen a lot, huh?
Well, he can maximize the benefit. If he made that ball, you might have saw 3 or 4 games elapse before Efren would even get another good turn at the table.
One of the rare times that Efren backed away from the shot.
Yeah, it's awful hard to second guess his judgment on shot selection, and things tend to turn out his way.
Well, he surprised us quite a few times in this game.
Earl's prone to give a little speech during the match, and there's
What's he complaining about?
he was questioning whether we're playing all fouls now. There's every possibility that we could see some verbal fireworks before the week's out. A lot of stress on these guys.
Well, I'm not sure if Efren's going to be willing to get into that.
No, Efren's going to stay focused on the matter at hand here. He's here to win the match. Boy, what a terrific shot that was. That would be equivalent to Efren's terrific shot last game for difficulty. And by no means out of the woods. Absolute another tremendous shot. I'm not sure if Earl's been rewarded here. He's awful close to the point on the side pocket. Another good shot. He's made so many hard shots. There's a tendency to let down amongst lesser quality players mentally, and as soon as you let down for an instant, believe me, it'll bite you.
I can't help getting the impression that sometimes Earl Strickland's speeches is also a bit of one-upmanship.
He tends to feed off of negative energy, and by that what I mean is he tries to build himself up.
For mere mortals, that show of emotion could get you off sync for a while there, but not Earl Strickland.
No, he's had years of training at this, and let me assure you that he may voice his displeasure or be disgruntled, but I think that's more of an act as opposed to. Granted, he's feeling that way, but it doesn't seem to bother him. Once he bends over the cue ball, that's all gone, and you can be drawn into getting into an engaged verbal war with him, and you'll never win.
As I pointed out earlier, Efren is not. It's not in his character to get into something like that. So, I don't know if it would bother him.
No, he's used to it. He's played Earl for many years now and knows what to expect. Another tremendous break. Earl does not have a shot, and the three ball's in a tough location too. Anytime a ball is on the rail on the other side pocket, that happens to be the absolute single most toughest, most difficult place on the entire pool table. He's looking at the possibility of a safety. And he's looking at the possibility of a two-rail kick, and he's looking at the possibility of a jump or a masse, and he's lining up the jump. A jump bank.
Oh boy!
A jump bank shot. That's about maximum aggressiveness there. Jumping the ball to play a bank shot. A bank shot's an iffy proposition to begin with, Ed.
Yeah. Well, as you said, he seems to feed off on these negative situations, and he's showing that to full extent here.
He's got the balls laid out in good fashion now. Okay.
And now Earl Strickland takes the lead.
He's put the game ball down with authority that time. And, trying to make a statement, I think, with his ball pocketing. What a terrific shot maker he's been the last two games, huh?
Oh, yes. He has certainly taken command of this match at this point.
And he's lived up to his billing of the offensive juggernaut.
Yes.
Anyone that jumps the ball to get to a bank shot, to get to another tough cut down the rail. And even threw out a couple little side comments while doing so.
Well, seems to be in the zone now.
Yeah, he's intense.
Earl Strickland leads the match 9-8.
Another tremendous break. And finally, something's starting to happen for him. He's getting some rewards off the break here the last couple of times. He created the run out last time with a jump bank, and now he's got a shot on the 2. It looks like he may have to play the 3 ball with it. Might be a combination. It's hard to tell from our vantage point. Played the combination.
We got a combination.
And that's something that Efren does extra good. Is he plays position from balls like that very well. He gets the cue ball to come down there, and it's a byproduct of rotation as well. For us Americans, it just adds so much difficulty to even making the ball that sometimes we're not very effective playing from ball to ball or through balls with the cue ball.
Rotation's not as popular in the States as it is in the Philippines.
No, it isn't, and I learned it in a month-long stay with Efren, and have grown to love and appreciate that game. It certainly it offers a far more challenge to a good player than 9-ball does. Efren has a chance to make the 9 here with a good, accurate kick, and I'm sure he'd be happy to just hit the 2-ball, but if he hits the proper side, he may even be rewarded with a game-winning shot.
Cool. That was a foul.
Yep, he made a good try. He landed on the right side.
No foul?
No, it's a foul. It was a bad hit. The referee called a foul, and Earl was willing to accept Efren's word on it. Efren or Earl believes in sportsmanship. He's a golfer, and he plays by a code of ethics. And he's a very firm believer of that.
Well, Efren just acknowledged it with a grin.
Frankly, Efren's a little amused by the behavior, by the way. It's so opposite of him that he's kind of entertained by that, as well as the crowd.
I'm telling you, it makes the match even more interesting. That some verbal fireworks are coming out of one end and none on the other.
No. All right.
Sometimes it comes down to the East and West type of culture, where the Orientals are not want to verbalize too much.
Yeah, they tend to be a little more stoic, and some of the Americans, they really they show a lot of emotion.
Let it all hang out, huh?
Yeah.
What gives here, Mike?
I'm not sure whether Efren looks like he might have been left with a difficult enough shot that he may have to be forced to look at playing safe. He's looking at the kick safety here. I think he's going to try to stick the cue ball right there where the 6 is, and by coming into the rail and then hitting the 6. Now he played the 6 into the 9 to stop the cue ball, and that's a little trick for good safety play. Try not to move both balls on the table. He played total command over the 6 by stopping it by hitting into the 9, and just let the cue ball kind of run wild to this end of the table, leaving Earl long and length of the table away. He wasn't happy with the angle that left, though. I think he feels that Earl has a good possibility to make the bank.
Well, Earl has shown that it's not too much of a difficult shot for him, but let's see.
Look at that cut shot. Spectacular. Yeah, that was some good confidence to spin that ball in.
2-game lead now taken by Earl Strickland at 10-8. This is the opening night of this 3-night match, dubbed as the Color of Money. It's a $100,000 winner-take-all challenge, 9-ball format. Reaching you from the Ridgeways Bar and Restaurant here in Hong Kong, I'm Ed Pixon for Vintage Sports. With me is Mark Wilson. And certainly, Mark, your commentary has been very informative and educational for a lot of us.
Well, I spend a great deal of time with these guys, and I study them. And I'll tell you, each guy has some certain characteristics with his demeanor and character that I've seen time and again and amused by. Not everyone finds the same amusement, and I'm not always endorsing it. I'm just saying that's the way it is.
That's the way it is.
Oh, an absolute bone-crushing break, but nothing went in. The 4-ball hung in the pocket, the 2-ball went to the rim of the pocket, the 7-ball near the pocket. Efren comes to the table without much of a shot. I'm not sure what he can do. Be a very difficult angle to hit the side pocket from there. He has the potential to make a billiard shot by carrying the 1 ball into the 4. But the reward doesn't look to justify the risk. This is the type of shot that really separates the masters of the game. And this is the type of shot that I would never dream of second-guessing what Efren Reyes would choose to do here.
Seems to me he's still weighing his options here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a safety, and I think he's trying to determine if he can get the 1 all the way to the end rail or if he wants to try to play maximum control on the cue ball. Ideally, he'd like to do both, but in this position, it's so difficult that I think he's going to have to settle for one or the other. He might be playing a 2-rail bank shot. No, he chose the safety. I think he means he was trying to play the 4-ball.
Yeah, I was pointing at it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Had he made the 4, I'm sure he wouldn't have obtained much of a shot on the 1 unless he was planning to bump the 1 into the 5. Another great offensive shot.
Pretty accurate, Earl Strickland at this point.
Nice shot.
Do you see any difficulty in what Earl Strickland faces now, Mark?
No, he's in good shape. I tell you, I pass along a little incident. He's very temperamental about conditions. And when we had first arrived here, he examined the table and fine-tuned it himself in a couple instances. And I'm not saying he did anything wrong, but the pockets weren't shaped properly, and he even took a razor himself and ended up, he slightly cut his finger and repairing the table.
That's how meticulous Earl Strickland can be. But as you mentioned earlier, Mark, he feeds off on those negative things and he verbalizes his feelings, but it doesn't, well, it sort of propels him to do something to a higher level.
Yeah, it works one of 2 ways. He either goes to a higher level, or sometimes he loses his focus if he gets too carried away. But he's pretty mature and pretty experienced at his MO. And I would say that one of the strengths that he has is his will to win. He is here to win this match, and make no mistake. I know he's supremely confident. And once again, he's instructing the referee to the proper methods.
It's in the lead 11 games to 8.
There's an example of a perfect break. The cue ball stopped dead in the middle of the table. The 1 ball went in the side. And if he gets that 1 ball going in the side, boy, this is going to be awful tough. Efren Reyes to overcome his huge offensive arsenal.
Well, Earl seems to be in total control at the moment.
He's really found his rhythm in the last 6-8 games, I think. It's truly amazing. We've hardly seen a missed ball. There's just anything that they've shot at, they've made. It looks so easy, that you don't realize the high level or high standard that they're setting. Many of these games are only lasting just one turn of the table by the same player that broke balls.
At this juncture, Mark, what would Efren be thinking?
Well, I can assure you he's not worried. He's thinking about his next turn at the table. He's not concerned with what goes on here. He really hasn't played poorly or anything. He's just not had the terrific starts, and honestly, his break hasn't been as potent as Earl's has.
Earl Strickland is starting to pull away. He has taken command. He has got the lead at 12-8, a 4-game lead, which is the biggest so far in this match. But we've got a long haul, as we said. This will go on for 3 nights, total of 120 games to win the $100,000 challenge, dubbed as the color of money here at Ridgeways in Hong Kong.
Interesting enough, there's not much pool played in Hong Kong. Hong Kong's a snooker city, and the matches that we've had here, you can see the enthusiasm building and the interest and the education of the people as they're getting to be very knowledgeable pool fans. They applaud for proper safety, well-played safety or a good shot, and not just a game-winning shot or even a 9-ball on the break, which is a little fortuitous as opposed to by design.
Well, certainly the proprietor of Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant has been in the forefront of trying to create awareness of the sport here in Hong Kong.
Let's see if the one goes in the side again. Boy, that'll be a big asset for him. It went very close.
Yeah.
He's made the 8. I'm not sure what type of an offensive shot he has. The one ball's kind of in a precarious position and may force him to play either a straightaway shot on the 1, or he may try to billiard the cue ball off the 1 into the 7. Or he may try that shot, safety, by placing the cue ball behind the 7 and moving the 1 to the other end of the table. Extremely well played, and
you can see that the angle left to Efren is very difficult.
It's not the most palatable situation to come to the table with a iffy situation like this, and then already trailing in the match, and your opponent not missing a darn ball. Efren made a terrific hit.
That kind of situation, Mark, where you've been sitting around so long, and then you come up with a difficult shot for your first time up after so long. What is the situation there for the player?
Well, for the less experienced player, absolute paralysis sets in about that time. But for these guys, they're pretty judicious about their shot selection.
Don't you get a little rusty after?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And that's why I say the first shot of any inning is the most important to establish control. And sometimes when they're feeling iffy, they'll play a more conservative position. But absolutely, you've lost your rhythm, you've lost your momentum, and the other guy appears to have everything. And if you're struck with the thought right before you shoot the ball that, gosh, if I miss this one, I'm going to lose 4 more games, well, believe me, missing comes into play.
Well, certainly it looks like Earl has gotten this rhythm here and is trying to sustain it.
Yeah, once again, this is a game that was set up by his break. He made a ball in the break, and then he played safe, and the safety was effective enough that he was able to create himself a shot and run out. So a lot of times, even though it looks like he didn't run out from the break, really the whole game was set up by his devastating break.
Well, Earl Strickland looking to erect a 5-point or 5-game advantage. And he is now leading 13-8. Is there such a thing as being able to pace yourself in this sort of a format?
Well, I think that's going to come into play, certainly. And, the ebb and flow of emotion comes and goes, and the good fortunes come and go. And I think the person that can stay focused the longest is going to win this match. It's it's a test of wills and a test of mental strength. Both of these players, presented with the same opportunities, can clear up the balls from anywhere on the table.
Oh, yes. Well, we've seen that happen several times in this match, and we expect to see more and more interesting situations to occur.
Another dynamic break.
Yeah.
4 balls still spinning. And Earl's picking up the pace. He's moving around. Really, this is going to be the trickiest part of the whole run out, would be getting over this 9 ball and getting positioned down on the 3 ball on the end rail where his leg's hanging. Chose to go with extreme top left. And I'm not sure. He hit a terrific shot. I'm just not sure if he's been rewarded. Yeah, he's eyeing it up. He's not sure either. Looks like he used some soft left English and try to hook the cue ball. A terrific shot.
Oh, yes.
Terrific shot. He couldn't do as much with the cue ball as he would have liked position-wise due to the immense difficulty of slightly curving the cue ball and getting to the cut shot that he just made. What a tremendous shot that was. You just can't believe the amount of pressure on you to come up with a shot like that.
Well, he's never of two minds about making the shot. Once he gets set up, he'll go for it.
Yeah, that certainly is an important facet of this game, is that you need to make up your mind and adhere to that. And his absolute forte is execution. He's a shot maker and a ball pocketer. No problems.
Mark Olson was speaking of the offensive juggernaut, and we're certainly getting treated to an exhibition of that, as Earl Strickland now leads 14-8, a 6-game advantage for the gentleman from the United States.
Yeah, he seems very comfortable out there, and I think he's even getting the referees trained and the ball girls trained. He's earning his pay right now.
Well, he certainly minces no words as to how he wants the situation to be.
Now, the last couple of breaks, he's hit him so hard, the one ball's gone on past the side pocket, and I know that he would like to see the one ball going in the side pocket with frequency.
It's going there.
Yeah, there he got it. Here comes the 2 right down by the cue ball. And look at this.
Ooh.
Absolute terrible misfortune for Earl. The lay of the balls there was a good likelihood he was going to clear up the table again.
Certainly looked like it, but well, Efren Reyes now gets his turn.
You can't really say that this is a must-win rack, but it would certainly be nice for Efren to exert himself at this point, to kind of reestablish himself in this match.
I'm sure he realizes that.
After sitting there for so long, there's even a situation as routine as this one is still very difficult and requires total focus.
I know for a fact that it takes them a lot of time to, they need a lot of time to warm up just before a match. But sitting there for about 15-20 minutes, just looking at your opponent certainly will take a lot out of you.
Yeah. Now, Efren practiced on this table yesterday, and he played a game called Straight Pool. And in that game, he made 98 consecutive balls. I happen to be the lucky opponent.
Oh.
And but believe me when I tell you, I totally enjoy his command of this game of pool. The way he moves the cue ball around. Judicious use of speed and angles.
Reyes tries to get back and narrows the gap. It is now 14-9. in favor of Earl Strickland.
You know, in the United States, a lot of the men pro players, a lot of them are maybe a little bit jealous of Earl, but because he's had wild success there. But they also feel that sometimes his behavior is less than becoming for the sport. But I'm here to tell you that most of that is kind of a petted jealousy thing. That there's other guys that act in worse behavior, but because these other guys can beat them, they don't seem to mind it near as much as Earl poses the big threat, the big hammer at a tournament. So. And not that he doesn't make his own bed sometimes and kind of get people rooting against him. And I'm not sure. Sometimes I think he kind of likes that adversarial relationship with the audience, the opponent, or whoever.
Well, we've seen that happen in this match, and we've seen how it has propelled Earl Strickland to where he is now, which is in the lead.
Yeah, it's working well right now. Let me tell you, it can go the other way on him. I've seen it burn him many times. And in all honesty, he really hasn't been the beneficiary of a great deal of luck in this match so far. He's what he's made, he's created.
He's worked for it.
I remember a position where he hadn't made a ball in the break several times, and he finally he just up and made a jump bank shot to just to get an offensive turn. Well, there's a patented power shot. When you hit a ball that hard, you absolutely have to be deathly accurate. And he took a little gamble, and this was a byproduct of just being a little bit loose and carefree on the ball preceding the 4-ball. And he's absolutely unhappy with the outcome of this.
Well, Efren will now try and seize the opportunity of that error by Earl Strickland, and he buries his face in his hands.
See a little bit of power on this shot. And he played it the smart way rather than try to come back on top of it and risk a scratch. He achieved one of the most difficult angles in pool. Is this kind of shooting to a blind pocket because you got to shoot out away from the rail.
He said it pretty accurate.
He made a terrific shot, but he gave up a little bit of an ideal position play with in an attempt to make a difficult shot. Now he's clearly not happy with the outcome of this.
Oh, yes.
What kind of a shot you think he'll play? Clearly there's not much of an offensive opportunity. My prediction is he's going to move the 9-ball to the end rail that it's pointed at now and attempt to maneuver the cue ball back to this end rail, leaving maximum distance and rail-to-rail possibility. He's got the 9-ball pretty good. And
he said he wasn't blessed with too much luck with that the other shot, and his aim was just to make it a little bit more difficult for Earl.
Now this is by no means a routine bank shot because it's what we call off angle. You notice the alignment of the 1 and the 9 is very straight, so now Earl has to cut the ball to get the proper angle to head toward the pocket. This type shot's played with enough speed that the cute 9-ball could go 2 cushions and make pretty good crisp speed. He hit it very well. That was an excellent shot, and he just wasn't rewarded, but he made a tremendous attempt. And we'll chalk one up for tactics that time.
Oh, yeah.
Good safety won that game.
Well, Efren Reyes did not let that situation with the 9-ball unnerve him. Just played to the best of his abilities to get back to that. Now Earl Strickland's lead is down to 4 at 14-10, and it will be Efren Reyes' turn at the break.
Well, the match has lived up to its billing completely.
Certainly, yes. Well, the pool enthusiasts that have gathered here at Ridgeway certainly are getting what they expected from these two top caliber players. We've seen a lot already in this short time that
we certainly have.
In every facet of the game.
We've really not witnessed a match of this length with the stakes riding on them like we have here, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out over 3 days.
Well, everybody's looking forward to seeing a lot of superb pool between these two players.
Now, I want you to notice he's moved 8 of the 9 balls from the rack to the other opposite end of the table. This is a byproduct of a good square hit, and it's really bad luck that he didn't make a ball on the break, because he hit them very dynamically. The best breakers in the world make a ball on the break without scratching somewhere in the vicinity of 2/3 of the time. So even the best breakers have a 1/3 failure rate, and it's just out of their control. All you can do is make a great hit, but beyond that, you're subject to a little bit of luck.
Yes.
Earl made a tremendous safety there. It was an off-angle position, and Efren is really going to have to pull a rabbit out of his hat now to turn this game around. Okay. Made a good hit. He was rewarded, but he was a little fortunate too. He had the possibility of a scratch there, and he really didn't leave Earl much of an offensive shot, I don't think, unless it's a cut in the side. Oh. Yeah, the angle was a little bit deceiving. I think that
from our vantage point.
Now the transition from the 2 to the 3 to the 4 will dictate the outcome of this rack. He used the side of the pocketed it nicely, and that changed the ideal position on the 3. Up to the backspin.
Ooh.
That's one of the first missed balls we've seen. And you can see by where the cue ball went. He needed to hit that outside portion of the pocket in order to maintain the angle that he was looking for. The Efren's hit a massive backspin shot, and
again,
not been rewarded. He made a great shot there. Unfortunately, there's some risk involved in those type shots. So hit him with that volume of power and speed and spin.
And you give him some control.
Yeah. You know, that shot, interestingly enough, I know Efren kind of practice stroked it a couple times afterwards, and he's logging that away mentally, the reaction that he got from the cloth there. And by the end of the week, shots like that, he will have those down to where he has total command over them. Right now, he's still a little bit up to the whim of the table.
What effect would playing a long match like this have on the table? The condition of the table?
Yeah, when the cloth starts off brand new, it's very slick, and the balls go in quite freely because there's not as much friction. Plus, to obtain massive amounts of spin on the cue ball is a lot easier. As we go along and the humidity piles up and the wear on the cloth piles up, the table's actually going to change, and it's going to be a much more difficult table to pocket balls on. Balls will not go in on the break as freely, and I think tactics will come into it in a bigger way. Right now, it's more set up for offense.
In a match such as this, where we will go 120 for a player to be able to win it, will there be a point in the match, let's say on the second night, where you could call a lead safe?
Well, I think by then we'll certainly have a good feel for how the match is going, and it'll probably be a pretty telling point by midway tomorrow night. Efren just received quite a bit of luck there. He missed a combination shot and inadvertently made a ball and obtained ideal position. And don't think that went unnoticed by Efren's opponent.
Oh, yes.
This is a byproduct of the game, and hopefully the length of the match will take care of that for both sides. You know,
There we go for Efren.
a lot of people feel that fluking a ball or lucking a ball in shouldn't be a part of the game, but interesting enough, a lot of the spectators kind of enjoy that aspect of it, that there is a little luck and a little randomness, and sometimes the pool gods dip down and benefit a player.
Well, there's that cliche that says the more you practice, the luckier you get.
As the famous football coach Vince Lombardi once said, luck is the residue of hard work.
Oh,
So
yes.
you train hard enough, sometimes that little fortune falls your way too. You know, interesting enough, luck can't be too big a part of it. These two guys have dominated 9-ball worldwide, so if luck was much of a part of it, you wouldn't have somebody that had that command over a game. Now we've had a little bad luck. Efren made a terrific break, stopped the cue ball dead in the pocket, or dead in the center of the table, and the ball came and kicked it from the middle of the table dead into the corner pocket.
That's what you call bad luck.
And the 8-9 will be a test of Earl's skills. He doesn't have any balls down here to utilize to break them out. And the lay of the balls precludes him from bumping into him at any point during the run out. So he's going to have to transition from the 7-ball to the 8-9 breakout. And he'll play it in such a way that if he doesn't get the breakout, he's going to have a routine safety, minimizing his risk this rack. I know a lot of younger players that they confronted with a situation like this, they don't make the routine shots getting there because they know that they're going to be confronted with this sticky situation later on, and then they don't focus like they should. Where these guys,
Well, you can see that Earl Strickland has a lot of patience in him. And he knows it'll take a little longer, but he's willing to wait it out.
he's achieved the ideal position on the 7. The cue ball will naturally want to head down toward the 8-9, and he's just deciding now how he's going to go at it. The choice here is whether to go to the side rail and come 2 rails and try to bump the 9 only, or to go directly into the 8-9 right off the 7 ball. He's chosen the 2 rail position, and with the richly rewarded.
And for a while there, he was talking to himself, and sometimes you can sense that he's hyping himself up to that degree.
Yeah, definitely. He to play with that type of precision, you have to have 100% of your focus on that. And I think sometimes when he talks to himself like that, he lets off a little energy that sometimes would be distracting or cause static in that volume of focus, so that he can get totally back and utilize all his energy to make the task at hand something that he can really complete. That was one of the rare occasions where you really seen pause and take a little decision time, where maybe I don't need much, 15 seconds maybe, but that's a lot by these guys.
Why do you do that?
As the table gets worn in from all this breaking, there's little dimples in the table that get there, and the balls don't freeze up nearly as well. When the balls are not frozen very well, they don't break well, and that's being such a big factor for Earl. That's his game, is this offense, that he wants to make sure that the rack is proper. Well, it appeared that the wing ball went in, and that hadn't been happening a whole lot so far this match. The wing ball would be the 2 balls to the extreme edge of the rack, and when those balls go in, that's going to benefit the power break, which is Earl. Earl tried that. I don't know what type of a shot there. It looks like from the cue ball position that was a safety, but where the one ball went, it appears that maybe he was playing the bank as well. I'm not just sure. Sometimes when he gets into his momentum, sometimes he fires at balls and he has things occur to him that maybe appear to be a little bit careless, but he kind of feeds off that. Sometimes things turn out well for him when he plays with that tempo, and he doesn't spend any time second-guessing himself. He commits to decisions.
Which is the way it should be.
Well, and sometimes he's rewarded, and sometimes he's penalized from it. Naturally, the preponderance of the time, it's a winning style of pool. Here we get to see a beautiful position play. Efren brought the cue ball around, not to obtain a cut shot, but to get ideal position for the bank. The only part that makes this a little bit difficult is position for the 5. And he's executed it perfectly. That was far more difficult than it looked. He had to use a little draw to avoid bumping the cue ball into the 5. Still far from routine.
A lot of pool experts have said that the skill of Efren Reyes in placement is certainly something to marvel at.
Yeah, his position play is second to none.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of the categories that I gave him a big check in. Yeah, nice shot there.
Reyes trying to get back into this game and has again narrowed the gap at 14-12 in the first night of the 3-night match between these two gentlemen, Efren Reyes of the Philippines and Earl Strickland of the United States of America. Winner take all, a $100,000 pot, and what is called as the Color of Money, a 9-ball challenge here at the Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong.
Okay, let's see if Efren can get that one ball going in the side pocket now. That I'm sure was on his mind. He hit the cue ball, square.
Hasn't had too much luck with the break here, Mike.
No, he's just a little short in the power department. That's the reward for having that super power break, is that you get a little more distance on those object balls, and the more distance you get, the more pocket openings they have to go by, and the greater the chance of making a ball. When the one ball's not going inside, nor the wing ball's going in the corner, you have to rely on those balls going around the table. And
that will be the decided advantage of Earl Strickland.
Absolutely, yeah. Look at that shot.
Oh, yeah.
He played it half safety. That was a two-way shot. He noticed where he drew the cue ball back. Had the one not gone in the corner pocket, he was safe, and rewarded if he does make the shot. He's got the potential to win the game. By no means was the two-ball an easy shot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is just what the doctor ordered for Efren getting back in this match. The way it looked there for a while, it looked like it might be lights out the way Earl had his offense going. It's only sputtered just a little bit, and believe me when I tell you, he really has not had the advantage in the breaks of the game so far.
But in a long match like this, I would seem to think that the tide will shift from one to the other.
Absolutely.
Several times, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I think ultimately what's going to tell the tale is Earl's going to have the edge big in the break department.
Mm.
And I think in the position of safety play, I think this is going to be a telling factor that Efren's going to have a big edge in that. And so for that reason, the contrast in styles makes this a super interesting match. If you notice, Efren nearly always plays the balls with soft speeds, and this is a byproduct of achieving the proper angles ball after ball. He's the master of position. By no means is Earl a poor position player, by no means. Probably second best in the world. But that's the one area that I give Efren the notch, I would say, would be in his position and safeties.
is certainly taking a long, hard look at this match. I guess the possibilities, they're endless. All right, we'll take a short break. Oh, Efren Reyes has just narrowed the gap to just a one-game lead here for Earl Strickland. Good break by Efren Reyes, getting one ball to the side pocket. What a great shot there by Efren.
Now he's facing a bank shot here. I don't think we're going to see him play the offensive bank shot because the 6-7 precludes him from having an easy time running out. Yeah, as soon as I say that, he makes the bank easy. He hit a terrific shot there, but he didn't come up with much of an offensive shot.
Let me make a correction there. The score is 15-13.
Efren played a straightaway safety there.
Yeah.
And I was going to have to attempt a kick shot. I don't think we're going to see him kick it with a great deal of speed. No, a little harder than I anticipated. The reason I say I didn't think we'd see a great deal of speed is that he really doesn't want to risk bumping the 6-7 loose. That's the one saving grace that he would have. He could hit the ball. Efren's fell just a little bit short of ideal on this. I think he must be playing shape to play and bank the 6 ball cross side. Tough bank shot here, especially with obtaining position. Yeah,
No problem there.
No, not making the bank, but obtaining good position.
Oh.
It was just not the balls weren't laying proper for him. Now he's in just pure offensive mode. He might as well go ahead and bank the other 2 as well. That could show us a left-handed stroke. Nearly identical to his right-handed stroke.
Mm-hmm. And you get to develop that through the years.
That was by no means an easy shot on the 9. He was elevated over the side pocket, and anytime that you elevate, you have to hit downward on the cue ball. The risk of missing is multiplied. Here we get to see some of his bank shots produced.
Tremendous shot there by Efren Reyes to cut the lead of Earl Strickland to 1 game at 15-14.
There's the 1 ball in the side pocket. That's going to be a big boost for Efren to even if he doesn't come up with a shot on the 2.
Well, he certainly heaved a sigh of relief. He hasn't been getting the good position or good luck in the breaks, but this is certainly a lot better than what he has come up with the previous times.
What a tremendous shot.
Oh, yeah.
Now the 5-8, that's the last remaining situation that might be a little bit to deal with in this rack. I know that he's already played it in his mind. I just can't tell from the way that we're sitting and the lay of the balls. If the 5 goes in the side, then we won't see him bumping these balls. It must go. He's queuing up. It must go in there. Now we're going to see a 3-rail billiard position here. Maybe just 1 rail. Maybe not have to deal with the 9. Yeah, just 1 rail. He used maximum left-hand spin. You can see the deviation the cue ball took when it hit the rail. Efren's the master of putting massive spin on with minimum force, and it allows him to make shots other players don't even imagine because he has that type stroke that lends itself to that.
How do you develop such a stroke?
Well, this is the marvel or the genius of Efren Reyes. I've never witnessed anyone else that has even come close to what he's developed here, stroke and technique-wise.
Tied again at 15 games apiece. Efren Reyes coming into this situation after falling behind by 5 games has evened up the score.
Yeah, I think that'll be good. Yeah.
And so now Efren Reyes has another opportunity at the break.
He made the wing ball that time. The one ball rimmed the pocket. Look at this kiss. He's obtained a shot. He was hooked behind the 3. Got kissed back out in the open. You know, what a tremendous comeback already we witnessed there. He was 5 or 6 games down there, just a little bit ago, and I think since then the Earl's only won 1 game. Efren's in kind of a sticky situation here. It's not an easy safety. The combination shot's not a very palpable shot, especially when you're elevating over the 6th ball. He's weighing up the options now. It looks to me as though he may be forced to play the combination. The immense difficulty of safety is not worth the risk, so he may as well go down playing offense. He played safe, but I know he's not happy. It was awful difficult. Either way he went, and he was really in a bind.
Well, Earl Strickland is taking his time here.
And nice shot.
Well, again, Earl Strickland goes into his verbal mode. I think it's also important what he did just before he took the first shot, that he took time to compose himself, to get his bearings.
Yeah, especially after sitting down for a while. He wanted to make sure to get full advantage out of this opportunity.
Back in the lead, Earl Strickland.
An extremely well-executed run after virtually sitting there for 6 or 7 games and not getting much of an attempt to get your tempo going.
Well, we've certainly been treated to a superb pool here, and the excitement is even brewing at a higher degree now that we've got into a closer match again. I believe we'll be taking a break in a short while.
Yeah, we're looking at about 2 games, I would say.
Just get Earl Strickland sees to it that he's got the situation where he wants it.
He's examine the rack to make sure the balls are frozen. Particular balls of importance are the top 3 balls, so that it's not a combination shot going into the rack. All the balls are frozen, and the energy passes right through them real freely. You got the one on the side. 9's hitting there. Bump. Look at the position he's obtained. This is absolute ideal. This is patented Earl Strickland offense.
No wonder he takes pains to see to it that everything is in tip-top shape before he even attempts to break. It certainly has been paying off, all the effort.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know the statistic of the number of racks broken and run out throughout this match. I think they would probably approach new records.
And we're only in the first night.
Right. A little interesting statistic on the break. Even with the best players in the world, they scratch 13% of the time. They
Really?
commit a foul. Yeah.
So far, I think we've only seen 1 or 2 in this match. A lot of pretty ladies assisting referee Neil Martin in this match, and that even makes the contest more attractive.
Well, it certainly does, and I certainly have to attribute some of that to you. I noticed they didn't show up till you did.
I wish that were true, Mike.
Well, I'm glad to have you here.
We're glad to be here. You know, Vintage Sports, the production outfit that is covering this, has also been in the forefront together with Mr. Puyat, and trying to bring the sport of pool and billiards to Filipino homes and Asian homes at that. And we've gotten a tremendous amount of support from the Filipino audience.
Well, I know how much pool is loved in the
Oh,
Philippines.
yes.
I spent a month there, and you certainly have a together TV crew. They came in at the last minute and did an absolutely tremendous job. The cameramen are attentive and interested, and it's a pleasure to work with total professionals.
We're a bit flabbergasted at the short notice, but as we said, we grabbed it as soon as the opportunity presented itself, because being able to witness such high quality of play doesn't come around too often.
I don't know if Earl's hit this hard enough. He's going to land right on top of the 6. No. This was going to be kind of a tricky play as well. It looks like he's going to try to play safe. And he just executed it masterfully. He took a page right out of Efren's playbook on the safety portion of the game. And this is going to be tough for Efren to generate much here. It looks like he may have to. He's lining something up. He's going to try to kick 2 rails and bring the cue ball on top of the 7 and hopefully get fortunate by blocking it at the 6. Soft speed. Wow. Wow. Absolute fantastic pool.
Is that what he wanted?
That's what he wanted. Absolute fantastic pool shot. Now, unfortunately, he didn't want to bump the 7. He's left Earl a possible 2-way shot there, a bank shot on the 6 as well as a play on the 9. And I think he'll make one or the other.
Got it.
Maybe both. You know, interesting enough, Efren, I look up to him for his immense skills, and he always used to tell me that tremendous pool was played in the Philippines, and there's lots of good players there. And he invited me to come and visit, and maybe I could help my own personal playing. So, in thinking of the cost, I said to him, Efren, do you think maybe I could win a little money? And Efren thought about it for a little bit, and he didn't want to offend me, but he said, you're not ready. Meaning I could come, but I couldn't win.
That's the most that you can get out of Efren as far as telling you how like it is.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate it. I did get to come and spend a month with him, and it was absolutely wonderful. And he did great things for my pool game. I've reaped rewards ever since. And just like he said, I wasn't quite ready for the Filipino onslaught that I faced.
I'm sure you're making your mark in the pool world, Mike, and probably take a little time, just as I'm trying to be able to appreciate the game more and understand it more.
Yeah, the nuances of this game, when you see to obtain an appreciation for not just the hard shots that you see, but the difficult safeties, some of those are even more difficult than the shots because you're having to control two balls as opposed to just make one and control the cue ball. And this is what Efren does so well, controlling both balls. A perfect example of just what I'm talking about. He moves the two as well as the cue ball.
Well, in a match like this, the learning experience certainly grows and becomes longer as you see so many situations develop with the ability of these two players. Look at this.
You know, Earl kicked to make that ball, and it's because the hit was, there's no possibility of defense, so you have to play to make that shot, and you can see how well he hit it. The ball actually ended up right in the mouth of the pocket. Efren's not happy with the angle he achieved here. It's going to force him to come out here and play the 5-ball back into the pocket that he just played the 2-ball. But he's an artist with the cue. It's just a little bit off angle. He's going to have to do a little negotiation here to get the cue ball across the table and back into alignment with the 6-ball. Nice firm. Not maximum backspin, but just a little bit of backspin to take the forward momentum off the cue ball. Oh, he hit that a little heavy. Went in anyway. I'll tell you, that's a shot kind of well went in there. And 2 days from now, that ball may not fall.
And again, Efren makes sure that things don't get out of hand as he wins another game and makes a 16th game. That's against 18 so far by Earl Strickland.
Ladies and gentlemen, after this rack, we're going to adjourn for a half-hour break.
Well, as you heard the announcement by Mark Wilson after this rack, ladies and gentlemen, these two gentlemen are going to go into a well-deserved half-hour break.
Oh, absolutely. They want to kind of recompose themselves mentally and physically and stay focused for this challenge. You know, they had $100,000 cash laid out on the table, and I'd never seen so much money. It actually covers the entire table, and there's quite a bit of chunk of money left over. Well,
I suppose they had security around.
Actually, they didn't, and surprisingly enough, after they photographed it, they just swept it into a bag.
I guess most of the people were just too overwhelmed to do anything about it.
You can see a masterful break there. The cue ball absolutely stopped dead in its tracks out in the middle of the table and left himself a pretty good shot on the 1. Now, he negotiated the cue ball around the 6-ball quite nicely there. And then, unfortunately, he's been penalized. Made a terrific shot, and he got a Strickland roll that time. I think we're going to see either a 1-rail offensive shot played or a 2-rail safety shot played. Stopped the 2-rail safety shot. Stopped the cue ball magnificently. Totally controlled the cue ball there.
That's why they call him the magician.
Yeah. Do not think there was any bit of luck in that. That was totally played. And this was the thing that Efren brought to the United States that made all the players better. He's kind of the innovator of that kick safety. We always used to just kick hard and try to hit it and maybe get lucky and make something, and Efren taught us a new way. Earl made a jump shot, one of his patented jump shots. Made a good hit out of it, but he wasn't rewarded. He left after a pretty good turn at the table. Efren loaded the cue ball up with maximum right-hand spin in an attempt to avoid bumping the 9-ball. He didn't want that to bump into that. Now he's going to be forced to be a shot maker. And that was a very difficult shot. By no means routine. And it appears Efren got a little break here. It's a pretty difficult combination here. 3 and a 9 did not line up favorable. In order to make this, I was going to have to cut the 3 very thin.
I was looking at the angle here.
Oh, tremendous shot. Tremendous shot. We're taking our break.
All right, now this is the point in the match where we will take a break for 30 minutes. We'll be right back with the resumption of the match.
All right, you're back with us here at Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. I'm Ed Bixon together with Mark Wilson. And this is the resumption of the Color of Money 9-ball challenge, a winner-take-all $100,000 pot between Efren Reyes of the Philippines and Earl Strickland of the United States of America. And as we resume, the score stands at 19-16, and Earl Strickland will have the break at resumption.
Well, there's certainly a sense of urgency for as early in the match as it is, and the reason for that is that this is for absolute supremacy in the world. The winner of this can universally be regarded as the premier player on earth.
I'm sure all eyes of the pool and billiard world are on Hong Kong right now and this match. You can see by the looks on both players that they recognize what's at stake here.
Yeah.
Aside, of course, from the financial remuneration, there is the prestige. As he said, the recognition as to who is the best of them all as far as 9-ball is concerned. We have a new referee at the resumption of hostilities. This is Mr. Jörg Klein.
Earl's now down there inspecting his work, and he doesn't seem completely satisfied with it. Seems to be a gap between the 1-ball and the 8-ball. Just as Earl got the other referee broke in, I think this is a shame.
Well, everybody's work is cut out for him at this juncture. Earl Strickland leaving no stone unturned here to see to it that everything is to his satisfaction.
Well, he didn't make a ball on the break. He broke him pretty well. Efren has an interesting table to tackle here. The big problem that comes in this rack is going to be transitioning from the 4 to the 5. The 5 is near the 8, and the position is going to have to be perfect to allow him to clear up the whole rack of balls. They hit that very smoothly. It was not an easy shot. He was just a little bit off angle and it required a lot of backspin, but you want to reduce the amount of power that the ball hits the pocket with so that it doesn't rattle and spit out.
3 ball in the corner.
Yeah, he did achieve the right angle on the 4. I know he's dissatisfied with that, and it's going to require quite a shot to get good position on the 5 now.
Where would you want to bring this, Martin?
Well, he needs to be about in the same place the 4 ball is now, back to the center of the table. We're going to see a 3 cushion shot. It appears it has a perfect speed, and I don't think you could have put it anywhere on the table with your hand any better than what he's achieved. Tremendous shot. He used a lot of low left spin to bring the cue ball around the 8 so that it didn't bump the 8 ball. There's still a little problem to deal with here. He's just slightly off angle on 6. I think he's going to come around the table again. Yeah, 3 cushions. We'll be checking his speed here momentarily. Looks like it's going to be pretty darn good. When you get positioned like that, everybody feels like they can make all the balls.
Trying to break to narrow the gap to just 2 games. It stands at 19-16 in favor of Strickland. 19-17.
Okay, now we got our referee back to work.
Well, during the break, we had about a half-hour break. Both players didn't waste time sitting around. They just went back to the pool table and practiced some more shots.
Yeah, in all honesty, that's what they're most comfortable with. If they don't, then the crowd tends to engage them in conversation about the match and kind of distract them. And as well as they can get a chance to work out a few kinks at no cost if they miss. So it gives them a chance to loosen up their stroke a little bit. The atmosphere is absolutely electric here, and it certainly tells on the player's face. High degree of seriousness. Tremendous break. Tremendous bad luck to get kissed on the side again. That's not the second time.
Bad.
He's made 3 balls on the break and
All for naught.
right. Actually, it's going to even be worse. It's a near for sure win for Strickland, and with his dynamic break, it could cost 2 or 3 games. Something that was completely out of Efren's control. He hit the break as well as he could. And this is a little bit of a change of fortune compared to the first half of this match, where Strickland was the recipient of a little of the ill-fated luck.
Well, I was talking to Efren during the break, and he said we're certainly very disappointed with his turn of fate as far as the break is concerned. What happened there, Mike?
Well, we lost our focus a little bit. I'm sure he was kind of mumbling in between shots, and this is not that unusual with him. He's kind of a temperamental guy, and sometimes even the routine things become hard when he's agitated. Tremendous stroke.
The crowd here at Ridgeway is certainly getting a treat from these 2 players. Right now, it looks like the momentum has swung over to Efren, as he has just narrowed the gap again to just a 1-game advantage for Earl Strickland.
I would just like to note that so far, all my predictions, including the last rack, that it was going to be a certain win for Earl, none of them have yet come true. So henceforth, anything that I say, I would like it to mean just the opposite.
Well, this match has taken a lot of twists and turns, and certainly has become very unpredictable at this point.
With that layout of balls in the first segment of the match, Strickland never had a turnover with that type of a layout where it was somewhat routine. And not that they don't occur, everybody has those. The absolute champions have fewer of those than the rest of us. But,
Well, even during the break, Mark, we overheard Earl mumbling under his breath, and I can't help thinking that maybe he might be getting affected by what he perceives to be not too perfect conditions.
no, that's not it at all. This is actually pristine conditions to what we generally play under. But I think it's more a byproduct of the pressure out here.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's actually he may be a little bit under.
Again, the break has not turned out well for Efren.
He attempted a long, slow curl on the cue ball where he was actually massing slightly with a little great volume of spin, and while it was an offensive try, he's been rewarded with a little good fortune here, and that left Efren an easy offensive opportunity. Here's one of Efren's patented safety plays. Not only did he move the one ball to a advantageous place, but he also left the cue ball blocked by about 4 balls. This will require some doing to make a legal contact on the one ball.
Let's see what Earl comes up with.
I'm definitely not predicting. He's made a foul.
Is Earl being too fast to his rhythm at this point?
No, he was left with nothing but he had to take just a poke at it, and that there was nothing more that he could do. No, actually, I shouldn't say that. He could have just accepted it as a foul and maybe tried to tie up some other balls on the table too. But he felt like he had a good enough chance to hit the ball. But he's definitely prone to more shot selection mistakes than Efren Reyes will be. Definitely, Efren's a little more calculating. Earl sometimes can make, as we witnessed in the first half, he can win some games from places that nobody else would even try to.
True.
But conversely, sometimes he costs himself some games from where other people would maybe.
Would you say that he takes more risks than he should?
Oh, I wouldn't say that he should, because it naturally fits his style,
Mhm.
and he does very well. But he definitely takes more than Efren does by far, and I'm sure that you've already witnessed some of that. He used a tremendous amount of power, but the cue ball really didn't respond as well as he would have liked. He's made a nice cut shot. And the cue ball come around there. Looked like that's the way he played it perfectly. I didn't have to use a little power on this shot. I can't see from this angle if he's going to choose top or bottom. No, he's going to have to go left-handed to magnify the difficulty. He's using bottom. And when you have to swing that hard with your opposite hand, it's very easy to slightly miss-hit the cue ball, creating a miscue whereby you'd miss the shot. So it was a tremendous shot.
And the Canadian style of Efren Reyes has moved up the competition to an even level again. We're at 19 all. First night is a race to 35. This is a 3-night affair. The Color of Money 9-ball challenge here at Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong.
You know, kind of interesting. Efren was down trailing 6 racks earlier in the segment, and to lesser skilled players, that would be a near insurmountable lead because there's so many shots per game. But with this caliber of play, just 1 or 2 shots could mean as many as 6 games sometimes.
And that's the way it's turned out so far. Now the advantage has swung back to Efren as he has evened up the match at 19 games apiece.
The balls are the most interesting to watch is the corner ball, the 4 ball, which is light, as well as the 1 ball. And not to mention the cue ball, and I think we're getting back to that 13% ratio that I'd mentioned earlier of amount of scratches on the break that occur.
Well, it looks like Efren's getting more than his share of scratches at this point.
Yeah, he's had a couple bad kisses. That time it was his fault. He hit the rack a little bit off center, and that's what allowed the cue ball to head toward that side pocket. That side pocket looms quite large on the break because of the volume of power these guys use. The cue ball generally stops about in the center of the table, and a slight mishit propels it right into the side pocket. There's a tremendous shot. Another tremendous shot. That was much more difficult than it looked. This is one of the fortes of Earl Strickland's game, is a slightly elevated cue. This magnifies the difficulty of accuracy, and especially when you couple that with trying to use power. That was a very nice shot. Having to use topspin and go through the 7 ball with the cue ball, off the 7 ball down for the 6. Perfect 3 cushion position. And a very nice execution on the 8. And it was slightly elevated over the 9.
And Earl Strickland brings it back to his favorite at 20 to 18. Excuse me, 2019. Just came off the time score at 19 all. I think I better wear my glasses.
So after 39 racks, there's only 1 rack separating these 2 players.
With this kind of a long match, Mark, when does mental fatigue or physical fatigue set in?
I think it's just now starting to get there. We've played the better part of 3 hours play, and I think it'll be interesting to see how these guys hold up to the last half of the match. Now, Efren, I know from all the competition he does, is quite used to playing this long, and I know that Earl practices long enough and exercises well enough that physically he can sustain this, but I don't know that he's been as much lengthy pressure as often. Now, interesting enough, he's never broken through the whole match from this side, to my recollection.
Correct.
And he's trying a new tactic here. They made a ball in the back, but the ball that he was looking to make that time was the 3 ball.
Yeah, the 6.
It happened to be the corner ball on that side of the rack that he broke from. He switched from his break cue back to his playing cue, and he's confronted with a difficult situation here. Looks like he's gonna play a defensive shot. Pushing out.
Sort of a shot that does Efren have here.
Well, I think he's going to try to play safe by putting the cue ball behind the 4-7 right there in the corner pocket and banking the 1 ball back down the table. And he's executed absolutely. Spectacular.
Right at the gilt. Well, you said earlier, you mentioned it time and again, Mike, that's his forte.
This is really a precarious position to try to make a legal contact on the 1. I would not say the odds are good. I'm not saying he won't hit it, because I haven't been too correct, but this is going to require some doing. He had the masse out of there, and he made an excellent attempt at that. And you see the cue ball break after it got past the 7-ball to create an angle enough that he could get to the 1. The 4 had impeded him from taking a direct route with just one cushion natural angle.
Mm-hmm.
It just wasn't there. Now there's a fair chance we're going to see a 5-9 combination, depending upon the angle he's able to achieve on the 4 here. If he just follows it straight ahead, I'm nearly certain that we'll see a 5-9 combination. Efren will play the 4-ball in the corner pocket, bring the cue ball around 3 cushions. Kind of lining up his angle there. He put his finger by the rail where he wants the cue ball to hit the rail, and then it will drop off that rail and come in toward the 5-ball.
That's a characteristic of Efren's. Also marks the line that he wants to take.
Yeah, he doesn't actually physically mark it. He just makes a mental note by placing his finger there, so it aids him in perfection. Extremely well done.
And we're tied up again at 20 all. Each player will try and get 15 more games to round up the evening. First night of a 3-night affair in this 9-ball challenge called Collar of Money. $100,000 winner-take-all deal. Earl Strickland there on the screens. Picture of concentration as he waits his turn. Let's see if Efren Reyes will have more luck this time with the break.
He doesn't spend any time scrutinizing the rack, does he? No, he gets up here and goes right back to work, and content to just take it as it comes, I guess. Oh, he's hit the break marvelously. He really deserved better. I guess he did drop a ball on the break.
Yes, he did.
Went in so fast I didn't see it or hear it.
Neither did I, but he's up again.
He's confronted with a pretty tricky situation. He has to go back across the table to the same side that the cue ball's now on. He played draw. He had a little better angle than I anticipated. If you notice, the players really try to avoid letting that cue ball get on the cushion. You have to elevate their cue, and that magnifies difficulty as well as control.
You have to be pretty accurate on each shot.
I think he's going to play the 6-ball in the side pocket and use a little backspin and just drift the cue ball across the table.
He's got it there.
Well, he's not happy with that angle, I don't believe. It's not that he's not workable, but you can see he's a little bit off balance. Not going to be nearly as close to the 8 as he would have liked. I don't think it's going to present a problem. Oh, he hit it very nicely. Dead center on the pocket.
Efren Reyes takes the upper half, 21-20. As Mark Wilson mentioned earlier, at a certain point early in the game, Earl Strickland took a 6-game lead, but Efren Reyes now has the edge at 21-20.
Yeah, while Efren doesn't possess the big break, he certainly possesses all the shot-making tools necessary that if he does get a shot, it's usually a loss for your opponent, his opponent.
But playing against a player who breaks more powerfully intimidate a player.
Yeah, I think it does bother you, and you tend to try to overhit your break and compensate, and that generally doesn't result in good results from that. Takes you a little out of your game.
So the trick is to be able to recognize that you have to play your own game and not try to get sucked in.
Absolutely. And believe it or not, even players of this immense skill sometimes do get a little bit sucked into that. They've experienced it, but it's just hard. It's human nature. You want to kind of be as good as the other guy at everything, or maybe better. Well, Efren's not happy with his push out because the 7 and the 8 lined up so that they could be made. He was attempting to tie those up so that they weren't available to be made. Earl played a straightaway defensive shot. And while Efren's got some negotiating to do, he handles these situations better than anyone on the face of this planet. Safety. And now he has the balls on opposite sides of the table and hidden. And in safety play, you want to utilize the rails. Anytime that the object ball is on a rail, you've actually cut the pockets in half widthwise. Earl made a tremendous hit. And he may come out of it with a reward here if the 6 has impeded Efren's attack at the 1. And we may see Efren attempt a jump shot here. He must be able to go straight at it. No, he's going to have to curl the cue ball a little bit. Soft spin. He hit it pretty nicely, and he's left Earl a cut shot. Looks like a pretty thin cut shot, but it does look makeable. Definitely not an easy shot. Okay, Efren attempted a bank shot on the 1 ball to bump into the 7 ball and pocket the 8. And that's all that he had. So he played straightaway offense, and he's got some separation between the cue ball and the 1 ball. But I believe Earl has some type of a shot.
Want some room here.
What a tremendous shot. That's one of the absolute strengths of Strickland's game, is those elevated cue shots.
So it's just going to have plastic surgery.
Well, got a little careless on that position play. He's played good safety on Earl, or on Efren. Efren's weighing up the possibilities. It looks like it's going to be a 2-rail kick at the 7, giving him the best chance to come out of it with a safe or possibility of making it. Well, it was a very good safety by Earl.
we're even again at 21 all.
42 wrecks have transpired here. We've had a lot of pool, and we have a deadlock score.
That's why we've got a lot of pool, because there have been no quarters given and none taken in this particular match, as expected. I would even dare say that we did not expect such an intense match as this.
And now you know why all the American players dream of coming over to see this, because they knew it was going to be loaded with fireworks and spectacular play.
Well, everybody here at Ridge Race is certainly enjoying this. I'm sure Congressman Poppy Puyat would have wanted to be here tonight, but he's playing again tomorrow. And we're going to regale him with a lot of tales about this opening night.
I'm sure he'd be highly amused. He's one of the biggest pool fans that you have.
And he's certainly been the patron of pool players in the Philippines. He has really gone to great lengths to be able to support the sport and the players.
I know that Efren thinks highly of him, because he always mentions him whenever he talks about pool in the Philippines.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, the ball that we're looking to make is the 2s on the pitch. The wing ball did go in from that side, which was the 2 ball. Really wasn't supposed to be on the wing. It's been mutually agreed by both players that the 2 would be on the very tail end of the rack, every rack. Now, the order of the balls actually does make a difference. It's not just purely random where they go, and the probabilities of you obtaining a shot from various different placements on the rack are higher or lesser, and so it was mutually agreed that it would be the same for both players. Earl made a tremendous backspin shot. He tried to do a half masse stroke there. Look at that shot making ability. Absolute tremendous shot. Well, there we've witnessed a fine display of shot making.
Earl Strickland has earned the moniker $1 Million Man. You want to explain that?
No, I'd be glad to. They had a insurance policy at a tournament, and the insurance policy said that no one would run 10 consecutive racks, or they would win $1 million. And beforehand, I don't believe it had ever been done in a tournament on a 9-foot regulation table. And right before we came to Hong Kong last time, I sat next to Earl on the airplane, and he assured me that it would never be done. He'd played pool so many years that it would never be done. And then he went home from here, and the first tournament he played in, he achieved that.
And so the $1 Million Man, Earl Strickland.
He shifted sides. He made the wing ball last time from the other side, but yet he shifted back to his favorite side for that break.
What do you think was the purpose in his moving over to the other side earlier?
I truly think this happens to be his side that he feels the most proficient from. And even though he had some success on the other side, he really liked to find a spot on this side of the rack that he's making balls consistently from. He just tends, I think, well, everybody has a certain little side that they feel more confident with. And he's played a straightaway safety. And this is a much improved aspect of his game. I remember in his youth he used to try for shots that were nigh impossible. Well, if the score right now is indicative of how this whole match is going to play out, this is going to be intense.
Oh, yes. And long.
And long.
The hole.
Tremendous shot.
That certainly earned the appreciation of the crowd here at Ridgeway's.
He's eyeing up what he has on the 2-ball. It doesn't look like he has a direct route to the pocket. Ed, why don't you venture a guess on this one? I'm a little exhausted on my guesses.
I think we'll just wait and see.
Okay. Yeah, I know if it's a difficult shot, he's going to play a defensive shot. He made a point on the table where he plans to place one of the 2 balls. Oh, look at this shot. Spectacular. Knocked the cue ball behind the 8 and moved the 2 ball down where he pointed his tip on the table beforehand.
Again, the position play of Efren Reyes earning the nod of the crowd here.
I think the route of attack is going to be low right-hand spin and down, yes, in that fashion. And he achieved a solid contact on the ball and made the ball. Now he has the opportunity to make a difficult combination of 9.
You think it's makeable?
It's definitely makeable. I just don't know if it's the right shot. It's a very high-risk shot. Now he's going to cut the 2 ball, I believe. What a tremendous shot on the 2 ball he made. And I do believe that was the right choice. Boy, a fantastic position shot. When you have to hit a ball that accurate with that much power, it's a supreme difficulty.
You would think that a power player such as Earl Strickland would not have the kind of finesse that he's been displaying here.
Yeah, there's absolutely no rough edges on either one of these guys, talent-wise. They're thoroughly polished and they're well-versed in all aspects of the game. Sometimes they elaborate on their strengths. It doesn't mean to diminish the quality of their other aspects of their game because they're all good.
Yeah. Well, the match wouldn't be this close if they were that superb in every aspect of the game, and certainly everybody watching this, including our televiewers, certainly appreciate that fact.
And that's a shot, the very same shot that Strickland made only a little while ago, and that's the shot-making aspect that maybe Earl has a slight edge in both instances, extreme difficulty on making that ball. But Earl happens to be pretty handy on those shots. Well, his cue ball speed's got to be perfect because the 1 ball's pretty close to the pocket. It sure was. Now, Efren does a pretty good job on these type kick shots. I would not be terribly surprised to see a pretty good chance of Efren maybe going to the side cushion on the right-hand side of the table as you look at it and hitting the 1 ball full and bringing the 1 ball down on the same side of the table that it's resting on now to the opposite end and try to leave the cue ball on that end of the table. Now he chose to play offense. Tried to kick the ball in and accept it where the 1 ball ends up laying at. And that can turn out well as well. Great cut shot by Earl. And he's been a little misfortunate.
rate that they're playing now, Mark, would you say that the momentum has swung to one player to the other?
Yeah, I would say any of the racks that go more than one turn at the table definitely favor Efren. There's a nice shot. Didn't try to do too much for position because the shot was so demanding he couldn't risk trying to obtain ideal position.
Well, this time of play can't be too greedy.
No, and I think you can see that the toll of the battle here is taking a little toll on the pocketing accuracy of these guys. At that point, once that pocketing is diminished slightly, then tactics become all the more important.
And we're tied up again at 23 all.
For that reason, I think that's why a lot of the onlookers kind of feel that Efren's a virtually invincible force. In the short run, the wide open offensive guy can get on a streak and just annihilate somebody, but over the long haul, the tactics comes in, and it makes it harder to maintain that high level of offense throughout. And sometimes when you play that high level of offense, you tend to rely a little bit on fortune too to cooperate with you in order to generate enough offense.
In a protracted battle, Earl, Mark, would you say that one player has the advantage over the other in this situation?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Most of the experts feel that Efren does possess an advantage in that situation. It's yet to be seen, but one thing's for sure, that Efren has never really lost in a protracted battle. So now we saw a scratch on the break, and
well, the break continues to hound Efren Reyes in this match.
yeah, you really don't want to carry a lot of turnovers off the break. That's very bad. One thing that's something that Earl doesn't do too often. And you're playing right into his hand if you can give him the ball in hand from the break.
Is there a possibility that Efren Reyes may be trying too hard on the break?
I don't think he's thinking that. You can see a little less than ideal position off a ball in hand situation. Now, he made a great shot, and he is a great shot maker. But you certainly, with ball in hand, try to achieve better position to begin with, so you don't have to be such a tremendous shot maker. Well, bumped to 6, but he didn't obtain much of a shot on the 4. Looks like he may have to play safe. He's handled the safety quite nicely. That was a real nice save. And even if he left Efren a shot, it's going to be difficult to negotiate the 6 ball to get across the table to the 5, which rests on the same rail the cue ball does now. Oh, what a shot. What a tremendous shot. Now, you had to use a lot of power on that so that the cue ball hopped off the rail to hit the high side of the 6, allowing the cue ball to come to this side of the table. Had he used a softer speed, he would have hit too much of the 6, and there was no way to possibly obtain position. Efren, he was a little lucky in that he didn't scratch, but he was a little unlucky in that he didn't obtain a direct route to the 5 ball. Appears that he's going to have to hook the cue ball or slightly massate around the point on the pocket. He's eyeing that up as we speak.
This is not taking any chances here.
Well, this is a shot that he's particularly good at, and while I'm not guessing that he's going to make it, I will assure you that he's going to be close.
Yeah, it's more than close.
That's a tremendous shot to get the Q-tip out of the way and hit the ball that hard.
When you get to this level, Mark, Is there any possibility that there are situations that come up that you've never seen before?
While the balls never lay exactly the same ever,
Right.
but all these they've shot at those type shots enough that they, especially at this level, no, I think they handle everything pretty well. Efren got a real fortunate roll there, and you can see the pocketing, the straight-in pocketing is diminished some from the first half of the match. And it's a byproduct of the mental strain and stress that it eats up a lot of energy, and it requires so much focus and concentration to play well that you're going to see the pocketing go down, the games will slow down a bit and become a little more tactical.
So it'd certainly be incorrect to say that there is no physical aspect to this game.
Oh, definitely, and training definitely weighs in. Efren's in good shape. I mean, he's very thin and svelte, so that doesn't take a toll. Being overweight would be just brutal to try to play a match of this length. Okay, the ball he's trying to make is the right-handed red 3 ball. One that went to the side, rimmed the pocket, stayed out.
So Earl Strickland comes up.
Made a nice opening shot. It was a thin cut in the side. A little more difficult than it looked.
Well, one thing for sure, Mike, there's never been a down moment in this match.
No. No, it's definitely been worth the price of airfare.
Oh, yeah. Game for Earl Strickland. And we're all tied again at 24 by my count.
So it's down to a race to 11 for today's session, and that would be the maximum difference.
Of course, things could turn out differently tomorrow, but at this juncture, it has been a neck-and-neck race between Earl Strickland and Efren Reyes, as evidenced by the score, which is tied at 24 at the moment.
Okay, the wing ball went in for Earl as well as the 9 ball. And
I certainly made short work of that.
yeah, he's made the wing ball on that side of the table, the 4 ball that time. A couple times from that side of the table, and now that the 9 ball went in, I predicted that he's going to break from there again. Sometimes the way the balls settle allow the 9 ball to head towards one pocket or another, and when you find a spot where the 9 ball starts heading for the pocket, that's the side that you will tend to stay on. So Earl now has a 1-game lead.
Biggest advantage in this game has been, was it 6 games?
I believe it was 6 games.
For Earl Strickland. At the moment, he has a 1-game lead over Efren Reyes.
After 50 games of play.
Mm-hmm.
This was forecast to be a very close, tight match.
That's what it is.
Now here's a very nice shot, and this goes to show you the billiards expertise of Efren Reyes. He's positioning both balls on the table, playing the right speed on the object ball as well as the cue ball, in an endeavor to deny his opponent access, easy route to the object ball.
Ooh.
Earl made a pretty good kick, but he was a little misfortunate once again. Not for having a ball in hand, Efren didn't get where he wanted to go there at all. And he made a nice shot, and it was a good use of speed that allowed that ball to fall. He caught the rail just a little bit going in, but the soft speed allowed it to hug the rail.
As you said, the pocketing has not been as accurate as it was early on, but certainly Efren Reyes drawing on his experience here.
Mm-hmm. There was a nice kill shot. That's maximum spin, but minimum force, so the cue ball doesn't slide to the right too much on that little bit of angle that he had. We saw 3 balls this rack go in with very soft speeds. They had a high volume of power to them. They wouldn't have fell. And that's part of the experience you're talking about. He shoots the ball so that the pocket's conducive to accepting it. And he's taken a very difficult rack and made it look or appear fairly simple.
Efren Reyes ties up the count again at 25. And we've played 50 games, as Mark Wilson pointed out. And none of the crowd here is making a move. They're going to stay on and see what's going to happen here at the end of the evening. This is only the first of 3 nights of spectacular pool. We're witness to it, seeing these 2 great players fight it out toe-to-toe. 9-ball competition, remember? $100,000 pot, winner take all in the color of money from Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant here in Hong Kong.
Okay, Efren set the break. Lost the cue ball again, and he even made an effort to take extra care of the cue ball that time.
Would you say that that's been characteristic of Efren's game, is misfortune at the break?
No, he had a couple times it was misfortune, but the last few times it hasn't been by virtue of the kiss. It's been slightly mishit. And I think he may be striving too hard to try to keep up with Strickland's break a little bit, and maybe overpowering or overamping. The break has actually worked quite well for Strickland and given him a number of good wins where it denied Efren any access to depriving Earl of the win. like a little semblance of rhythm coming back to Earl's game.
Reminiscent of that big run he had earlier on in the match. Earl Strickland with win number 26. First to score 35 wins will end the evening, and then we'll pick it up from there tomorrow. The score will be a carryover or carried over the second night.
And at the end of the second night, one of the players is going to be at 70 wins, needing 50 wins in the final night to take the match.
Right.
The trailing player each night actually has an opportunity to win more than the prescribed amount, because he can make up the games he's behind from the night before and then actually end up taking the lead. Now Strickland's moved out off the rail, which is a mistake. Nearly scratched. In fact, he did scratch, and he's had such good results off the rail. I don't know why or what possessed him. Maybe he looked at the rack and saw something, or felt like it was better from there. But
remember, he held the 9 ball from the other side just a few minutes ago.
As well as the wing ball's been flying in from over there. Efren made a nice opening shot. You know, it's amazing that even with ball hands, sometimes it's hard. I see players miss balls, and have been guilty of doing so myself. Sometimes at home I practice with my wife, and if she misses one with ball hand, I'll look at her and I say, well, sometimes ball hand's tough, honey. That usually infuriates her.
I can believe that.
Always am totally amazed with the proficiency that Efren hits those balls. Just enough speed, just the right spin. The cue ball just gets to the right place. And even all the pool I've ever watched in my life, I can still sit here and my mouth virtually agape of just so awed by his talent. It's like how you see a great artist paint a picture. They just have the exact right touch to each stroke. And
well, the deftness of it really amazes one. You're witness to it here.
This is one talent that I don't know could be trained, and I don't know that you could ever get this. I think this is just a sheer genius and God-given talent. Not that he hasn't worked hard in addition to that, but I don't know if you could ever get this proficient.
We're tied again. Score is 26 all, and this match which will go to the first player to make 120 games in 3 nights here at Ridgway's.
You're going to get a good workout on your pool commentating, and you'll be ready for the next match that you encounter, won't you, Ed?
Well, with any luck, maybe with you by my side, I think I'm in good shape.
Yeah, there's going to be some events held in the Philippines. I mean, pro caliber events that I would imagine that TV will be covering. Okay, Reyes is set to break. The score is tied, 26 apiece. We're going to 35 total wins tonight. I heard a tremendous crash, but I didn't see a ball fly in, and I can look now and see that all the balls are on the table.
All there.
Now it appears that Earl has a defensive position here, and I think you're going to see maybe some form of a stop shot, moving the one ball to the other end of the table and trying to leave the cue ball behind the 9. Yeah, it's right behind the 9.
Right where you said it was going to go.
For once.
You bet you shape.
It looks like we're looking at least a 2-rail kick, although I can't tell for sure. Yeah, two real kick. And it needed to be struck hard because when you come off of that rail and then when you contact the one ball, even after contacting the one ball, Efren was going to have something hit a rail. And by the time the cue ball hits two cushions, that's diminished a lot of the power out of the cue ball. But when he hit the cue ball so hard, it sunk the rubber in so deep that the cue ball came off a little sharper or a little straighter than what he thought. And that precluded him from making the contact on the one ball, two cushions.
What's Earl faced with now, Mark?
Well, he's a little off angle. He's all virtually straight into the middle of the end rail with the three, so he's going to require a thin cut. And that magnifies the difficulty of being accurate, but then he also has to be proficient with his position. Just a little bit careless on the previous position shot. It's made an excellent shot. Absolute excellent shot.
No, yeah.
Once again, he displays his shot-making skills, and that's what makes for great matches.
Oh, we're seeing one here. Score currently tied at 26 all. Once again, Earl Strickland takes the lead at 27-26.
You know, something that Earl does that you don't see hardly any of the tremendous players do is he shoots with bridges that are somewhat unorthodox, and by that I mean up off his fingertips, not with the base of his hand on the table. And generally that's regarded as a little bit unstable. Well, unstable. It just doesn't guide the tip nearly as accurately. You have to really have a strong bridge. With these players, this quality of play, the tip is aimed at the cue ball in a very specific place, and that tip hits that cue ball within a 1/16 of an inch. That it has to be that accurate. When you have a fairly crude amateur player, sometimes their tip varies as much as a ½ inch or beyond, and naturally that hampers accuracy. Okay, Earl's gone to the side break again. He's looking at the 3 and the 1. 3 did not go. 1 did not go. Side up the 7. That did not go.
Well, leaves the table to Efren Reyes now.
Efren has a couple choices here. There's a bank shot past the 7. There's a carom shot under the 3, and there's also a safety. He played the carom shot. Can't see exactly what Earl has on the one ball. It doesn't appear that he has a real good shot. He may be able to carom off the 1 and send the cue ball crashing down to the 9, but that's a risky event. And especially with the cue ball right on the rail, that really denies access to the bottom of the cue ball, and it looks like he needs to get down a little bit lower on the cue ball in order to be able to create the angle that would propel the cue ball solidly into the 9.
To another test here for Earl Strickland.
Oh, this is going to be super difficult to negotiate. If he comes out of this good, it's a testimonial to his immense skills. Played it safe. Wow. Now there was experience for you. He had to roll that ball from the other side of the table 5 feet to make a contact, and then the cue ball barely trickled away, so that took a lot of accuracy as well as a lot of speed control. Efren clearly is at a disadvantage this rack.
Efren's trailing the match 27-26.
He made a tremendous hit on the one ball. That was not easy. That's absolutely as good as you could hope to come out from where he was left. The vast preponderance of players would have committed a foul on that shot. Earl made a very nice cut shot. His pocketing skills are so great that sometimes they're a little bit overlooked because it makes it look so easy and routine. And we've even seen Efren struggle with some of the difficult long shots of almost the exact same shot. Conversely, we've seen Earl struggle with position a little bit more than we've seen Efren.
So therein lies the contrast.
Those balls really hit the center of the pocket when Earl sends them pocketward. You can hear him hit the pocket with authority. Another nice shot. He's not going
It's
like
going
this.
straight for the corner pocket.
Well, I'm going to tell you, he was pretty unfortunate, and he hit the ball exactly like he wanted to come up short of the side pocket. But because the cloth is still slippery, there was not much grab. By that I mean the side spin on the cue ball did not grab at all, and it let it lengthen out off that rail. Rarely will you see a scratch on that shot in that corner pocket.
So Efren Reyes, for once, gets Lady Luck smiling at him in that particular game, and he ties up the game again at 27 all. The rate we're going, Mark, looks like we're going to go for about 230 games.
Yeah. I think it's going to be more than that.
Yeah. Well, he can't get any closer than this match has gone so far. 27 all after 54 games. First to win 35 will wrap it up for this evening to continue and carry the score over tomorrow night here at Ridgeways.
We've been treated to some tremendous pool, and now you're starting to see the fatigue set in a little bit. The balls aren't going as freely, and the positions aren't coming as easily. Efren really took something off the break there. He deliberately tried to preclude a scratch on the break.
Sort of let up on that.
Oh, definitely.
Shot.
Yeah, right. He reduced his power from maybe, say, up around 24 mile an hour down to the 20-21 range. And I think he's a little disappointed with his break tonight. He's been a little unfortunate sometimes, but then overall, he just hasn't performed well in that category. He by no means has a bad break by comparison to the others. It's just the player he's playing against has such a dynamic one that everybody's would seem pale by comparison.
That has caused him to take some tentative breaks, especially in the latter part of this game,
right?
This match.
Beyond that, Earl's won probably 6 or 7 games where Efren didn't even get to come to the table.
Right.
Well, Earl's not happy with the outcome of that shot. Lines up the combination. He's such a pure shooter. He makes that shot look easy, but believe me when I tell you that's so easy to miss that. The margins of error on combinations are dramatically reduced versus pocketing ball straight in. He's truly a picture of confidence when he's out there playing.
Again, he's making a big run here. And looking at him, seems as if he doesn't even ponder it, the shot, just going at it.
Yeah. He definitely doesn't allow himself to talk himself out of a shot. He doesn't suffer from analysis of a situation.
You know, that can really do you in.
Absolutely. Second guessing, because it ends up, it puts static in your concentration. And in this game, it's so difficult. Every shot, you need 100% focus on what you're attempting to do. These guys make it look easy, but believe me when I tell you, it takes a toll physically on you to put that type of strain on your mindset, to stay focused through shot after shot, day after day, game after game.
Score is 28 for Strickland, 27 for Reyes.
Well, clearly, the separation in games is not going to make much of a difference at the end of the day. But I know that both these guys would dearly love to have the lead and then kind of have a little feel for the setup that we have here, and mentally prepare themselves tomorrow so that they can come out, have a little leeway, work with.
Well, certainly in a 3-day match such as this, coming out on top at the first day would certainly be a good psychological advantage,
Yeah,
even if it's a small margin.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if you could suffer through this and gain a little edge, because tomorrow both of these guys are going to play even at a little bit higher level. They're going to have a little better feel of the table under actual play conditions, where you have the pressure, the nerves, the stress. They're going to be used to maybe some of the casual mistakes, the few that have occurred. They're going to have those ironed out. Yeah. Once again, Efren made a safe that was so strong that just to get to the proper place on the rail, Earl had to curve the cue ball. And he hit it very well, but it's such a difficult shot that even though you hit it well, you might miss it by a fair margin. Efren's maintaining pretty good alignment with the cue ball in relationship to his object balls. Little backspin there.
Well, these guys are not letting up, are they?
Oh no. No, this is all out combat. And while that shot looked easy, he obtained a nice angle and he's free of the rail, so he can make an easy position here. Just roll the 8-ball in, let the cue ball come on down table. Direction was natural, so all you had to do was control the speed. Extremely well executed.
This is a familiar refrain. We're tied again.
You notice when Efren took care of the rack that time, all the balls seemed to just go right where they were supposed to. The cue ball just get to the right place on the table each and every time. Soft speeds. And this lends itself to consistency. You don't have to fight with the cue ball. You don't have to muscle it. And the insider's view is that that's what will win this match, is the steadiness of that consistent position. Good, accurate, soft strokes.
Well, Efren has struggled with the break in this match. Let's see how he fares with this one.
Well, I predict he's going to hit a little harder than he did his last break. He wasn't happy with the outcome of that soft break. He went back to his power. A 1 ball, cornerward. 8 ball froze up on the cue ball, denying him any type of offensive shot. Pretty sure we're going to see a push out. Right now he's electing how he wants to play that push out. The 3 is very near the pocket. Looks like he's moved the 3 up by the 6. And he double kissed it. He certainly didn't mean to double kiss the cue ball. He was trying to hit the 3 full enough that it would end up by the 6. And then even leaving Earl an offensive shot, the 3 was going to be difficult to deal with. Now that he's made the double kiss, one, he's made the 2 ball quite a bit easier than he intended, and the 3 is very makeable. Now, Earl got on the opposite side of the 4 ball than what he intended that time, and that was a byproduct of slightly overcutting the 3 ball. Not happy with the lie of the cue ball on the 5. Looks like he's going to have to hit a little hard. Used follow. Extremely well executed. He made that shot look a lot easier than what it is. And time you use topspin, your confidence erodes a little bit because in pool, we only use topspin about a 1/4 of the time, so you're never as efficient nor confident with that stroke.
Combination there to put the 9 ball away and regain the lead. Albeit a 1 game advantage for Earl Strickland at 29-28. Looking for the player who gets to 35 wins to end the evening. First night of a 3-evening affair. The color of money, $100,000 pot, winner take all between these 2 great players.
I notice Earl's drifted back to his favorite location to break from. Maybe striving to make the 4 or the 1 here. He's achieved neither. Good power and good distance on the rack. Look at that. All those balls down there on the end of the table. And as I told you before, it's a 1/3 failure rate on the break amongst the very best. Anything less than the very best is even a higher degree of failure rate.
I would imagine.
Well, the 1 ball staggered its way in there. Efren's going to opt to play a combination, left-handed, 1 leg up in the air. He's executed it flawlessly, but couldn't handle the position in addition to all the other obstacles.
What are his options here now, Mark?
Well, I hate to venture a guess, but it looks like he's going to have to kick at it 1 rail. He's pretty handy on this. It's a for sure he's going to hit the 2. It's just a question of whether he makes it. It's hard to make. He's only going to make it about 1/3 of the time. And he definitely hit it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's the master of kicks. He doesn't miss very many of those. Giving a little commentary here. Freeing us up to relax.
Well, as they say, different strokes for different folks. And you can't get any more different than the styles of Efren Reyes and Earl Strickland here.
No, he's actually worked with the referees in this match. He's cleaned the table. He's made mention to the promoter how he feels, and if we put a mic on him, I think he can handle our job too.
I know. Well, Mr. Bob Moore just saddled up to us here, and well, everybody's enjoying this match.
Well, it's everything that we were led to believe it would be.
Mm-hmm.
Earl can keep his emotions in check here and remain focused. He's got a good chance to take a lead home tonight.
Yes, Mr. Bob Moore on your screens, the proprietor and owner of Ridgeways, which has provided the venue, and an excellent one at that, for this match.
He's a good player himself.
Mm-hmm. I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Strickland has a 2-game advantage at 30 games to 28.
Made a nice save. Stopped the cue ball dead, moved the 1 ball down to the other end of the table. Not sure if he's totally denied access to the 1 directly, but for sure he's precluded it from being an offensive situation.
Well, Efren Reyes comes out of his seat with a sheepish grin.
Yeah, he can hit it. He had to play a save. The 3 ball is difficult, even though the 1 ball goes by the 4. You have to make a tremendous shot, and then I think you have to attempt to either get below the 3 to play it down table or possibly break them out. Oh boy, what a great shot that was. One of the shots of the day right there. Earl made a tremendous safety that time.
Efren Reyes will have to draw on his immense talent here to try and get a good shot off.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is one that even with immense talent, you can't do much with. He's going to have to masse to get by the side pocket and create an angle. And as slippery as these rails are, this is even for the great Efren Reyes, probably only a 1 in 4 proposition to come out of this with anything positive. He's made a tremendous hit. But, the speed precluded him from doing anything that would maybe have been helpful, other than denying ball in the hand to Earl Strickland.
Strickland looking to put this game away.
He didn't even take a practice swing on that last ball. He just shot it. Well, he'd be mad if he got straight in and on the rail here. It's going to require an elevated cue shot. One of his patented. Yeah, we made a nice stroke. As you can see, the kid's a shot maker as opposed to the position play. That was the balls were laying out randomly, and Efren probably would have never ended up in that position on the 8 ball that Earl did. But Earl doesn't waste time thinking about position too much. He heads for the right direction and goes, and sometimes it gets away from him a little bit.
Seems pretty confident about his setup and the way he makes his decisions, so he doesn't really need that much time. Huh?
Right, and he's immensely confident. He embodies it, but sometimes a little bit overconfident too. I see him get a little careless sometimes.
So the score now is 31 for Strickland and 28 for Efren Reyes. Strickland needs only to win 4 more games to end tonight's session, but we'll be back tomorrow to continue on As we explained earlier, it's going to be a carryover system. Tomorrow, we're going to play for the player to get to 70 wins in preparation for the final night, Saturday.
Okay, Earl's back at his favorite place. Up and ready to break. Notice the tremendous follow through he gets on these breaks, Ed. You know, the reason for the tremendous follow through is this. When the cue ball leaves the tip, it's already decelerating because there's no more propelling factor there. So the long follow through allows the tip to remain in contact longer with the cue, and it gives you a little better power. Earl's really got his voice back. He's feeling good. He's feeling confident. He's making balls well again, and seems like he's back in his best rhythm.
That's correct. This is the way he was playing when he established a 6-game advantage earlier on. Let's see if he's gotten his second win back.
Well, this kid's a fighter, and I told you, if one thing that may determine this is the will to win, he definitely has that. The eye of the tiger, some call it. I truly feel that his big opponent is not Efren Reyes, but it's going to be himself. And it's not impossible for him to self-destruct.
But at this point, he's certainly in the groove, and has taken another 4-game advantage at 32-28. We'll pause for these reminders. Score at 32-28 in favor of Earl Strickland.
Earl's coaxing the balls. Seems to be working pretty well. He's made a ball on the break, one on the side, straight down on 2. And this is truly what we talk about when we talk about the Earl Strickland offense. This is exactly what it's all about.
It certainly looks like a juggernaut here.
This is what makes him such a formidable opponent, because he can absolutely deny his opponent access to the table and just take the match without you having any say in it.
Well, he's just going right at it.
He's got to make a nice shot here. He's got a thin cut in front of him. I don't think it's going to be a difficult one for him. I think he made it look easy.
Yeah. He's going for it. 2 games away from wrapping up tonight's session. Earl Strickland has a 33-28 advantage over Efren Reyes. And this 9-ball challenge called the Color of Money, $100,000 at stake, winner take all. This match will go on for 3 nights here at Ridgeways in Hong Kong. I'm Ed Pixon together with Mark Wilson bringing the action.
No, he's in a pretty good mood now. He's telling jokes to the crowd, and he's feeling good. When the break starts working for him like that, he's that's his whole game right there. He needs that to occur. Well, the cue ball got away from him a little bit there. He mentioned it to the crowd and anyone else that would care to hear. Said, I lost the rock. Yeah, he's made a terrific safety. Yeah. He's made a terrific attempt at the safety. It looks like Efren may be able to hit this one ball anyway. Yeah, that's a good shot. Good shot after you've been sitting there for a pretty good while.
Yeah.
Believe me, that looks like.
He needed that.
Yeah, looked like you might be shooting a bowling ball with a thimble. Good shot.
Efren Reyes now down by 4 at 33-29.
The crowd appears to be a little bipartisan here.
Oh, yeah.
In favor, and I think a lot of the fans here really do not know how to take Mr. Earl Strickland. And I'm not saying that his behavior is correct, but whatever, that's what it takes for him to make him play good. You know, he has to get that emotion out. And there's no denying his greatness. The guy can really play. And not only will I tell you, but he will too.
Well, he's been knocking those balls in with a lot of authority, but that last game got away from him.
Well, the shots that he tried to play it safe, and it was a very difficult safe, and he hit it awfully well, and it came up just a fraction off. I mean, you know, you talk about a lot of games being games of inches. This is a game of millimeters.
Correct.
Now we see something new here. We see a little break with a shot for Efren. Give him a chance to get a little momentum back. And this will be very routine for him. As far as making the match close, this has to be good to give him a chance to get up here and get his arm loosened up a little bit and get back in command of the table again. Feel like you're playing here rather than just watching.
For a moment there, we thought Earl Strickland was up to end the night with just 2 games left for him, but seems like Efren Reyes has other ideas.
Yeah, he gets to have a little say in that.
So it's down now to a 3-game advantage for Earl Strickland at 33-30. Now Efren needs only 5 games to wrap it up. Earl needs 2. But of course, Efren is at the table. Got a good break the last time around.
Referee meticulously inspects the rack, and now Efren prepares to break. We're ready for game 64. You got a little top spin on the cue ball a second consecutive time, and generally that hurts you, but both times he's come up with some type of a shot.
We've got 2 of the balls in the opposite corner pockets.
Fine, long, straight follow shot. Now he has control of the table. Played the 2 in the side and then the 3 in the corner. I think we may see 2 consecutive break and runouts in a row for Efren. This is the difference right here. This transition, sometimes Earl's cue ball gets a little bit away from him. He gets too straight in and he has to force the ball around with a good shot. Or Efren is on angle all the time, so the cue ball is naturally traveling in the right direction. And he takes great care. That 4 ball, it seemed very easy. He put some care into that to make sure the cue ball located itself in the proper place. It's not about the shot they're on. It's about achieving the right angle for the third ball down the way is what they're looking at.
Masterful execution there by Efren Reyes. And it's a 2-game match.
Well, this
down
is
from 4.
just incredible, the
Well,
performance on both players, I tell you.
I tell you, at first I was incredulous. Now I'm even more than just that. A lot of the people here are up on their feet trying to catch every bit of the action.
I see quite a few smiles on the spectator's face, too. Totally amused by the high level of play.
You see Earl Strickland inspecting the scoreboard there.
Earl seems to think that the cue ball is not in a satisfactory place.
Who says it's over the line?
Well, I'll tell you what happens in the rack area, break area, is that when somebody has break a lot there, it gets awful warm, and you don't like to break from out of a hole because it sets the cue ball hopping. And when the cue ball's bouncing, then it's much easier to get off the table or into a pocket. It's much harder to control. Plus, it diminishes the amount of power that you get into the rack when there's a bounce to the cue ball because you're actually driving the one ball downwards rather than on a real linear path. Tremendous shot.
Well, as we said, Efren talks back with his cue stick.
He made a tremendous shot, but he had to give up a little bit on position, and now he's going to have to come up with yet another tremendous shot here. Sure, right now when he's chunky, he's weighing on his options of offense or defense. Looks like he's playing offense. Tremendous shot. Absolute tremendous speed and tremendous accuracy. This looks a little reminiscent of the old Efren.
Oh, yes.
And now Efren has taken a page right out of Earl's playbook and come back at him with 3 consecutive breaker runouts. Fantastic pull.
Oh, yes. And you can hear the crowd here applaud in appreciation for what Efren Reyes just did. Just a 1-game advantage here for Earl Strickland. The score stands at 33-32. First player to get to 35 wins will end the session for this evening. The format is we'll carry over the score tonight to tomorrow evening to end on Saturday.
You know, I think this is what's so intriguing about professional pool. 3 innings ago, Earl had a nice 4 or 5 game lead, was coasting and chatting with the audience, and now with virtually no turn at the table, good turn, the score's back within 1 game again. One ball went in the side pocket. It's a very difficult shot, but when you've been at the table for a while and are loosened up, that really aids you in making that ball. If you have to get out of your chair cold and shoot that one, the make ratio is not near as high.
Well, looking at that shot, Efren Reyes may have lost his concentration a bit.
Yeah, he certainly did, and even you can see his body move a little bit on the delivery of the stick, and that move, that tip, that 1/16 of an inch that I told you can't allow. and it cost him in accuracy. He made quite a few tough shots, and that it's physically draining. You stand there and run 3 racks, and then you come up with a 2-ball like he had, then cut that in and get a shot. So Strickland gets a nice layout to work with. And nicely executed 2-rail position shot.
Okay, 1 game away from ending up tonight's session, 34-32 in favor of Earl Strickland.
Earl commented to the crowd that the little flurry of racks that Efren put on, they put some cobwebs on his stick.
Well, those cobwebs certainly didn't make too much of a difference in the way he made it that run.
Earl's trying to engage kind of Efren in conversation. That will not.
Well, Efren's not obliging.
No. He won't be drawn into that game. Earl's loving another tremendous break. That's a tremendous shot. And the reward. Absolute reward. And another nice shot. He's got everything freed up here. It's just a matter of holding your composure. Well, he hits point.
They're certainly going at it now.
Okay. Earl giving a little soliloquy here on the end of this rack. What a tremendous day's play.
Oh, yes. Earl Strickland winning the first night of this 3-evening affair called The Color of Money, a 9-ball challenge. So they head back for the pool table again tomorrow, with the score standing at 35 for Earl Strickland and 32 for Efren Reyes. And tomorrow, of course, we're going to carry over this score, and another 35 wins will end tomorrow's session, and we go for 120 on Saturday. This has been Ed Pixon with Mark Wilson over here at Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Ridgeways Bar and Restaurant here in Hong Kong. I'm Ed Pixon for Vintage Sports, and with me is Mark Wilson for the second night of the $100,000 showdown between two of the greatest pool players that the world has ever seen. And these are Earl Strickland of the United States of America and Efren Reyes of the Philippines. And Mark, last night, certainly these two players did not disappoint us.
Oh, no, they didn't. And I noticed tonight that Efren has reappeared with a little eye of the tiger. I'm sure he's here to reestablish himself as a foe.
Yes, Earl Strickland won the initial showdown last night to the tune of 35-32. Now that score will be carried over this evening, and then tomorrow will be the final day wherein the leader will go for 50 more games to wrap it all up.
Yeah, the leader has to obtain 120 rack wins, so we're looking at a good long format, and this gives both players a real fair chance to establish themselves.
Well, we saw for ourselves real pool savvy and a lot of intensity as far as these two players are concerned, and we expect more of the same this evening. So stay with us. We'll have the $100,000 challenge, World 9-Ball Challenge for you when we come back.
The players' performance yesterday was everything that we were led to believe. This match was expected to be as both players played their hearts out for us. Could we please show our appreciation with a ample round of applause for both players? Okay, thank you. As most of you know, the score stands at 35 games for Mr. Strickland, 32 games for Mr. Reyes. Tonight's match will conclude when one of these two greats reaches a total of 70 games won. The match will conclude tomorrow night when someone reaches a total game count of 120 wins and will be rewarded with $100,000 US. But more importantly, he will walk away with the title of the greatest player on earth. Due to the fact that we have close quarters here, please give both of these deserving champions total respect with regards to the physical movement in the room during play, mobile phones, and appreciative applause for good shots and games. And now the players. Any place in the world that you go to play pool, you only have to mention the name Efren and Earl, and the people there know who you're talking about. Please welcome from Angeles City, Philippines, Mr. Efren Reyes. And from Greensboro, North Carolina, Mr. Earl Strickland. Let's rack the balls.
Well, here we go.
Resumption of the $100,000 challenge winner-take-all in 9-ball. As we mentioned at the opening of this particular segment, Earl Strickland leads the match 35 games to 32. And tonight we'll wrap it up as soon as one of the players reaches 70 games won. Another good break by Earl here, Mark.
Yeah, he's opened the rack nicely, and he just now looked at the 5 to make sure that it passed by the 6, and it appeared that he was happy with the way it was laying. So, a real good chance for him to score the draw first blood here.
Well, we can see that Earl Strickland has come out of the gates on fire, as it were. This is the type of movement that we saw last night. Whenever Earl was on a run, he would be very decisive and very quick with his decisions.
Well, he lashed out with a couple major flurries within that, and Efren seemed to withstand the punishment and even delivered a couple of his own.
Well, it was as close as it could get, the first match yesterday. Ooh, what happened there?
Well, not an easy shot, and it was deceptive because he had to cut it thin and make the speed proper to get the angle on the 9.
Well, we were saying that
Efren Reyes had several runs of his own, and he held his own against Earl Strickland yesterday. As a matter of fact, he even gained the lead several times during the match, but Strickland beat him to it. Actually, towards the end, Earl Strickland had a 5-game edge, which Efren was able to narrow down to only one.
Yeah, and he had a chance to bring the match 34-33, and he missed a shot. It was a difficult shot, but he did miss a ball that would have drawn the match that much closer.
Well, Efren wins the first game, and he gets the 1 ball in the side pocket.
And I certainly think that's going to be what's going to tell the tale for Efren tonight, if he can come off the break with a little better results than what he had last night.
Certainly a lot to be desired as far as that department is concerned last night for Efren Reyes.
Well, to make matters worse with that department, it's something that's a little bit out of your own control as well. Now, he's chosen a roll out here. That's where he takes a foul, and the incoming player has a choice, an option to either accept the shot and play from there or give it back. Earl's going to play the kick shot. Yeah, tremendous shot.
Remarkable shot by Earl Strickland. As he said, it's one of his fortes. He set himself up very beautifully.
So this kid from Greensboro, North Carolina, can really play.
Oh, yes. Well, the crowd here at Ridgeways has certainly given these two gentlemen a lot of respect, especially after what we saw last night.
Nicely executed.
And
we're blessed with a very knowledgeable crowd here,
yeah,
too. I think you can kind of look around and see people from all walks of life and a lot of the upper class.
Well, this is a by invitation only affair, and well, Mr. Bob Moore, the proprietor of Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant, has certainly seen to it that the people who come here know and appreciate the sport.
Well, the score now stands at 36 for Strickland and 33 for Reyes. We're about ready to witness Strickland's patented break. Didn't hit him with the same dynamic effect he has in some of his breaks in the past.
Got the 8 ball in the side pocket with some body English on the part of Earl Strickland there.
And he's getting a pretty good shot off the break. This was something that haunted him a little bit last night. He just wasn't having very good fortunes off the break. But nonetheless, still managed to squeak out 6 or 8 break and run out racks.
Well, certainly he had a better time of it than Efren.
But right away, he's found his good pace, and that does not bode well for Mr. Reyes.
Well, he's striding very confidently, and his shot making is just superb at this juncture. And now Earl Strickland posts a 4-game advantage at 37-33. But we've seen, from what we saw last night, we know that Efren Reyes does not get worried about such a lead, because he can always come up with some of his own flurries and just make it a lot more exciting.
Well, that's right. And a few games between these two players is virtually no safe lead at all. So Efren knows at any one moment he could actually lash out and tie the match or even take the lead without Earl even having benefit of another turn at the table. And we started off with a very swift pace to this match.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see how long they can maintain that.
Well, there was some discussion last night about how Efren plays to the cue ball and on the table.
Well, upon further inspection, the wear area where a player would set the cue ball has become pitted, and the cue ball will not settle under the legal definition of where you must break from.
It rolls down to.
So the players have to work a little harder to place their opening shot. And I believe Earl's got a pretty good shot at Karam, the 9-ball in for a game-winning shot.
That's what he's looking at. Yep. It is now a 5-game lead by Earl Strickland over Efren Reyes at 38-33. Break, I bet that break.
Well, that's 2 consecutive break and runouts for Earl, so he's well on his way.
Earl Strickland leads at 38 games to 33. Efren Reyes has only been able to get to the table once in tonight's session.
And certainly at this pace, our night's work will be done quite early.
Certainly looks that way.
What a dynamic break.
Just as he wanted it.
That was his good break. One, he creates unbelievable power, but then maintains that accuracy with the cue ball. So the cue ball doesn't fly off the table or run around the table. And this only comes with hours and hours of practice on a daily basis. You cannot maintain that high degree of timing that's required to do that with anything less.
Well, you can see the precision that these players display. You know that a lot of hard work was put in.
Nice speed on that. He's achieved an ideal angle to transfer the cue ball other end of the table. And while you cannot take shots for granted, it's looking like an imminent third break and run out in a row for Mr. Strickland.
He's starting out like a house on fire, as we always say. It's come out real smoky here on the second night of the World 9-Ball Challenge here at the Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. He now leads by 6 games over Efren Reyes at 39-33. The only time that Efren was able to come up to the table was when Strickland missed a shot and Efren only had to hold out 2 more balls. And
well, they call Earl the $1 million man, and the reason is that they had an insurance policy of the tournament that dared anyone to run from the break 10 consecutive games. Well, Earl accomplished that, and that's how he became the $1 million man. And I think he's kind of showing you how he was able to do it.
Earl tells referee Neil Martin to check the position of his cue ball.
Well, another thunderous break, and that 9-ball's heading for the corner pocket. Time and again, if you notice, it's ending in the same place.
And does he have a shot at the 9-ball in this particular?
It looks like he may. I can't tell from this angle. If he feels confident with the cut on the 2-ball, I think he's just going to play the 2 straight away. Okay. Yeah, rather than risk a shot that would be a carom, he chose a little bit safer route, and I know he felt like if he could get a pretty good shot off the 2-ball, that he would go ahead and continue to finish up the game. Well, we're seeing some vintage Earl Strickland pool right now. Tremendous draw stroke to obtain position on the 6. Now he's drawing it back for the 7. He's a little concerned with the side pocket coming into play here. If you elevate and use backspin, it makes the pocketing of the 7-ball more difficult. And if you choose to not, then you have to run the risk of possibly scratching in the side. He's elevated and made it look awful easy.
Goes for the combination to put his 40th game away. And as we said, Earl Strickland has come out smoking, and the second night of the Color of Money is what this affair is called. A $100,000 pot at stake, winner take all. And this is a race to 120, actually, over 3 nights here at the Ridge Race Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. This is the biggest lead, I believe, that we've ever had in this tournament, this competition. 7-game lead by Earl Strickland over Efren Reyes.
Looks like Earl's going to keep score himself here to make sure that we're doing our job properly.
Now there you see the logo of the venue of this one-of-a-kind match between Earl Strickland of the United States and Efren Reyes of the Philippines.
Strickland's on a 4 consecutive break and run out, and he's won 1 game previous to that to get to that point. And he hammered the break once again, but he wasn't the beneficiary of a ball dropping.
Well, he almost got the 1 ball in the corner pocket, but just didn't roll a couple of centimeters more.
Well, Efren opened up with a nice shot. It was a little more difficult than what met the eye, even though the 1 ball was there to get the cue ball in the proper alignment for the 2. It took a little doing.
As he said last night at Finesse, that Efren shows on the pool table is just unbelievable.
What a nice position shot that was. Perfect execution in the 3-rail position. To this point in the match, I don't believe Efren's missed a shot. He won the first game of the evening, made a ball on the break, and was forced to push out. Earl kicked that ball in, and then broke and ran out 4 racks after that.
Right.
Nice speed. Efren obtained just a little bit of straight angle on the 8 so that he could just stop the cue ball rather than maintain perfect position.
He wins his second game of the evening, cuts the lead of Earl Strickland to 6 at 40-34.
So each player's, well, we've yet to complete each player's second turn, and we've already had 7 games elapsed.
Good break by Efren, and he set up nicely for the 2-ball.
Well, he's not really. He's awfully straight on this. He can make the 2, but obtaining the ideal position on the 3 does not look readily available. And the chance for a scratch, he can possibly foul this ball in. It's very difficult to use backspin because the cue ball is located on the cushion. Now, he hit it pretty good, but pocket just wouldn't hold it. Very nice shot, executed by Earl. He was able to maintain pretty good cue ball control.
It sidled up to the 8-ball.
Now I'm sitting for once in the proper area. It looks like it would be makeable. He's scrutinizing it closer than I am. He's going rail first, so apparently it wasn't makeable. What a spectacular rail first shot that was. Now this kid's absolutely on fire.
Oh, yes. Sizzling start here by Earl Strickland. He posted a 7-game lead earlier, but Efren Reyes was able to take a game. So that's down to 6 now, 40-34. Earl's on a run again.
And that was one of those elevated cue shots that I had made mention of earlier that are his absolute specialty. He's back into his 2-stroke rhythm. It's lights out for these balls.
No problem there. Back to a 7-game advantage for Earl Strickland at 41-34. Break up it. We don't have to talk anymore in between games because they're gonna splice it up anyway. It's just too long.
Yeah, right.
Has this particular format been done before, 35-35?
No. It was only for this one event, just so that we could get a real long enough test that both players could get a chance to get acclimated to the table, comfortable. Yeah, Earl come out with another flurry. This is about the 3rd major flurry, because he won this game and then 4 more with it. That's pretty devastating. In Efren's behalf, the 2-ball that he had to shoot at last game was just murder to have to make that shot.
Score stands at 41 games for Earl Strickland and 34 for Efren Reyes. This is the second of the 3-night affair in the color of money. That's what it's called, the $100,000 challenge, winner take all, between 2 of the greatest players that the pool world has ever seen.
Earl's got to negotiate some balls, and he's eyeing it up. This will be an incredible shot. It's an off-angle combination shot he's looking at. Plus, he's got to negotiate through 3 balls to get to it. Well, he was able to avoid the combination. I didn't see that shot as even available. It was a tremendous shot.
Earl Strickland now showing the control side of his game.
And he's worried about the cue ball being impeded by the 8th ball. And if you notice, his balls are going right in the middle of the pocket. Even on the difficult shots, he's having absolutely no trouble finding the pocket.
Well, I was talking to Efren Reyes after the match last night, and he had real nice words about the pocketing of Earl Strickland. He says he's one of the best.
Yeah, he has an uncanny accuracy, and no matter how much you practice, I'm not sure that could be learned.
Earl Strickland is not letting up on his very aggressive play tonight. Score is 42-34. Okay. Score stands at 42 for Strickland, 34 for Efren Reyes.
Well, we've played 9 games tonight, and of those 9 games, Earl Strickland has broken ran the entire table 5 times. Now that's a level of 9-ball that we've never seen, and it's been happening consistently throughout these last couple days. Efren approaches the table after Strickland's finally come up dry on the break. That might be the first time tonight. Well, the crowd applauding a push-out. They saw the 9-ball go in and thought it was a legal shot.
Well, Earl passes it back to Efren.
This is not a very palatable situation to have to approach the table with. Sit there for a long time. Earl's got a shot at the 1, but this requires a little negotiating to get the proper position. Yeah, made it look effortless. That's only the second ball that we've seen Earl miss tonight, I believe.
That's true.
Hey, Efren's trailing by 8 games, and that's not really the significant part of it. He needs to get a couple good starts here. 8 games is not an insurmountable lead at all.
Not at his level of play.
not at all. But he really needs to kind of get established here and get in the match. Through no fault of his own, he's trailing. The other players just played so well. Unlike in other sports, in this sport, you may not get some good starts for a good long while when the players are playing at such a high level, and luck is not playing a role for you either.
Well, especially if you don't get a turn at the table.
Exactly.
Because the other one's playing that well.
And that's what's unique to this sport. And I think that adds a certain level of intrigue or mystery as to it's compelling drama.
Well, there's a certainly high drama because I can imagine what sort of desperation seeps into your mind when you're just sitting there watching the guy do his thing.
Yeah, just like when Efren retaliated last night with 4 or 5 rack runs. Earl said, "Hey, there's cobwebs on my cue."
Yeah.
Well, absolutely no one doubts Efren Reyes' supremacy at rotation.
Well, Efren Reyes wins his 3rd game of the evening and cuts the lead down to 42-35.
Well, Efren really nailed that break. Look at the cue ball, stopped dead. The 8 ball sifted in the back pocket. And unfortunately, I believe the 3 ball may have impeded the 1 ball's access to the corner pocket. If that's the case, we will not see him play a combination shot, I don't believe. Look at this masterful safety.
Just hid that cue ball behind the 3.
The speed and the control that was required, that's harder than making most shots. And the knowledgeable audience here acknowledged that.
With a lot of oohs and ahs.
Well, that fine safety was rewarded now. Efren is going to get to start this game with ball in hand. That's the penalty for a foul in 9-ball pool. Now, statistically speaking, with players of this skill, when you award your opponent ball in hand, it's an 85 to 90% immediate loss. So it's just near death to commit a foul.
Why does it happen that way, Earl, that when you give your opponent ball in hand, he's most likely to make it?
Well, because he gets to start with such a good position, and once these guys establish control of the table, and especially the masterful Efren Reyes position play, he very seldom has to make a great shot after he starts with ball in hand. Now he's obtained pretty straight in angle on the 5, and he's going to have to force it just a little bit. And this was probably the best he could have did under the circumstances, but less than what you would like to have. He hit that ball awful nice. You had to use quite a bit of speed, and when you go down the rail at that speed, the pocket's very unforgiving.
It's as if the pocket shrinks, huh?
Absolutely. When the ball comes at it with speed, the pocket size diminishes.
Well, 2 games in a row. This is the first time that Efren's been able to manage it tonight. And the score is 42-37. I'm sorry. correction there. It's 42-36 in favor of Earl Strickland. When one of the players reaches 70 games won, and we will retire tonight's session to come back tomorrow.
Boy, he maneuvered the cue ball around the six quite nicely there. One of the things the viewers at home might enjoy watching is if you notice how loose Efren grips the pool cue. This allows him to obtain a high volume of spin on the ball with a minimum amount of force. And he can achieve shots that the other players don't even imagine. Their strokes aren't capable of affecting the cue ball in the same way. The ultralight grip, what it does is it allows just 19 ounces of cue to strike the cue ball as opposed to 19 ounces plus 10 foot-pounds of muscle pressure. And when you get that extra weight hitting that, it doesn't apply spin. It just slides the ball out there.
What sort of advantage does spin give a player?
Okay, what it allows him to do is utilize, it makes the pockets much more forgiving because he can use minimum speeds, but travel the cue ball great distances because it retains so much spin so freely. So he pockets balls a little freer and he's able to do more dynamic things with the cue ball.
It is now 42 Strickland, 37 Reyes.
Interestingly enough, that's Efren's first break and run out of the evening. Well, these guys are both warriors, and I'm sure that it's going to be very exciting throughout the evening.
Well, it has been throughout this match. First night, we ended the session with Strickland in the lead at 35-32. Score now stands at 42 games for Strickland and 37 for Reyes.
Oh, a flash of the old Efren there. He opened this rack with a tremendous shot on the one ball. Now it's just a matter of maintaining his focus through the rest of the balls there. They're aligned properly. And he seems to be pocketing balls a little freer than he was earlier in the match, where he's kind of established a rhythm and the tempo now. You know, in addition to the great shooting we're seeing, to be able to compose yourself when you're trailing in a match like this, with your opponent playing so well, where it just looks like you have no chance. This is really where the experience comes in, and this is what makes this a sport.
Well, I guess for mere mortals, the temptation to try and hurry it up would just be too great.
You're absolutely right.
Score is 42 for Strickland, 38 for Efren Reyes.
As you were saying before, the temptation to hurry up is definitely great. It has to be fought. You're not going to win a bunch of games in a row with one stroke of the cue. You have to make a ball at a time, and it's hard to maintain that level of tempo that makes you stay focused, shot after shot, ball after ball. But that's what's necessary.
We're going to be fighting against human nature, but that's what makes great players, right?
More importantly, I think that's what makes this such an interesting thing to watch, when you're aware of all the different subtleties that go into the sport. Now, Efren's confronted with another difficult ball to pocket. If he makes it, the reward's fairly great. Taking the himself. Make sure he gives himself a real good delivery with the tip through the cue ball. One of the few times that we've seen him where he really actually took a moment to He's hitting the pocket nicely now. He had to use some power on that, and that demands accuracy. Made it look effortless. I'm here to tell you, it's very difficult. If it was any easier, I'd be out there doing it myself.
Well, the crew was telling me that you showed them a thing or two about pool earlier. All right, Efren Reyes coming back with a flurry of his own with 5 straight games to narrow the gap to just 3 games, 42-39.
Interesting enough, that's Efren's 3rd consecutive break and run out.
But the score standing at 42 for Strickland, 39 for Reyes. Efren now with the break. Again, he doesn't get the good fortune of holding out any of the balls, and that brings up Strickland after a 5-game run by Efren Reyes.
Strickland opened with a nice shot. He wasn't rewarded with ideal position, but he has a makeable ball. He seems to have a good composure tonight as well.
Yes.
Staying real focused on the match. What a tremendous shot that was. Sometimes in the past he's had to not only defeat his opponent, but it's some of the inner demons that seem to haunt him or plague him through the years.
Well, we were witness last night of some display of temper by Earl Strickland, but that didn't seem to affect his game too much. On the contrary, he won last night's session 35-32.
Well, he's cruised through this rack effortlessly after pocketing the 2-ball. He had to open the rack with 2 tough shots, and then after that he gained control of the table and went through the rack easily.
And it is back to a 4-game lead by Earl Strickland, 43-39.
Yeah.
Score at 42 for Strickland, 39 for Reyes.
Now we get to see another tremendous break shot.
Beautiful break there by Earl Strickland.
And this is really power pool at its best. When it's on, it's a beautiful thing. Enables you to accrue quite a few games in short order.
Which is what he did at the start of this session. Opened up an 8-game lead at 42-34. Efren had his moments and cut it down to 42-39 until Earl won the last game to make it 43-39.
Well, Earl's confronted with a power shot, and not an easy one. I don't think the 8-ball impedes his swing, but he's going to have to muscle up a little bit on this ball. A shot that's very missable for mortals, but players of this talent seem to cruise right through those. And yet another break and run out for Earl Strickland.
So it's now 44 for Strickland, 39 for Reyes. The score is 44 for Strickland, 39 for Reyes.
Well, Strickland made a nice break, but the cue ball got away just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And he's in a push-out position now. That means he's going to take a foul and try to maneuver the cue ball to a little better place on the table. He's declared push. Efren will now come to the table with an option. An option to accept the table as it is or force Earl to play from here.
One is not obliged to call out the push.
Well, actually it is, but if it's an obvious situation, then it's, we know what's intended. Chose a safety. Not sure if he's not happy with it at all. The one ball hit the point. I can see on the monitor that Earl has a makeable shot. Right now, Efren's just not getting the benefit of much of the good fortunes. And I don't mean to say that Earl is getting a lot of good fortune. He's created his own luck. But Efren really, even though he had a little flurry in there, has yet to really look like he's super comfortable out there. I guess it would be kind of hard to feel real comfortable when your opponent doesn't miss a ball.
Yeah.
Racks and racks on end. You know, part of what's creating the high level play is that the playing conditions in this place are absolutely impeccable. The table's playing great, the cloth is new, the balls are clean. These are all important factors in being able to maintain a high level of play.
Not to mention the crowd, of course, that certainly has been behaving very nicely, so that no distractions are there for the players.
Looks like Earl's going to cruise through yet another rack.
Yes. It is now 45 for Strickland, 39 for Efren Reyes. 6-game lead.
on the screen in the background, I think we can see Mr. Puyat.
Yes, Mr. Popit Puyat just came in, just flew in active from the Philippines, and that should boost the morale of Efren Reyes. His benefactor is on hand together with son Joey. Of course, beside Mr. Puyat earlier, we saw Mr. Bob Moore of Ridgeways.
And really, the sport of pool owes Mr. Bob Moore a debt of gratitude, and I mean players past, present, and future all do for attempting to bring pool into the forefront of all sport.
Well, I believe this particular match is a concept conceptualized by Mr. Moore, and he has given it all-out support.
Well, the TV people that he acquired are absolutely fantastic to work with.
Well, thank you very much. He also provided us with a great commentator and analyst in the person of Mr. Mark Wilson here.
Well, that was nice of you to say that. Had you said it just like I wrote it earlier.
Meantime, Earl Strickland goes about this particular game as if it was all in the script that he wrote. Picking up win number 46 to 39 of Efren Reyes.
9:30.
Tell us again, Mark, is there any particular order as far as the balls are concerned when they rack them up?
Well, we tried to maintain fairness by putting the balls in the same numerical sequence in the rack, and so the 1 goes on the front and 2 in the back, the 3 and the 4 are on the wings, the exterior of the rack, and the rest of them is random, but those are the ones that are the most important. And that way it's uniform for both players so that they have the best chance of obtaining a shot from the break. Well, in the United States, when somebody plays like this, we call it dead stroke, which means they just making ball after ball with no problem. Hard ones, easy ones alike. And Earl came out of the gate on the dead run.
Well, he's hardly made any mistake tonight. Maybe 1 or 2 minor ones that gave Efren Reyes an opportunity a couple of times. But Efren so far has not been able to sustain that, although he did have a 5-game run earlier.
Well, as the score stands right now, Earl has broken run out 7 times tonight, and Efren's only broken run out 3. And discounting those games, Efren's actually made up a game on the score from last night. So it kind of bears out what we said about what each player needs to do to win, is that Efren needs to get into a game where there's shooting in each rack for both players. That's where his strength lies. And conversely, Earl needs to play the break and run out game.
Score is now 47-39. Score is 47 Strickland, 39 Reyes, and Strickland again for the break.
Tremendous follow-through extension on the break. And I believe Earl's come up dry on this break.
Yes. That brings up Efren Reyes again. After cooling his heels for quite a while there. As Earl won 5 straight games.
Well, Efren obtained a bit of good fortune there, but he played a smart shot. The cue ball was on this end rail, and it was unlikely that he was going to leave much with it, so he could be a little more aggressive on that shot. See the nice draw stroke. Now this shot is a little tricky because the 3 and 9 are not aligned perfectly for the pocket, so you have to manage the 3 ball into the 9 properly in order to get it to go.
You got it. 47 to 40 in favor of Earl Strickland.
It certainly doesn't take him long to clip off a bunch of games, does it? Reyes has just completed his break, and his break is working much better tonight for him than it did last night.
Before that last game, Strickland had erected another 8-point lead, or 8-game lead rather, over Reyes, but Efren Reyes was able to win the last game, so it's now 47 to 40. And this is another opportunity for Efren to gain some headway.
Yeah, much needed momentum back. He made a real nice shot moving the 7 ball away from the 9 with that last one and maintaining the cue ball on line for the 4 ball as well. Efren really hasn't made very many mistakes. He just hasn't had enough turns.
Right. And some stroke of bad luck has also affected his performance tonight.
Well, he's still got some work to do here. He's going to have to negotiate the cue ball off the 8 ball and pick up a shot on the 7 position-wise. He played it great. Moved the cue ball all the way down here. A lot of players wouldn't have thought of taking the chance of doing that. He barely caught the point of the side pocket. Now he's going to make another nice shot with power into a small side pocket at the angle he approached it. Yeah, another good shot. Now, this game was won by terrific shot making.
Yeah. It's 47 Strickland, 41 Reyes. Also, the charming ladies on hand to help out. And the color of money, this $100,000 challenge, winner take all. And certainly, Mr. Bob Moore has invited a lot of them.
Well, Efren made the 1 ball on the side, and as we said last track, his break is definitely working better tonight.
Efren Reyes trying to get back into the game, who currently
trails by 6 games, 47-41.
He's weighing up how he wants to obtain position, and there's a couple choices. One, he could use draw on the cue ball backspin and go to the end rail first directly, or he could come to the side rail and use some inside spin. And he chose the inside spin to the side rail first. Looks like it's worked out pretty well. I think he's going to try to hit this ball very softly. He used a little speed. A little extra speed. I'm not sure that it's worked out. He's going to have to make a nice cut back to the corner pocket. Oh, excellent. Excellent shot. Made that look easy. That was quite a bit tougher than what it appeared. Also, a huge advantage. Soft speed of the pocket, Ed. The pocket is so much more willing to accept the ball that's slightly errantly struck. Reyes is really showing some break and run out skills of his own here this evening.
Yes.
We were denied the privilege of seeing much of that last night.
He gains some ground here, and the score is now 47 Strickland, 42 Reyes. Score is 47 for Strickland and 42 for Efren Reyes.
Another ball crushing break by Reyes tonight. Stopped the one ball pretty good, or stopped the cue ball pretty good. The big trick here will be getting position on the two ball. The two ball rests very near the cue ball, and he's eyeing up where he would like to be. The one ball is not just an absolute gimme. He's going to have to cut this one ball pretty thin, and this makes cue ball control a little precarious. It's made a nice shot. Had to tickle the two ball. You generally avoid running into object balls, but the difficulty of the one ball was such that you couldn't have total command over the table like you would like. Still got some negotiating to do. He's a little bit what we call off angle, which means the cue ball doesn't naturally want to float over to where he would like to be for his next shot. Going to require some manipulation on his part. And he chose the safe route. That's what we call cinching the ball, making sure he made the two ball.
Whoa.
Well, he clearly was dissatisfied with the outcome of the shot. He moved his body, and this is maybe the second time within the last couple of days. It looked to me like he just flinched a little bit on delivery of the stroke.
Well, she sat down, Efren let out with a big grimace.
Appears he was fortunate and didn't leave Earl much of a shot here. Earl's wasting no time in illuminating that point for the audience.
Came with a good shot, however.
They made a legal hit, but unfortunately it turned out much to Mr. Reyes' favor.
Yes.
Mr. Strickland is the more temperamental and high-strung of the two players by far. And
that's an understatement there, O'Brien.
yeah, it certainly is. But somehow I think it adds to the genius of his play. I think to take that away from him would maybe tie him up a little bit. I don't think he'd be as free to express his skill on the table if he couldn't express his mind verbally as well.
It certainly spices up the match. And now Efren Reyes has cut the lead down to only 4 games, 47-43.
Efren set the break once again. Been doing a very nice job with the break tonight. Really controlling the cue ball much better. He's obtained a kiss. He's come up a little bit dry. He's clearly dissatisfied.
Is there any way that, or any kind of a situation where the referee could penalize a player for what he would perceive to be improper behavior?
Well, that's certainly a possibility. And the one problem with that is we have a relatively inexperienced referee, and you really hate to do that. But it's an arbitrary or judgment call, and there's certainly been times before, and then Mr. Strickland will be no newcomer to that anyway. Or one time we used to have a thing in the pro tournaments where you couldn't concede the 9-ball, or it was a $50 fine. And Earl missed a shot, swept the 9 off the table. Tournament director came out in the middle of the tournament and said, Mr. Strickland, that'll be a $50 fine. Not so much that he just wanted to inform him not to do it again. And Earl was not in a real good mood. He said, here's 100. Keep it for the next time when I do it.
Well, characteristically Strickland. But it has also been very characteristic of Earl Strickland to just bounce back, and now has put up another 5-game lead over Efren Reyes, 48-43. Game match, 48-43.
Well, that's something that we haven't seen from either player. It's the first time that we've seen this cue ball flew off the table, and Earl lost his concentration there just briefly while he was instructing the referee in the proper way to handle his job. And I know what Mr. Strickland feels. He feels like he shouldn't have to tell the referee or his opponent their jobs, because he's a perfectionist in his. And in most other sports, they have the knowledgeable staff to help. But unfortunately, pool's not to the stage where, in reality, we just don't have the experience level.
Right now, Efren trails by 5 games, 43-48. and he just can't seem to sustain the run that he starts.
Well, the problem that's happened to Efren tonight is that Earl is just breaking and running out so many games that he's denied any opportunity to possibly lay claim to.
Mm-hmm.
He really hasn't committed that many unforced errors. I think each player maybe has 2 at this point, but Earl's clearly won the break and run out contest.
Oh, yes.
And Efren's done an excellent job with that aspect of it. And here you see what I'm talking about. When somebody fouls on the break, boy, it's just a terrible thing. You lose that game for sure, and sometimes a couple more with it.
And Efren Reyes seized the day there. And it's now 48 Strickland, 44 Reyes. Efren Reyes at the break, with the score standing at 48 games for Strickland and 43 for Reyes. And once again, he is unable to get something out of the break.
Well, for sure tonight it appears to me, and it's easy to say when someone's having more success, but it really appears that Efren's concentrating better on the break shot. Really focusing on making sure he makes a good square contact, and it's a result. You can see the cue ball stopping dead nearly every time. It's really the first position shot that I've seen Earl struggle with a little bit. Not that was an easy one. Balls hanging in the pocket are the hardest ones to play position from. Earl is absolutely undeterred. He'll show you some great pocketing when he misses with position.
That seems to be the problem now, Mike.
Earl perceives a motion in the background, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great shot. Great shot. It's just a little bit out of line here. He's going to have to muscle up and fire one in. Wasn't quite as severe as it looked. Or at least as he gestured it might be. Okay.
49 Strickland and 44 Reyes.
Well, Earl toughed out a real good game last time for him. He didn't have real good position, but certainly he remembers now that his last got focused on the previous break shot. He's trying to ascertain total mental concentration. You can see the result of the cue ball would indicate that he succeeded. The ball didn't go in. So just like Earl was the recipient the last game of an opening shot from Efren's break, this time Efren's the recipient of a pretty good shot from Earl's break.
Well, you certainly get blessed when your opponent has a good break but doesn't get any luck as far as getting those balls to go in, and you're in good position now.
Nice spin shot by Reyes.
Well, Efren Reyes needs to start to get going again if he wants to stay in this game. He's behind now by 5 games, 49-44.
He hasn't really been blessed with a lot of easy shots tonight. Every shot he's had to make, he's had to really execute to make them. This is another byproduct of a terrific break, is that a lot of times the balls end up near the pockets, and most of the time when Efren's come to the table, they've been in the center of the table, and he's had to fight with them a little bit to make them go. It hasn't caused him to miss, just caused him to use a little more energy.
Yeah. Efren Reyes again taking advantage of the good fortune that he got off the break of Strickland. It is now 49-45, still in favor of Earl Strickland.
Well, we've got quite a battle brewing here. Reyes trails by 4 games.
Well, that has been the story ever since we started tonight's session. Efren Reyes has been playing catch-up, but cannot quite get over the hump. And still, the bad fortune on the break continues to hound Efren.
Well, he hit the rack off the square, and you can see it. He's concentrating better for sure. Cue ball stopped dead, but the balls just are not going in. Top spin shot, which he did. He's making short work of this rack.
Well, his shot making has certainly been impeccable tonight, Mike. You could see the confidence in the movement of Earl Strickland.
I don't know if he's going to like the outcome of this one. Yeah, I guess he got there on the monitor. You can see what he did.
And Strickland ups his lead again to 5 games, 50-45.
Interestingly enough, the last 3 games have been won from the other player's break. And,
That's true.
Just recently, the balls haven't been going in quite as liberally as they were earlier. It could be a tribute to the table conditions changing a little bit. There's quite a few people in here, a little humidity, and the friction is starting to become more apparent from the wear of the cloth.
Well, Strickland electing to go over to the other side again.
Believe it or not, this actually favors the Reyes style of play. If the balls quit going in as freely, and each player comes to the table with a shot, and here we've seen both players come up dry the last 4 breaks. This is might have just been a waiting game for Efren to get established here and get the conditions to his liking. I know initially they started off to Earl's liking, and
well, in the background there of Efren was a picture of Earl Strickland.
Now, Efren made a nice shot, but he overcut the pocket just slightly. I don't mean that he missed the ball. I just mean he hit the high side of the pocket and left a little too much energy in the cue ball. So now he's forced to make a very difficult thin cut. And this is an imminently missable ball. He hit it a little heavy here. I don't know that he's going to be rewarded. Now, it would appear that we're in the position where he's going to have to make a safety. I think what he's going to do is try to put the cue ball by the 5 ball and bank the 3 ball across table. And he's not happy with that. It's not a good safety, but it just gives Earl a chance to kick it and have something fortuitous happen.
Let's see if Earl can pull this off again.
Well, I feel confident he's going to hit the ball. The outcome of the shot I'm not sure about. Earl made a nice hit. He's used good speed, and he's going to leave Efren a very tough ball to make. And this is not the type of shot you like to step to the table facing. Efren played it spectacular.
Yes.
Absolute finesse. A player of any less skill than the great Efren Reyes more than likely would have found a way to miss that last shot. And I think you can kind of see how he has to kind of fight with the balls. They're not cooperating real nicely for him tonight.
Well, it's a test of his ability to compose himself and accept the realities of the situation and work around it.
Well, absolutely, and he's used to playing like this from playing in the Philippines. Sometimes the conditions there are less than ideal.
Well, of course, so we have so many billiard halls, and looks like Efren doesn't really take his pick from among those billiard halls, so wherever he feels like playing, he goes there.
Now, this is a tremendous run out and a much needed boost to his morale, I'm sure.
Oh yes, he really needed that. So Strickland leads the series 50 games to 46. With the score standing at 50 games, Strickland 46, Reyes. Efren at the break.
Oh, once again, a tremendous break. And, he's been rewarded by making the 9 on the break.
Well, a bit of a reversal of fortunes here. You look at that break again, and you see the 9 ball rolling into the corner pocket.
Interesting enough, none of the other balls went in, which that really that does mean that this table's turning away from allowing the balls to go in on the break, and that definitely does favor Efren's style of play. Another tremendous break, and that time the wing ball flew in. And even if Efren doesn't come out with a good offensive shot, just having the right to play the first safety is big in this, oftentimes resulting in a win, especially with someone that's masterful at safeties as Efren Reyes. Look how beautiful this has turned out. He's lodged it in behind a group of 4 balls and left the 1 ball in the center of the table. The idea of leaving the 1 ball in the center of the table is it really diminishes the possibilities of hitting it. When it's near a rail, it becomes what we call a big ball, which means you can hit the rail just before the ball or the ball. And the ball, you can hit either side of it or set head on, so it's nearly 3 balls wide. Now, this is something this is strategy pool. And what we've seen here is Strickland has decided to take an intentional foul and give up ball in hand in an effort to tie up some of the remaining balls and make it difficult for Efren to go ahead and clear up the game and maybe buy himself yet another chance to kick or hit a ball. He realized that hitting the 1 ball was near impossible. Tried to make the most use of that shot. Efren made a nice breakout. There was some luck there, and luck didn't turn out all that favorable for him. But I'm confident that Efren's going to play a safety here that won't be all that appealing of a look to the table when Earl comes back.
Well, we've seen him do that several times in this match.
And he's placed that quite nicely. Locked it on the back of the 5, which really denies the ability to hit downward on the cue ball. Efren making sure the 2 ball's not frozen to the cushion. Yeah, this is the most unappetizing shot to have to come to the table. Yeah, I was getting satisfied. This might be one of these shots where, you might have to try to double the corner pocket. If you use topspin, that makes this ultra difficult. Well,
What's
I'm not sure. I think that was a foul. Legal hit.
So the referee agrees with Earl Strickland that it was a legal hit.
Another terrific billiard shot. Efren's sighting it to see if he's got a shot.
It's just amazing to watch Efren Reyes come up with these masterful safety shots.
Earl's looking at it. He's faced with a situation. I think he has to hit the 2 ball by going rail first, and he made one of these very nicely early in the match today. Made this exact shot. Well,
Makes it again.
Tremendous shot. Now we might have a little turnaround here. Efren is coming to the table facing a kick shot.
He says not as good as Efren's.
Efren gave us a little flash of a hint of a smile here. The score is now 50-47, so Efren really did a masterful job to offset all the wins that Earl's made off the break, and Efren made a tremendous kick shot. And this is what we call making something of nothing. Strickland's returned the safety, and well, I think it'll be a ball that Efren can hit. I'm not sure that he'll go for offense here. He may have to choose to go for defense. He's weighing on his options now. Yet again, Efren comes to the table with not the best the easiest shots. Even the safety's very difficult here. Everything.
Well, he's taking his time and trying to figure out if there is a solution to this puzzle.
Well, he's really had to fight with the balls tonight. They haven't cooperated very nicely, and he's made the most of his opportunities. Well, he played offense, and I want to tell you one thing I saw there. He really kept his body locked still. He overcut the ball a little bit, which is what we call when you overcut a thin cut of that difficulty. To overcut it is the pro side to miss on. The amateurs bludgeon it right directly into the rail. So. Earl's presented with a golden opportunity to take this game. Worried the cue ball going to get straight in. He wanted a little more of an angle. He made a nice shot. Oh, tremendous shot. Tremendous shot. Now this kid has the eye of the tiger.
Well, that was a hard-fought game there between Strickland and Reyes. Strickland winning out and coming up with another 4-game advantage at 51-47.
Yeah, right. It's
Score stands at 51-47 in favor of Earl Strickland. Welcome back to Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant here in Hong Kong with Ed Pixon and Mark Wilson right along the table and getting a good view of the proceedings here.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a one-shot win here. I think Earl's going to play a 2-9 combination to win the game.
And he gets it. Win number 52 for Earl Strickland. And again, he posts a 5-game lead over Efren Reyes at 52-47. Well, Strickland certainly had a magnificent start tonight, Mark, that he has been using as a cushion as against the offense of Efren Reyes, which hasn't really gotten going as much as he'd like.
Well, the only thing that separates the players right now is that Earl has just broken, ran out more times than Efren has tonight. On the games where they each battled a little bit, Efren's made some headway there.
But the way it is, the character of the match tonight certainly is a lot different from what we had previously.
And the standard's even higher. They played very well last night, but tonight it's just unbelievable. Earl made a ball in the break, and he's baffled as to what type of a shot to play due to the fact that the 3 impedes his shot on the 2 ball. He's calling push out. Probably a wise decision. I do not look for Efren to return the shot to Earl. I believe Efren will try to make something out of this. It would appear on the monitor as though the 2 will pass by the 9 down into the corner pocket. And while it's not an easy shot, it's one that you certainly can't give Earl Strickland. Efren moved his body a little bit on that shot. I don't believe he was attempting a safety there. I think that he was fortunate. I think he was trying to pocket the ball. Not sure what type of a play on this shot that Earl has. Oh, he's making a safety. And it's going to be an adequate safety. It won't be ideal. He would have liked to have the cue ball lodged up there next to the 5-9. Efren's made a spectacular kick. Earl's eyeing up a shot here. He may be playing a bank shot. Oh, he's playing straightaway safety. Appears that he's accomplished it. And this is a much improved area of Earl's game over the last few years. He used to just be offense, offense, offense. Well, he's got the defense to go with it. Efren's going to have to try a masse or jump. Chose the masse and overcut the ball. Missed it on the pro side. Ed, that's a little something you can use next time you play too.
Side,
yeah, the pro side. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the 5-9 appears to be the only problem, and Earl may attack it early in this rack. Wasn't able to. Appears as though he may have come pretty straight in on the 3. I know what he'd like to do is get down below the 5-9 so that he could shoot the 5 ball clean all the way down the table into the corner pocket. He made a nice breakout.
Yeah.
Very nice breakout. And now he's faced with the task of making 2 difficult shots in a row beyond what he's already made. The angle's not very conducive to the ideal position here. This is ultra difficult when you elevate like this. It happens to be the Earl Strickland forte.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's made the 2 difficult shots, and he's got the rack spread perfectly for him to go ahead and clear out the game.
Honestly, into doing that,
He made a tough situation look easy.
and again, Strickland with a 6-game lead at 53-47.
Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah. Probably 2 frames or so. 2 or 3.
Strickland set to break now. Leading in the match by 6 games. He's made a tremendous
Beautiful break there.
Stopped the cue ball dead in the center of the table, and the 4 ball came and lodged between him and the 2 ball.
Well, Earl Strickland has certainly shown us a remarkable play in his second night of the Collar of Money $100,000 challenge. Winner take all here at Ridgway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. Has a 6-game lead at 53-47. But this really looks like a difficult shot here, Mike.
Well, he's declared push.
Push. Of course, Efren will now have the option to take the shot or return it to Strickland. So far, I haven't seen Efren back away from a shot.
I think earlier tonight that he gave one back, but it was really a difficult situation. But generally, the incoming player is going to accept the shot. Oh, what a tremendous cut shot. Tremendous cut shot.
Well, he's had a couple of misses on those cut shots tonight, Mike. But that one he did perfectly.
He hasn't been very fortunate on the leave, and now he's faced with an even more difficult shot than what he just played. Yeah, he barely missed it, but
Yeah.
the miss nonetheless, and looks like a sure win for Earl.
Things have certainly been looking up as far as Earl Strickland's game is concerned tonight. Remember, folks, that tonight's session will end when either player reaches 70 games to come back tomorrow and go for 120. Right now, Strickland with another 7.7 game lead at 54-47.
Ladies and gentlemen, after this rack, we're going to adjourn for a 30-minute break.
Off the break, a miss by Earl Strickland on the 2-ball. He leads the match 54 to 47.
Position to get in the 3-ball is not easy. It's an awkward angle to work with, and once again the ball's right deep in the pocket. Tremendous shot.
Efren gets it back there.
Tremendous shot.
And now a golden opportunity for Efren to bounce back, as he is now falling behind by 7 games.
For us lesser skilled players, the scratch looms quite large in the shot that Efren had just played. And I'm here to tell you, the way he hit it with such authority and accuracy, it absolutely took the scratch right out of it, even though the cue ball did wander quite close to the side pocket. It was under total control. Once again, Efren's having to fight with the rack. The balls, just, the angles aren't coming up that conducive to him coasting through them as effortlessly as we're used to seeing. And nice position shot there. A pretty important rack, I think, to obtain right here before the break.
Yes. What would you say that Efren would have wanted to continue and pick up on his momentum?
No, I think he's ready for a break.
All right, we're going to have a 30-minute break with the score now standing at 54 for Strickland and 48 for Efren Reyes.
We're back from the 30-minute break, during which Efren spent most of the time at the table warming up, and Earl Strickland actually left for a while, went out of the venue, Mike.
Yeah, he just wanted to have an opportunity to collect his thoughts and come back and give it absolute 100% effort. he's by no means anywhere near out of the woods.
Oh, yes. Well, Strickland still leads the match 54 games to 48. And again, Efren Reyes does not get the good fortune of knocking any of the balls in. So that'll bring up Earl Strickland once again.
Look at the positioning that the cue ball had for Efren. Had a ball gone in, there was a great likelihood that he would have cleared up the game.
Had the ball spread out all over the table.
I think Earl's overhit that ball. And this is very similar to the way the match started out tonight. Earl had a nice layout to run out and didn't quite obtain that run out.
Certainly, that was a very difficult shot. And
Yeah,
Efren Reyes is up.
he made a good attempt at it, but was not fortunate. Nice clean ball pocket. Really, there's not an existing problem with the remaining balls. It's just that Efren has to remain focused, and this requires energy to maintain that high level of concentration. The concentration won't take a toll on this particular rack, but toward the end of the evening, sometimes it's eating away at your energy level enough that a few more misses come a little easier.
Well, Efren takes care of that one and goes up to 49 games won, as against the 54 of Earl Strickland.
Well, during the break, I was adding up the break and runouts for this, and Earl Strickland so far has made 9 break and runouts. Efren has made 5. Beyond the 5, however, he did get a 9-ball in on the break. So Earl actually leads in games where either player had denied his opponent access to the table by 3.
Oh, but another stroke of bad luck there as Efren scratches.
He made quite a few balls on the break, too.
Yeah.
Looks like he might have made 3 balls. It's a funny thing how the balls break. Sometimes he hit the break previous to this, just absolutely crushing, stopping the cue ball right in the center of the table, made nothing. And he comes in here and he actually missed hit the cue ball side with a little topspin, made 3 balls. Strickland prepares to capture a game.
And he reestablishes a 6-game lead at 55 to 49.
Well, during the break, I was able to sift through the crowd and kind of get the feeling or the flavor of their opinion. On screen now we see our host.
Well,
Mr.
he
Robert
seems
Moore.
pretty happy about the way things are turning out.
Yeah, it's been a very pleasurable match to watch, commentate.
You were saying during the break you talked to some
No, I sifted through the crowd, and the overall consensus was everybody was just delighted with the performance of both players.
Oh,
Electric atmosphere here. We're at Ridgeway's American Pool Bar in Hong Kong.
And you just saw the gentleman responsible for this spectacular event, Mr. Bob Moore. Of course, we also have Mr. Popit Puyat, who just planed in today to lend moral support. And of course, he has also backstopped Mr. Bob Moore in the staging.
of this match.
Boy, tremendous shot, Strickland. The shot that he just made, we call spinning the ball in. Another tremendous shot by Strickland.
Strickland on his way again to picking up another game. It's game 56 for Strickland, as against 49 by Efren Reyes. We'll be right back. Score standing at 56 for Strickland, 49 for Efren Reyes. Strickland at the break.
Well, another tremendous break.
I guess good position for the one ball.
Yeah, there's really everything's on the open. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see yet a second consecutive break and run out by Earl Strickland.
Oh, he's on his way.
Yeah, it was a nice shot.
Oh, very controlled shot there by Strickland.
He's gone right back into opening up very fast and furious.
Well, that's the way he started tonight.
Certainly the break has reinvigorated him.
Certainly looks that way. It is now an 8-game advantage for Earl Strickland at 57 games to Efren Reyes' 49. Color of money, that's what it's called. $100,000 challenge, winner take all, between Earl Strickland of the United States and Efren Reyes of the Philippines. Currently Strickland leads at 57 games to 49. The first to reach 70 games will wrap up the session this evening. Second night of this affair here at Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. There will be the third night to cap it tomorrow night.
Oh, we're going to get to see a patented Earl Strickland jump shot.
Oh boy.
A shot for most would be unmakeable or even
Yeah.
unthinkable, and for him it's almost an automatic.
That's something you'd like to see over and over again. Didn't do as well with that one.
No, that was the wide open offense that I've alluded to periodically throughout the match. That sometimes Efren Bata might have chose a safety or defensive posture there because that was such a difficult shot. Once once again, Efren has to open up with a difficult lay of the balls to clear him up, and especially considering this is essentially his first good shot after the break. And that was a tremendous shot. He used warp drive speed.
What did you call that again?
Warp drive, and it's a Star Trek term.
Oh, okay.
These racks are coming about as difficult as pulling teeth for Efren and for Earl. It's just like a hot knife through butter. It's just the way the balls have laid tonight. It's really a credit to Efren Lada's immense talent to even be this close in the match.
Well, it puts up a game here to narrow the gap a bit at 57-50.
Well, we're approaching the midway point of this three-day event. Both players well within range of winning this.
There's one thing nice about this format is it affords each player an opportunity to get back. But again, the break has just slipped away from Efren, or the luck of the break.
Well, to be honest with you, I feel partially responsible for Efren's bad luck on the break.
Why is that?
Earlier in the event, Earl Strickland was allowed to pound the balls into the table at the rack area. And what it does is it takes some of the speed out of the rack. And Earl figures to have a little bit better break anyway, a little higher volume of power. But and it's kind of bore out. Most of the time when Efren hits the rack solid, the balls haven't gone the same distance that maybe they would have had they not been down in little pits. Unfortunately, at this stage of the game, we're going to have to play on as the table exists.
What's Efren faced with now, Mark?
Well, he made a tremendous shot, but unfortunately he's going to have to kick at this, and even the great Efren Reyes doesn't have a hard time making a safety out of this. I think this is one of the few times you'll see him kick hard and that essentially roll the dice. It's actually going to turn out okay. That's a very difficult combination shot. Safety's not an easy play either. Earl's weighing up the options, and for all the pool players watching this video, whenever you're come up with a situation where it's very difficult to play safe or very difficult to play offense, generally we choose offense because you still may luck into a safety. Beyond that, and on 9 balls an offensive game, Earl made a tremendous shot. He had to move both balls around the table, and it turned out quite favorable for him. Efren now is going to have to return some sort of a safety.
No, he wasn't too happy with that.
No, he really hasn't been very fortunate with the lay of the balls tonight. He had to shoot that from 9 feet away. Makes it immensely difficult. Tremendous power displayed by Earl Strickland to get proper position on the 4 ball.
And Strickland again on his way to picking up another win and establishing another 8-game advantage. So it's score downstairs at 58 games for Strickland, 50 for Reyes. Earl Strickland at the break with a score at 58 for Strickland, 50 for Efren Reyes. Again, he gets the one ball at the side pocket.
And a lot of drive in his back leg and a big follow through. You can really see the effect it has on the balls. What a
Great
shot.
shot.
What a spectacular kick shot. The speed that he played that, there was a good likelihood that he'd have been safe had he missed the ball. And yet another secondary good shot. He was pretty straight in on the previous ball, and he had to really force that cue ball up there to obtain any type of a shot on the 5. Strickland's coasting through these racks pretty effortlessly.
Oh yes, certainly looks like it. And this will be the biggest lead of the match, a 9-game advantage by Earl Strickland over Efren Reyes, 59 to 50.
And there we see the slow motion of the spectacular shot that opened up the entire rack for Earl off the break. And he really created a game-winning shot there.
Oh yes, and these two players have certainly wowed the crowd here at Ridgeways with their spectacular pool savvy.
Now we're getting a color of money photo.
That's
here.
the color of money. Remember, folks, this is a winner-take-all affair.
Cue ball got away from him a little bit. But, fortuitous kiss.
Looks like Earl Strickland is going off the spectacular attack here off the 30-minute break that we had earlier, Mike.
Well, he's really barraged Efren throughout the first half of this event with breaking runouts.
You will recall, ladies and gentlemen, that we ended the first night of this match with Strickland taking a 3-game advantage, but it has now ballooned to 9 games. It looks like it'll become 10 after this shot. Yes, 60 to 50 is the count. Big onslaught here by Earl Strickland.
So at the midway point of the match now, Efren trails by 10 games.
I'd like to remind you that a total of 120 games won will mean 100,000 American dollars for the player who scores 120 games in the 3-night stretch of this match.
More importantly, I think the title of absolute best player on the planet goes with this, and I think it means a lot more to these two guys than the money. Well, he's levied another tremendous blow in the rack. And he plays with a certain fire and passion that you don't see displayed by very many players.
Well, as we said at the start of this match, this match is in steady contrast, and that spectacular shot ends that game.
And we're in the midst of another 3-game series of break and runouts. Here's a slow
Watch
motion.
this.
Well executed.
Earl Strickland certainly looks like he is in the zone. And I think this really takes a lot out of Efren Reyes to just be sitting around watching Earl Strickland do his thing. And it's going to be extra difficult for him to try and get back in this match, at least for tonight.
Yeah, he has the heart of a champion now, so I wouldn't discount him just yet. But he certainly has to come to the table more often than what he's been allowed to.
But the way Strickland is playing is not about to let Efren get too many opportunities.
Well, you're right, Ed. And the real battle for Mr. Strickland is himself right now. If he can keep his composure and poise up the way he's playing, he has a very good chance to win the overall match.
Well, so far, Earl has displayed a lot of control tonight as opposed to his antics last night.
Well, I think he realized that it's not going to wear well with the fans here in Hong Kong, nor his own emotional state. He just can't allow himself to burn up so much energy. It's much too long of a match.
Well, here's a chance for Efren.
Well, once again, it's not much of a chance. He's got to make a terrible, difficult 3
right
ball.
across the table.
And beyond that, there's no reward. The 4 ball doesn't go readily, so now you really don't want to have to take a gamble. And this is essentially the way this evening's event is played out for Efren. He's absolutely going to have to pull out some magic. For the people that watch the tape, if you notice how the ball is laid, he's perpetually confronted with situations like this, and not to take anything away from Earl's play, because his is all established off the break. He's getting a lot of good opportunities. Well, that was not a miss. That was a straightaway defensive shot. And it would appear Earl has some type of a combination on the 5 ball. He's eyeing it up now. Problem with the combination on the 5 ball, 1, it's very difficult because you're so long. But 2, obtaining position on the 3 beyond making the 5. It's asking for an awful lot. And I think he's wisely chosen a
Defensive
save.
play by Earl Strickland.
Believe you me, this is going to be a difficult hit. There's 2 balls very near the 3. And if Efren approaches it from the side of the table, it's going to take quite a shot. Well, he could hit it directly, so once again, I was wrong. And he made a terrific shot.
Yeah. And Strickland scratches that one.
Yeah, he seemed a little exasperated there. He made a pretty good hit.
And Efren Reyes takes time out to wipe his cue stick.
More importantly, Ed, I think he took the time out not so much to wipe the stick as to compose himself.
Correct,
He's been
yes.
confronted with one difficult shot after the other, and it's really very draining to have to play like this.
He needed that break.
It's just a moment to collect your thoughts. Give 100% commitment to that next shot.
One thing he knows, he can't afford to get careless at this juncture.
Well, these two players, you can be assured that Efren's never going to be the one that gets careless. The other guy, he plays a little bit more by the seat of his pants, and occasionally he will let one slip away where he got a little carefree.
That brings up the score to 61 to 51 in favor of Earl Strickland. Well, just before the break of Efren Reyes, Earl Strickland again talked to the referee. What was that about?
I couldn't hear. I wasn't sure. Efren's switching cue ball positions here in an effort to get a little different action into the rack. He's been hitting the rack awfully good from where he's been, but he hasn't had that much result.
Well, not too much luck there either.
No, I'm not sure what type of a shot Earl's confronted with here. When you see the ball sift to the back end of the table, it's really all you can ask for. If the wing balls aren't flying in and you get that much distance on them, it's the best chance you can give yourself to make them all break. Well, it was a right shot. Efren has to come to the table with yet another very difficult opportunity.
The match stands at 61 games for Strickland, 51 for Efren Reyes. And Efren takes time out to ponder his next move.
Well, this is not much here, I'm afraid. You may be thinking of taking an intentional foul. He needs to do that as well because the 8 ball's virtually in the jaws of the side pocket. And that, if you were to tie the 3 up with the 6, that gives you so many options to have a ball hanging in the pocket near where the ball you're going to try to tie it up with. So he's going to try to lose the 3 ball. Down by the 7. He was asking for quite a bit there. That's the difficulty when you have to attempt to move an object ball that distance with the speed. It's awful difficult to control it. These guys just virtually don't miss, do they?
Mm-hmm. It's just unbelievable how they can keep up this level of play for so long a time.
Strickland's still in the decision phase of this shot.
Now one of the rare misses that we've seen here tonight.
Yeah, it was a difficult shot. Anytime you have a bank shot, it is an iffy proposition.
Efren trying to bridge a 10-game gap here. 61-51 in favor of Strickland.
Look at the length of the bridge on this one. Efren must have had 2.5 feet of cue out in front of his bridge hand.
Well, Efren now with 2 games in a row to narrow that wide gap earlier. The biggest lead was at 11 games at 61-50. Game now stands at 61-52.
It'll be interesting to see where Efren breaks from. He hit him good nearly every single time tonight. And last hour or so, he really hasn't had much result. He's back out in the center of the table. He's going to make the 5-ball here. Sounds like something else went in as well. He's going to be rewarded. A nice solid break. 1 ball goes in the side pocket.
He's been having problems with the break, and now this is certainly a welcome opportunity for him.
The transition from the 2 to the 3 is going to be the difficult part of this. He's got a little bit of an awkward off-angle shot. He's going to have to power up and stretch out to get this. This shot requires a great deal of power. I don't know if he's going to be rewarded for this shot. Yeah, I know he's not happy with the outcome of that. He's forced to play a spin shot with the left hand. Hit it spectacular. Had to give a little bit away on positioning, though, due to the fact it was such a difficult shot. Another terrific shot.
After playing catch-up again with Earl Strickland And he cuts the lead. The time stands at 61 to 53.
Well, he fought through yet another extremely difficult rack.
That's been the story of Efren's life in this match. Seems that he's been faced with one problem after the other, as far as the lay of the balls are concerned. But he's been handling himself pretty well.
Oh yeah, yeah, he truly is a champion. And interestingly enough, Strickland has played at a level that I think is here before, never seen in Pro 9 ball, believe it or not. And it's really that part of it's interesting. But the thing that interests me the most is how Efren has been able to fight and claw for the games that he's had to receive, because he's certainly had to work harder of the two.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how he bears up through the rest of the evening. Now, do you see the friction on the table did not allow that cue ball to go in the pocket. Last night when we played, that ball would have scratched.
Yeah.
And as the table, the nap gets roughed up throughout the rest of the play tonight and tomorrow, that's going to make ball pocketing that much more difficult. And Strickland's going to attempt a tremendous shot here. And you can see by the difficulty with that one, he missed it by a pretty good margin. Probably the first time in the entire tournament we ever saw him miss a ball by 3 inches.
But this is not an easy shot for
Efren. No. Hey, didn't catch much of a break here. But this is usually enough for the master to work with, though. I would say that he is the favorite to turn this into a favorable position. I'm not saying he's going to make the one, but I think he's going to play a defensive shot that's going to end up working out to his advantage. It's like a rail first kick shot, bringing the cue ball the opposite end of the table, leaving one ball on this end. And I think you can kind of get an idea of what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Not sure if it worked out perfectly, but he gave it a tremendous go.
Could have used a couple of more inches, I guess. Well, we can't really tell from this angle.
Yeah, he must be able, I can tell by the way Earl's queuing up, he thinks he can make the ball. Mental toughness required to play this game is incredible. These guys are in tremendous physical shape to be able to maintain this high level of play with this volume of play.
The pressure is really at a very high degree.
And
as you said, over a long period of time.
And to their credit, both of them made lots of difficult shots tonight. They make them look so easy, they don't appear to be difficult. I definitely know how hard they are.
I'm sure you do.
A lot of times back home, neophyte people watching pool, they will say to me, "Mark, I watched that pool match on TV last night, and the guy didn't even bank any shots." They think that has something to do with being a good player, or the good players. Actually, they play position in such a way that they don't have to bank very many balls.
Yeah. And the score now is 62 for Strickland and 53 for Efren Reyes. Back with us here at Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong for It's $100,000 winner-take-all challenge between Earl Strickland of the United States and Efren Reyes of the Philippines. Strickland with a 9.9 game edge over Reyes at 62 games to 53. So Strickland needs only 8 more games to wrap up the session for tonight and be back tomorrow to go for 120 to win it all.
That was a two-way shot. He played a bank shot to land a little bit to the high side of the pocket, and should he miss it, then it ends up like this, as we see, and it's a very difficult attempt for Efren to play safe. It's virtually, well, there's a very low percentage offensive shot, but there's virtually no chance we'll see him play that.
Let's see what the magician comes up with.
Believe it or not, that's an absolute tremendous shot.
Oh, yes.
The skill, the level of difficulty and the skill to execute that would be as tough as most of the balls that we've seen made tonight. There's a lot more to this game than just putting balls in the hole.
Oh, you've certainly made that clear, Mike.
And that's a tremendous safety. Tremendous safety.
Shot there by Efren.
Certainly was. He had to use absolute minimum speed so the ball didn't leave the cushion very much. He had to play that ball rail first.
What does this look like, Mike?
Well, looks extremely difficult. 9 feet away and a very thin cut. Yeah, another spectacular shot. I'm not sure how it's going to come out position-wise. Looks like anything would be better than what he's had. So, but still not the most enviable position to be in. Well, if Efren can get out from here, this will end up being the most difficult run out we've seen tonight. Another tremendous shot. Maximum speed to a half pocket. Anytime the ball travels down the rail edge, the pocket's actually cut in half. It's not the same width as if you come at it from the middle of the table. Another half pocket shot. Look at this. Absolutely incredible. Oftentimes when you when you have one tough shot, it just leads to another one because you cannot obtain the mastery or control over the cue ball. And to power up yet again. I think finally, after 9 shots, he's going to end up with one that he actually would find tasteful. And extremely well done.
That's win number 54 for Efren Reyes as against 62 by Earl Strickland.
You know, can I get another one of these? Yeah. Okay, Efren set to break. What a tremendous run out he just made.
As you said, Mike, one of the most difficult situations that Efren Reyes faced.
A lot of balls on the rail, a lot of balls near the side pocket, and those are the conditions that make a run out very difficult.
But Efren Reyes continuously has been having a run of bad luck on the break. It's not that he hits it bad. It's just that none of the balls would go in.
You can see, look at the distance. He has 6 balls down there on the break end of the table. 7 ball near the pocket. Oh, tremendous shot by Earl Strickland. He laid it in there just perfect.
Would you say that power at the break is a decided advantage?
Oh, definitely, yeah. That's what gives the Earl the, well, that's one of the big edges in 9 balls. If you can get that first ball in and have a chance to play the safety or the run out. Big edge. Strickland used the bridge, one of the few times that we've seen the other player have to use the bridge.
Once again, Strickland draws closer to wrapping up tonight's session. He's got 7 games to go, while Efren Reyes has 54 games won, needs 70 to end the session tonight. Score stands at 63 for Strickland, 54 for Efren Reyes in the $100,000 challenge, winner-take-all 9-ball format. First to reach 120 games takes home the $100,000 over a 3-night stretch here at Rich Ray's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. Strickland leading the match 63 games to 54.
Strickland played a wide open offensive shot, and it's been working well for him tonight. But this time he just rimmed the pocket. Gives Efren a chance to come back to the table. Now, if the 7 ball is not too much of a problem at the side pocket, then I think this will be one of the easier layouts Efren's come to the table facing. It does look like the 7 ball goes into the side pocket readily. Played a nice opening shot, so they had an easy angle to get over here on the 4. The 4's on the rail near the side pocket. You really don't want to have to work the cue ball too much in getting to the position that he's obtained. The less travel you put on the cue ball, the less things can go wrong. Counter to what most people think, these players do not use a great deal of side spin, left or right side spin. It's primarily up and down on the cue ball. They stay in the center, and then that produces a shot that's very accurate. And then they just vary the speed and adjust it with top and bottom. That was a delicate shot. He had to use a great deal of power, but yet not travel the cue ball very far. And that was the master's touch. And he's snipped this rack down to a very manageable 3 balls. Got them laid out in perfect alignment for him. You know, he plays a nice angle here, so the cue ball naturally wants to come around the table 3 cushions. He's a little low. And once it leaves his 3rd rail, it's always coming into his prime position area.
That's the 55th game won by Efren Reyes. He's down by 8, 63-55. With the score at 63 for Strickland, 55 for Efren Reyes. Efren at the break.
Well, he broke him really hard. And he stopped the cue ball nicely, and he got a ball in, but unfortunately it wasn't a live corner ball that went in. And so anytime that happens, then you're just relying on, well, you've dropped your percentage down a 1/3. You're down to about 33% of the time you'll make a ball, and you're just relying on random hope that something will sift in.
Well, I guess he's trying everything in the book as far as the break is concerned.
Oh, yeah, and he's hitting it very well tonight. There's nothing about his performance tonight does he need to be ashamed of. He's just not been offered the same amount of offensive opportunities, and it's really a credit to the master to be in the match as close as he is at this point, with the limited offensive opportunities he's had. Well, he's dispatching this rack pretty nicely. He's checking his angle.
Well, Efren can't afford to let this match get away from him, considering the length of the tournament. And right now he's just pushing on to try and get as close as he can.
Well, he picked up a fairly straight-in shot here, and he's going to have to make a draw stroke, some 4 to 6 feet, and he wants to make sure he hits this very cleanly. It's been a good shot. He maneuvered the cue ball back into favorable position to clear up the last 2. Pick up his 56th win.
Yes, that's win 56 for Efren Reyes. And he's down by 7 games to Earl Strickland, 56 to 63.
And despite Earl Strickland's lead, he continues to maintain a running commentary with anyone who will listen to him, and that sometimes he doesn't need anyone, he'll talk to himself. Winning or losing doesn't seem to much affect his outward demeanor.
Yeah, he seems pretty consistent along that line.
Efren's now opted to break off the side cushion over here. realizing last time. Just good fortune. He's trying to seek a spot. He did make a ball. He's trying to seek a spot that will provide the wing ball, the corner ball, or the one ball going in on a semi-regular basis. Efren has a little smile. Once again, presented with not much to work with.
Mm-hmm. Hasn't been a bed of roses for Efren, has it?
No, this has been a lesson in tenacity for anyone looking on to see how a fighter goes about this. He's repeatedly barraged with flurries of racks where he just had to sit and wait and wait and wait, and then when it would be his turn, he had to come to the table and face something on this order where he takes a spectacular shot just to try to buy yourself a second opportunity at the table. Pretty sure we're looking at a safety play here. Or maybe even a push out.
In this sort of a situation, Mark, does it really take a lot out of a player like Efren to be continuously barraged with difficult posers?
Yeah, when you look at the amount of energy he's expending on the thought process. It's not the physical energy, but it's a lot of mental thinking and visualizing. And this has got to be very draining energy-wise. You throw a load of stress on there and have to constantly be concentrating, and most people have had a mammoth headache by now.
Yeah.
He's declared a push out. He's going to try to move the fly ball. Well, he's going to shoot the fly ball. No, he didn't. Not sure if he's going to shoot it in the pocket or not.
And Strickland gives it back to Efren.
It's kind of an interesting thing with this push out because Efren's mentality is that he has to shoot at this, and as the incoming player, you come up to a shot like this and you don't have to shoot at it, so you're a little reluctant to take a wild gamble. And as the incoming player, you're forced to. So sometimes your approach, as the incoming player, you can make things happen from nowhere sometimes. That's a situation that Efren finds himself in, and he'd sure like to make something happen here.
The last couple of turns that Efren has come up to the table has really been very difficult for him.
Well, it's out of his control now. He was double kissed. And somewhat fortunate. It left Earl off angle bank. One that I wouldn't be surprised to see him make, but making this bank and obtaining position is extremely difficult. Right now, Earl's weighing up the possibility of playing safe. Looks like he is playing it safe. Let's move the cue ball to the other end of the table. And he's got the 7 balls, a blocking ball. So I believe now we'll see a Efren Reyes kick shot. And a solid contact on the 1 will produce some pretty good action on the 1 ball, which may run into the 9 or 2 and come over here by us and go in the pocket. You can see the action I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Dash the cue ball right through the key area.
Strickland leads the series 63 to 56.
There's nothing fancy here. This is going to be straightaway shot making in the rest of this rack. Once again, both players have put on a magnificent performance.
Oh, yes. the crowd was just sitting in awe of the performances being displayed by these two great cue stick wielders.
The pace of the match has slowed down just a bit here in the closing stages, and nonetheless, the play, the performance has been remarkable. Here's another tremendous safety. And this is really the type of game that suits Efren the best. It's one of the few games today I remember where we had a few exchanges of safeties in the rack. Strickland attempted a difficult bank shot. He's made it. And he's received a huge reward. The cue ball landed in the ideal position to clear up the table.
Well, last night, Mark, I asked you if there is going to be a point in the match where you can say that there is a safe lead. What sort of a lead are we talking about?
Well, it would certainly have to be more than 10 games because the match should be well in hand. If it would approach 20 games, I would say then that would be decisive. But 10 games is not a big enough turnaround. These guys can clip off 3, 4, 5 games at a time. So,
all right, we'll take a short break. Score of the match currently is 64, Strickland 56, Reyes. And at the break, Earl Strickland.
well, he's definitely won that aspect of the match thus far. He's getting balls to fly in the pocket off the break, and Efren, despite hitting him very well, doesn't quite have the same volume of power, and he's not getting the early balls on the break. Interestingly enough, we have the two absolute, universally agreed upon best players in the world here playing this match, and it's been reflected in the performance. And if there was anyone worldwide that was in doubt of that, I'm sure they could just bring $100,000 here to Hong Kong and test their luck. Very nice shot. Efren opened up this rack with a very nice shot.
Well, he's down by 8 games, and it's been a big struggle for Efren.
I would say that if Efren was within 5 games of Earl, he could consider tonight a victory.
Well, we started this second night with Earl Strickland enjoying only a 3-game advantage, but that has so far widened in this session to even 11 games. Right now stands at 8.
Well, we've had 2 sluggers standing toe-to-toe going at it here.
Yeah.
It's strictly the warrior mentality.
And it's been such an experience, Mark, watching this sort of a game being played to a very high level.
As you get to know the players and the personalities, it becomes compelling drama to watch something like this played out.
And the score is now 64 Strickland, 57 Reyes. And Efren will have his turn at the break once again. Efren Reyes at the break. He's down by 7 games, 64 to 57.
Well, he hit him just about perfect, but just bad luck.
Again. Well, we see Mr. Wapik Puyat in the background there, sidling up to Efren Reyes to give him some words of encouragement. Oh.
Well, it wasn't an easy chance for Earl, though. That was a difficult shot. He just rimmed the pocket. He may have, in fact, even had to slightly masse that ball to get it in there. Efren's not happy with the position that he's playing, but by no means has it been an easy task. Hanging up a 3-cushion position on this, he's going to have to kind of work the cue ball around the 7 to get to the inside rail. And look at this shot.
Exactly as he called it.
Well, magnificent. Now he's got pretty straight in on this 3 ball, and the proximity of the 8 ball over here on the rail really limits him to what he can do. He's just going to have to play the shot-making game. He made a tremendous shot to just get a little bit of position. And while there are not probably 2 or 3 shot makers in the world better than Efren Reyes, he happens to be playing one of them. And so he needs to play a position game here when he can.
Well, he is an acknowledged master of that style of playing.
You know, a lot of Efren's worldwide success, we have to give credit to his manager and close friend, Rolando Vicente, yes. Yeah, he travels with him everywhere and sees to it that Efren's in good shape for his matches. He helps and takes care of a lot of the detail work that would absolutely supplant the ability to concentrate at a high level if you had to take care of every detail for yourself.
Score is now 64 Strickland, 58 Reyes. This game advantage by Earl Strickland over Efren Reyes, but Efren is at the break.
Another tremendous break.
Oh,
no reward
in that one.
Yeah. We're seeing a little emotion, a little concern on the face of Efren Reyes now that it's a little unusual. Usually he's very passive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Efren leaned down and looked. I think he can hit it. I just don't know if he can make it. Looks like he's deprived of the exact place he needs to be able to hit it to make it. It's been a nice defensive shot. Didn't turn out perfectly, but certainly difficult enough that Earl's going to have a wipe of the towel and clear his mind to try to execute a delicate safety. And he may try to pot this in the side pocket, and should he miss, come out safe.
Good shot there by Strickland.
Actually, that was the game-winning shot. The balls are laid out here pretty nice for him. Well, it was at this stage of the match last night that we saw fatigue start to weigh in a little bit, and I think we may see it rear its ugly head here again. But you know, a match of any less in length would not be decisive enough to declare a winner. Right now the match still hangs in the balance despite the fact that Strickland has a 6-game lead. That's just not much of a lead in this high level of play.
Well, the lead had gone up to 11 games earlier, but Efren Reyes certainly hung tough.
Yeah, he kind of circled the wagons there and fought off the Strickland onslaught there.
But again, Strickland displaying his offensive juggernaut here. And Earl Strickland leads it by 7, 65 games to 58. Score of the match at 65 Strickland, 58 Reyes.
Strickland dropped a couple balls on the break. Not sure what he can do with the 2-ball here. This would look like a situation that you would try to put the cube with a 2-ball on the end rail by the piece of chalk down there and bring the cue ball to this end of the table down by the 8 and 9 ball. It's done exactly that. Well, he executed absolutely perfectly and left Efren virtually nothing to work with. Three of the rules in safety play, Earl has accomplished 2 of them. 1, we want distance. 2, you want the balls on the rail. 3, you want impeding balls. Look at this shot. Look at this shot. Shot of the night. Yeah, I think Efren's pretty satisfied with the outcome of that shot.
Oh, yes. And so is the
From that
crowd.
distance. Well, from that distance, that's just absolutely remarkable.
Well, Earl Strickland once again verbalizing his thoughts.
Well, by getting that off his chest, he's not going to allow stress to make a short end of his life. But unfortunately, I'm afraid I'm going to be the recipient of a a very nice two-rail kick. Well, the Masters really created something, an opportunity from nothing this time.
Efren Reyes again, fighting off a 7-game deficit.
He's been steadily chipping away at the lead again.
Yeah.
Earl runs out to a big lead, and then Efren chips away to get it back reduced. It's manageable.
As you mentioned earlier, it has not been an easy task for Efren. But he manages to win this game, and again, the strike at the lead of Earl Strickland now stands at 6 games at 65-59. Efren Reyes down by 6 games, 59-65, and ooh, that's the second time that we've seen the cue ball fly off.
Yeah, once for each player. Efren made 2 balls in the break.
Too bad again for Efren.
This narrow always spells doom for this rack, and maybe several others beyond that. It's really a big penalty in pool when you make a mistake.
Mm-hmm. With
lesser skilled players, you don't even lose 1 game. These guys, sometimes you can lose 3 or 4.
Yeah. Opens up a lot of opportunities for your opponent.
Strickland's just a ball pocketing machine. It's been an extremely nice shot. Strickland giving us a bit of a history lesson. What he had to say was correct. You don't attempt to play position for the side pocket. It's a dangerous pocket to work with. Corner pocket offers you a lot more variety and opportunity to maneuver the cue ball from there.
And again, Strickland draws closer to ending up this particular segment of the match. He has 66 games as against 59 of Efren Reyes.
Well, Strickland needs to win 4 more racks to take a lead home tonight, and I'm sure he'd be very happy to take any kind of a lead home. For Efren, well, he's still got a chance to draw near level in this event, and I think with the lay of the balls tonight, if he could be anywhere within the vicinity going into tomorrow night, he'd have to be very satisfied. You really hate to have to make up as much as like 10 or 12 game deficit. Anything less than that's quite manageable. But at 10 or 12 games, boy, you really have to do some playing. You don't afford yourself much opportunity to make any error whatsoever.
Especially if your opponent's playing this well.
Yeah, here's a situation that Efren didn't want to get into. The scratch on the break cost him last game, but now he's looking at the possibility of losing yet another game here. This is really inspirational to watch pool played at this level. It makes the person feel like getting out there and practicing. These guys have developed this into an art.
Oh, yes. I'm sure our viewers would be just as on as the live crowd here at the Joyce Bar and Restaurant that have really been treated to remarkable play by both players. Earl Strickland now has 67 games to the 59 of Efren. Strickland with an 8-game advantage.
Well, the scratch and the break has haunted him for 2 racks so far, and yet to be determined whether it'll be more. For how many racks we've played, we've seen hardly any unforced turnovers of the table. Just very minimal. That's a nice shot.
There have been no easy shots for
No.
Efren in this match.
He just made a difficult shot, and he's confronted with yet another one.
What's he figuring out there?
Well, he's got to deal with getting on one side or the other of the 7 ball in order to get a shot on the 5. Neither position lends itself to transferring to the 6 ball by going straight at it. He's going to have to take at least a 1-rail route. Tremendous shot. That was shooting to a blind pocket, one of the absolute most difficult things you have to do in a pool game. It wasn't the position he would have liked to have had. He'd rather had the cue ball a little further off the cushion. But, he showed some good shot making skill to win this rack. He really hasn't had the opportunity to play his game tonight. He's had to be the shot maker and do the yeoman's task.
That is win number 60 for Efren Reyes. Strickland has 67.
Now we've got our cameraman lean in here and examine the score, and I know who he's rooting for.
You can bet on that.
I'd like to see his countryman win, but as long as it's this close to 70, he might let Earl win these 3 games real quick and have Efren come back tomorrow and win. Yeah, Efren finally did make a ball in the break, but the fact that that ball barely got to the pocket and was the last one rolling, coming around the table, it doesn't bode well for him having good results time after time on the break. And it's not that he's hitting it bad. He just does not have the same power that this Strickland kid has.
It's just been a bad night for Efren Reyes.
That really hasn't. He's played remarkably well. He just hasn't had the good opportunities hit it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if the pool gods aren't on your side, you're not going to do anything about it.
What happened there, Mike?
That's what we call a miss. I think maybe just a little bit of fatigue setting in, and believe me when I tell you that was not an easy shot. It looks like it'll go right in, but then they make so many of the other ones you think they're easy, but they're not. We've had very few misses tonight. I'm a believer that this might be the most difficult game or sport on earth. It's so hugely physical as well as mental. It's not like lifting weights or something where if you're just strong, you're strong. You don't really have to have the terrific mind to go with it and the constant concentration and strategy to employ. And in this game, if you don't train, it really shows up as well. No matter how much knowledge you have, you're constantly fine-tuning and honing your stroke. You won't be able to execute well enough to make all your knowledge count.
I think the mental fatigue really, or the mental factor is a major portion of this game.
By all means.
Because once that gets away, the physical factor goes with it, follows suit.
You're exactly right. And for that reason, there's no such thing as an easy shot in pool. There's some that might be less difficult, but if you treat them as easy, then you tend to mentally give up or let up just a hair, and that's all it takes to miss in this game. Human nature is we're basically lazy, so we get one where it's easy, we kind of shift to a lower gear a little bit.
We get careless. Game's now 67 for Strickland, 61 for Efren Reyes.
And tomorrow night, 7? Okay. Or 7:30. 7:30?
Welcome back to Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant here in Hong Kong, the venue of this terrific match between two great players, Efren Reyes of the Philippines and Earl Strickland of the United States. Score stands at 67 for Strickland and 61 for Efren Reyes.
Well, Efren made a ball right in on the break, which has been unusual here in the last hour or two. But not much of a reward. Yeah, not much of a reward. He's lining up a position, and I think it's where he would like to have the cue ball go. I think from one ball will go anywhere. I see. Well, he showed me a little speed. Almost made the cut shot and obtained position. And despite the fact that he missed, he was playing safe as well. That was one of those two-way shots. Earl says his nerves are bothering him a little bit.
The game should have progressed. The game stayed in limbo.
He's fairly agitated. Well, he gave it a tremendous go, making that ball. Seems like when he gives a little speech or soliloquy, he comes around and really gives a maximum effort on that next shot, doesn't he?
As you said, it's his way of letting off steam. And
I think I'm going to give that a try. Yeah, once again, terrible, difficult shot. And, Efren hasn't been overly rewarded for it.
Well, he's been digging deep into his bag of tricks, and we just hope he doesn't run out.
I want to tell you what the problem here is. The 8 ball is going to be struck by the cue ball after he tries to pocket the 2. And you have to come off the 8 ball just right, and it requires quite a bit of concentration. But if you let up on pocketing the 2 ball at all, you'll miss this in an effort to play the cue ball properly. So this shot has an added dimension of difficulty. He's executed it flawlessly. You really have to stay focused on those shots because that 8 ball just looms so large in your line of vision. Efren pocketed the 4 ball full authority. Sure he's feeling a heck of a lot better about this rack.
Well, he's trailing by 6 now. He's gaining some ground.
He's just pecking away. It's kind of the tortoise and the hare story here.
But he's got to have a good flurry here to be able to put the pressure on Earl Strickland.
He's got a little work in front of him here. He's going to have to use a little power to get the cue ball down here because he's so straight in on the 8. Yeah, extremely well executed. He made that look a lot easier. He moved that cue ball 7.5 feet plus the 3.5 feet at the wrong angle coming into the object ball. It looked easy, but it's not.
Yeah. And he narrows the gap again to just a 5-game advantage for Earl Strickland. Score stands 67-62.
This is a tremendous fight. This match may not even be long enough at this length to really have a...
Well, the two protagonists have really shown us high-class play all throughout.
Well, he went back to his favorite spot. And isn't it kind of funny how all of us, you go back to that comfort spot that you like, you know, even though you maybe are getting some results elsewhere, it's hard. It's hard to make yourself go over it.
Like a lot of people, but I tell you what, this guy's really good. God created another man.
Well, Earl saying some nice words about Efren Reyes.
Reyes just summed up in all of his more kind speeches of the week. He's not happy with his position here. What a ball pocketer, though. It just hits dead center. He must have had 2.5 feet of cue out in front of his bridge hand there. The long swing lends itself to power. It gives you much more time to generate tip speed.
Earl Strickland 2 games away from ending this particular segment of the match. He's got 68 games against 62 by Efren Reyes. Looking for the player who gets to 70 games first here in the second night of this $100,000 winner-take-all challenge in 9-ball between Earl Strickland of the United States and Efren Reyes of the Philippines. Currently, Strickland leads the match 68-62.
Interestingly enough, we've played 130 games. The 9-ball has gone in on the break only 3 times. So we're looking at about 2%. You know, a lot of people, they think it goes in quite often. It really, pro caliber play doesn't go in that often. There's a tremendous rail first shot.
Yeah.
He's going to have to do a little something yet. Confronted with another very difficult long straight in off the rail.
After now, a picture of concentration.
Yeah, tremendous shot. And that's what makes a champion. Ability to bear down under the intense pressure. Suffering with a little fatigue on top of that.
What I tell you is, Efren's kind of a guy that doesn't give up. He just keeps on coming back at you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, neither one of these guys, they both have tremendous wills to win. He hit a little rough. He hit that ball a little bit rough, and it's going to be tough for him to get perfect. He's come out with okay, but a little fatigue has set in. That's a shot to the right, and he was executing quite freely. I'll tell you another thing. We've got two fighters standing here toe-to-toe, slugging it out. And, if there was ever a valid comparison, I think you're witnessing that right now.
Efren Reyes comes back and narrows the gap once again, 68 to 63.
This has been just fantastic. Once again,
Oh yes.
unbelievable.
Just when everybody thought that the night was wearing down, all of a sudden Efren Reyes comes back and gives it another go.
Oh, yeah, good concentration on the break. No avail. It's just showing a little sign of disgust. Earl opens up with a super shot. Now he's giving a few jokes.
I feel like I've been in the ring with him, I swear to God.
He even saying to himself he feels like he's in a boxing ring. And just here in the last hour, we've kind of seen a little more kind of gentler
Yeah.
Earl Strickland, and it plays well with the audience too.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Earl that a lot of us know and love. Style of play and the rebel without a cause attitude that just it completely sells with the American youth. They just love this guy. Find him so intriguing. Blessed with all the talent that you could ever hope to obtain. Look at this. He executed flawlessly.
And now Earl Strickland has 69 games of the 70 required to finish up this segment of the match. Efren Reyes with 63, down by 6.
I was going to give the rack a little inspection tonight.
Well, he hasn't done that too often.
No, he hasn't. Yeah, he made the one ball on the side. He's made the two ball on the side.
How does this position look to you?
Well, I'll tell you, two choices. He can duck the cue ball down below the 9 or go for a cross-side bank. And, or he can just stop the cue ball and play safe this way. Now, the magician's going to have to pull a rabbit out of his hat.
Well, he's pulled a lot of them.
Yeah. Yes, he certainly has. This is a most unpleasant situation. No way to play a kick safety here. You're just going to have to kick to hit it. Hope for the best. Had a beautiful hit. Can't tell
Great
what.
safety.
Yeah. I guess right now Earl's getting the post-game interview out of the way in advance of Well, Efren's nice hit his body one more turn at the table. By no means an easy turn, but it's 100% better than the way he came to the table last time.
Right. Oh, almost.
Yeah, very difficult shot.
Yeah.
Nothing more needs to be said. Getting to the end of the night, we've been playing for 5 hours. Earl now looks like a racehorse heading for the barn. He's well on his way to completing this last and final rack. Where's he going? Well, he's overhit his mark. He's got to do a little bit of execution here. He's going to go 3 cushions around. Well, he certainly didn't miss the center of the pocket on that shot,
No.
did he? Remarkable shooting.
That's the 70th game won in this segment. And Earl Strickland ups his lead to 7. Started off the evening with a 3-game advantage over Efren Reyes. But let me tell you, we're sure that Efren Reyes will be back tomorrow, and it's going to be an even more interesting match. The first to get to 120 wins will win the $100,000 US dollar pot. This is Ed Pixon together with Mark Wilson. We'll bring you the rest of the match. Score stands at 75 games. Strickland 68 for Efren Reyes. Strickland at the break.
Oh, there's the one ball in the side pocket. He has that shot down to perfection, doesn't he?
Oh, yes. He's done that so many times in this match. It's just uncanny. What's the degree of difficulty here?
Well, it's extreme. It doesn't look like he has a direct route to the 2-ball. I think he's either going to have to masse or push out. The masse, that's very risky business because you're curving the cue ball to make a legal hit.
He's called the push.
Yeah. The reward, if he did make the ball on a masse, it was unlikely he would obtain proper position for the 3-ball, so it just wasn't there. Now this is an interesting position. The 2-ball banking it back into the 6-ball does not appear to be on. Play the safe. And while it appears that the ball is makeable, it's very close, and it's it's highly uncertain. Earl's been over to look at it, so it's got to be very close as to whether he can make the ball. He slightly curved the ball in, and he was very unlucky there. He made a tremendous curve shot, picked up a foul. That was a great shot. There you see it in slow motion. That was the shot of a champion. He just was not very lucky. I would predict that Efren will try to get the cue ball on the end rail rather than leave it out in the middle of the table, because the 6 ball's deeply buried into the corner pocket. And it makes it awful hard. Yep. Makes it awful hard if you leave the cue ball out near the center of the table to get proper position on the 7, where the position he's in now, it makes it fairly routine. Fairly routine for the likes of Efren Reyes.
Oh, yes.
I
You
don't
have to
mean it.
qualify that.
Yes. But he definitely played this pattern properly. He's come a little short of the mark, and he's kind of laughing about it. Now he's got to execute a stroke. We're going to see a massive backspin stroke.
Is that massive enough?
That's what you want to be able to do, but you want to play a position where you don't have to do it because it's a little riskier. That's why Efren smiled there right before he shot the ball in.
Well, the score is 75-69 in favor of Strickland. Efren Reyes trails by 6 games. This is now raised to 120 games, and score stands at 75 for Strickland, 69 for Reyes.
Well, Efren didn't make a ball on the break, and he's left Earl a fairly makeable shot on the 1 ball. That was a difficult shot. He hit it pretty well, and that's a shot he's been making throughout the week, just throughout the week. Now this is the type of game that best suits Efren Reyes' style of play. The opportunity for both players to shoot in the rack. Yesterday, Strickland won 16 games that Efren had no chance to win because he didn't get a chance to shoot. Of the remaining games, which there were 49 games played, Efren won 30 of those.
Well, that's a credit to Efren that the game ended up that close.
But definitely, yeah, very easily. Any other player would have been soundly defeated yesterday.
Well, just to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, the second night ended with Strickland in the lead by 7 at 70-63.
To be honest with you, Ed, I really thought that we would see some changes in the play. I thought that maybe we would start off at one level, and then by this time it had reached a fever pitch, and we might see some really outstanding pool. But we started right off at a high level, and it's been maintained throughout.
Yeah.
It's amazing that these guys can maintain the pace that they're keeping.
Now, after Reyes again makes a run at the lead of Earl Strickland, he cuts it down to more manageable level at 7 games, or rather 5 games, 75-70. Score at 75-70 in favor of Strickland. Raised to 120 now.
Well, that's what needs to happen for Efren. Even though he's not going to come out with maybe a terrific shot on the one ball, the wing ball went in from where he broke. And if he can stay at that spot where he gets the wing ball action as well as the possibility of the one going in the side, that would really boost his chances to win this match. Made a tremendous bank shot here. Just a tremendous shot.
Yeah, the 6 ball in the corner pocket. The one hanging in that same corner.
Well, there's still some work to be done. There's no problem making the 2, but getting the proper position on the 1. But getting proper position on the 2. As I was explaining the difficulty, he made it look so easy. I'm embarrassed I even started. I think it's that, to me, that would seem hard. It doesn't appear that it seems hard to him at all.
Well, I'm sure he draws upon a lot of experience to be able to make these shots that just baffles most of us here.
What I love about his style is that it looks like he puts about as much effort into it as drawing the breath of air. I mean,
Yeah.
He's just so casual and relaxed.
It's just also natural with him.
And what we're seeing here is vintage Efren Reyes. Man, you can see how dominating he can be.
And this is the closest that Efren has gotten tonight, the third and final day of this match. Lead of Strickland down to 4 games at 75-71.
Thank you. That was Efren Reyes's. And there we see Mr. Strickland. He's patiently waiting for his next turn at the table. Now the wing ball hasn't gone in, but the cue ball scratched.
Yes. Another stroke of bad luck on the part of Efren Reyes.
Well, that type of a scratch is not a stroke of bad luck. That's a he mishit the break just a little bit there, and not by much, but just a little bit, just enough that the cue ball kind of slid that way. You notice it wasn't cast; it ended up going directly into the pocket. When you're hitting your break really good, you're hitting it so square that it's not allowed to go that way. Well, we have a pause in the action.
As well, Earl just missed a shot, and we're waiting for Efren Reyes to come back into the hall.
Well, Earl is definitely distracted tonight, unlike last night where he was so focused and really in his good rhythm and pace. I don't know that he's left Efren a great shot. He clearly hasn't, but it's more than what Efren really expected that he would get out of this, due to the fact that Earl had ball in hand when he started this. But this last turn at the table wasn't characteristic of the way Earl has played throughout the week. Now, I'm pretty certain that Efren cannot cut this 4-ball in, because I don't think he would have labored so long determining what he's going to do. I think he would like to play this shot rail first and maybe get a safety out of it, but he's afraid the 4-ball is going to end up too close to the 9-ball and possibly in return leave Earl Strickland the shot to win the game and pocketing the 9-ball. That being the case, he may go ahead and try to play offense and make the 4-ball by going rail first with a loud right-hand spin. Oh, he had enough of it. He could try to play safe. But left the 4-ball very near the pocket. What he attempted to do there was by no means easy. Tremendous shot. And yet another tremendous shot.
Well, Strickland now leading by 4 games. Started off this match tonight with a 7-game difference in Strickland's favor.
I think does the 7-ball pass by there? It must, the way he played position.
Once again, Strickland moves up by 5 at 76-71.
Well, this is really going to be an interesting night because we're playing an additional 15 games further into the match than what we have previous nights. And the length of that, and it's rigorous. It'll be interesting to see which guy can stand up and take it the longest. This would be the equivalent of maybe a 20-round championship fight as opposed to a 15-round.
Well, we see some of the very beautiful ladies have come out to help out in the match. Top-notch models here in Hong Kong.
Earl just made the wing ball. That one ball ended up in very near proximity to the side pocket. He has a good chance to get started well in this rack. Now the 6-7 would appear to be the stopping points in this rack. If he's going to have a problem, that will be the area of the table that he has the problem with. The 6, 7, 9 are all located very near each other. And Earl's now examining that quite closely. Let's look at playing the 6-7 combination. That can be tricky as well because the 9-ball is there to possibly impede you from getting ideal position transferring. If you make the 7-ball, the 6 is going to bounce away from the rail a little bit. Strickland just made a absolutely spectacular position play. We've seen him hit a few balls with a minimum amount of speed tonight, and really to good effect.
Considering that he is known as a power player, he is displaying another facet of his game.
He's got the cue ball taking perfect angles into the ideal position zone.
And that score now stands at 77 Strickland, 71 Reyes.
And that was Earl's second break and run out of the night. Efren as well has 2 break and run outs for the night.
Game stands, it's a 6-game difference in favor of Earl Strickland at 77-71.
Now there you see the cue ball has quite a bit of spin left on it, and that was not his good break. He mishit the cue ball a little bit, but because he generates so much power, he's still able to move the rack quite a bit. Unlike his usual 28-mile-an-hour break, and that was probably more in the vicinity of a 23-mile-an-hour break. Seems like he's found his tempo here all of a sudden, doesn't it?
This is the kind of a pace that he displays whenever he feels like he's in the zone.
And this is also the kind of pace that endears him to so many fans and referees, so it doesn't take too long.
Strickland goes back to his 7-game lead at 78-71. Strickland leads by 7, race to 120. Score is now 78. Strickland 71 Reyes.
And another crushing break. And he's concerned with the 4-ball possibly impeding his shot to the 1. Looks like it may have gotten in the way of pocketing the 1-ball. He's lining up a kick shot. And he's made a nice shot. And he's going to be rewarded with a real decent safety from the position that he was in. Well, this was what Efren was repeatedly looking at his first turn at the table last night. And this requires a lot of energy, which is to make this type of a defensive shot or be constantly confronted with the volume of energy it takes to make a shot from here. And particularly in the case of a safety where there's no assurance that you'll win even if you do make a good shot. You hate to burn up your energy that way. Now the shot that I think we're going to see here is that Earl is going to attempt to kick the 1-ball into the side pocket. And when I say kick, I mean have the cue ball come to the end rail first with spin and bounce into the 1-ball, stopping the cue ball on this end of the table, sending the 1 toward the side pocket. If the 1 goes in, he has perfect position for the 2. If he barely misses this shot, the 1-ball ends up on the end rail and the cue ball down there behind the 4 ball. He didn't try that. He tried to play a straightaway safety. Boy, what a great shot. He had to hit that with warp drive power and left-hand English at that length of the table. Anytime you put side spin on the cue ball, no longer does the cue ball go just perfectly straight.
Mm-hmm.
And we're seeing Efren display a little bit of the power game tonight. Efren has the balls all laid out nicely. Absolutely no problems now after the opening volley of difficult shots.
Efren starts the run of games at Earl at 3 as he moves the lead down again to 6 games at 78-72.
You know, as well as Efren has played, he really hasn't dented the lead much, has he?
Well, the closest that he's gotten was to narrow it down to a 4-game difference. But then Earl Strickland came back and made a 3-game run.
That was a terrific break and a real unfortunate kiss. Real unfortunate. They had the cue ball stopped in the center of the table and the ball kicked it clear in the back pocket. And thus the fortunes of 9 ball. Earl's going through this rack quite freely. He's fell a little short of the mark here, and I think we may see a bank shot on the 9. He made it easily.
And he reestablishes that 7-game lead at 79-72.
What a bank shot he made. He didn't belabor much time on that one, did he? He knew what he had to do, and he executed it perfectly. There you see our scorekeeper and statistician, Ollie, as well as some of the happy patrons there.
Mr. Puet is Mr. Ernie Fajardo there. As we said, they took the time out to fly over from the Philippines
to lend moral support to Efren Reyes. There's that one ball in the side pocket again.
The 2 ball also went in, and then the 3 ball is in the close proximity of the cue ball.
Safety shot by Earl Strickland.
And extremely well played. He kept the 3 ball from going right in front of the side of the pocket. This makes a very difficult kick attempt for Efren. It's not that Efren can't kick and hit, it's just very difficult for him to do much from here. I'm sure he's going to be playing to make the 3. That was the penalty. To play to hit one side of the ball, sometimes you inadvertently don't hit it. If it was just a matter of hitting that ball, Efren would have never missed it, but there was absolutely no sense because the reward wasn't going to be there. So sometimes you have to take a little gamble in this game to try to produce a winning shot. Earl's not wasting any time. He's in his good 2-stroke rhythm. He's executed this perfectly. Ideal position, good speed control.
And this is the biggest lead tonight. An 8-game difference at 80 for Strickland, 72 for Efren Reyes.
Strickland needs 40 games to win the match, and Reyes needs 48 games to win the match. Somehow you feel like it's going to end up getting close, though. I just kind of sense it in the air. I don't think it's going to maintain this margin.
It certainly looks that way, although Earl Strickland has opened up an 8-game lead. You know that Efren Reyes can just bounce back any time, given the opportunity.
And last game was set up by the powerful Earl Strickland break. If you remember, he made a couple balls on the break and then played the first safety. And as we've so often repeated, that first shot at the game in 9-ball is often a win-producing shot.
See any difficulty in this particular situation, Mike?
Well, the way he's on his tempo here, I don't think, as he staggers the 6-ball in, I don't think he'll miss the 6, but he's in his rhythm right now, and he really hasn't missed very many balls throughout the 3 days that we've played here. This has to be a little frustrating for Efren. As well as he's played, he just absolutely can't make headway here.
Earl Strickland ups the lead to 9 games, 81-72.
Well, Earl's truly working his game plan to perfection. The break and run out game has worked all 3 days.
How many has he got tonight? Is that his third?
That'll be his 4th tonight. However, the game before was really a win that was produced by his break because he made a killer safety to begin the game and then went right out as soon as Efren got up and shot. Looks like he has a bank shot, and it's a two-way shot. If he makes it, he can win the game. He made the ball, but he didn't make much for position, or at least to what us mortals call position.
Looks like it was a position.
Well, not really. Yeah, not really. He had turned the cue ball loose, and I don't think he's been rewarded. He bumped to 6. And that's the bad thing. Although, I'm not saying maybe position wasn't available with the bank shot that he produced. Tried a game-winning kick shot on the 6th ball. Slept after the shot. He appears to have regained his good humor. Efren displaying a nice long shot. Now he needs to negotiate the 9 ball. The 9 ball's right in the way for everything a guy would like to do with this cue ball. And it wasn't, that shot was intended to hit the edge of the 9 ball. He knew he was going to have to bump the 9 ball. He hit the 9 just a little bit heavy. Oh, what a shot. What a terrific shot.
Efren Reyes had another opportunity not to let Earl Strickland get away with murder here. And he narrows the gap again to 8 games, 81-73.
Well, that was a fantastic shot on the 8th. There's an example of a fine break, and Efren's going to be rewarded by making a ball on the break, and he has a shot on the 1 ball here. And the balls are laying in a pattern that it would seem that he has a fairly high potential to run them out.
Certainly, Efren can't afford to give anything away in this kind of a situation. You'll have to take full advantage of it. He's trailing by 8 games. We remind you again that this is the Color of Money, a $100,000 challenge between 2 great players, Efren Reyes of the Philippines and Earl Strickland of the United States. We're in the 3rd game, a race to 120.
What a great shot that was. He, for once, one of the few times he played poor position on the 4 ball, but he's showing some dramatic improvement in his ball making tonight.
Well, Efren knows there will be no tomorrow. He's just drawing upon that vast experience and know-how to try and get back into this match. And he cuts the lead down again to 7 games at 81-74. Reaching it from Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in downtown Hong Kong. This is the 100,000 winner-take-all match between Efren Reyes and Earl Strickland. As you saw, Efren Reyes at the break, the score stands at 81-74. 7-game edge by Earl Strickland of the United States over Efren Reyes of the Philippines.
What a great shot that was. You know, and tonight on these difficult shots, I noticed Efren's body is staying a little bit stiller. The other night I mentioned that he had a little motion, and all 3 times he missed those shots.
Yes. Happened last night a couple of times.
He made a terrific opening shot, but he's confronted with yet another real difficult situation, and it would be very easy to give yourself the safety option by just moving the cue ball ahead just a little bit. 9-ball games are lost at this level by playing too many safeties. If you have an open shot, you really need to be able to pocket that ball.
Well, he certainly went after it.
I don't know if it's possible, but it appears that Efren's picked up even more intensity than what he's displayed. And he never showed a lack of intensity through the whole thing. It just seems like he's just pushing that extra bit harder.
Oh, he's displaying some emotion now. Never seen him that way in the
well, this
last
shot.
couple of nights.
No, this shot doesn't present a challenge for him. It was merely a opportunity to take a little time to recollect his thoughts and get focused to go ahead and continue those. He'd made 3 or 4 much more difficult shots earlier in this rack, and it was just, he knew it was time to take a little mental break.
All right, you called it right. And Efren Reyes now with 75 games to Earl Strickland's 81.
And that was really probably the most difficult run out of the night that we've seen so far. That was a spectacular run out.
Certainly put Efren Reyes' skills to the test.
Well, it's almost like he senses that he needs to make a move now. It's starting to get late in the match, and once again, he's crushed the break, and he's going to be rewarded once again. He made a ball, and he's picked up a shot on the 1 ball. And it would appear that these balls are manageable as well. I mean, by no means easy, and there's lots of opportunity for something to happen, but the pace that he's setting and the way he's playing, I think that there's a real good chance he's going to pick up another run out. You know, we've seen Mr. Strickland display some emotion, and to this point, we're just now starting to see a little character come out of Efren. But you know, when you play this long and you play as well as Efren has in this match, and to be able to make absolutely no improvement on the score, that has to be a little frustrating for him as well, and that might stimulate him to display a little emotion.
Of course, it pales in comparison to what Strickland comes up with.
Yeah. But by no means do I mean that it's even in the same category, you know. Well, the cue ball got away from him here.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of a mental lapse. Well, he's going to think about that last shot for a moment, collect himself, but I think we're going to see a killer safety shot. I think that when Reyes comes to the table, he's going to be looking from one end rail to the other end rail to hit the ball. Well, looks like a pretty spectacular. Well, he's got the distance. I guess the 7 ball must be cuttable by the reaction of Efren in the crowd.
Is Earl getting distracted or something?
Yeah, there seems to be just a slight bit of peripheral motion. And he missed it, but it was a very difficult shot.
To top it all, he scratches it.
Strickland approaches the table with ball in hand, and I didn't see it, but it might have been a little body motion there by Efren that time. I wasn't really watching for it. It wasn't a shot that you would anticipate him missing. And by no means was it easy. I don't mean that, but these guys, we're so used to seeing them just make one of those shots. Look.
We take it for granted.
Yep. Yeah, I really didn't study technique that time. Earl's concern here is that it is conceivable to scratch in that side pocket. Have to take the scratch out of the shot altogether. He used just a hint of left-hand English to make sure the cue ball didn't go over to the rail.
And Earl Strickland pulls this one off to take another 7-game advantage at 82-75.
And that was one of the rare games that we saw Efren make 2 mistakes in the same game. It's been very rare where we saw Efren make 2 mistakes in one game. These guys go for games and games and don't make any mistakes.
That's true. Well, we're going for the player who gets to 120 games first. So far, the score stands at 82 for Strickland and 75 for Efren Reyes.
Strickland hit a killer break, pocketing 1, 2, 3 balls on the break.
Well, he really can break it up, huh?
Yeah. The way it looks now, he even played the balls in rotation on the break. He made the 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah. Great safety shot.
Absolutely spectacular safety. This is nearly the same shot that Efren had to open the match, if you remember. He's, I think he's going to have to kick the same way they did before, 3 cushions. Problem here, it's going to be very difficult to come out of this with a, to turn this into anything positive. Even if he hits it, it looks like it's the best he could come out with was that Earl would be able to play another easy safety. Well, he's lining up a potential 3-rail kick, the 2 side rails, the 2 long cushions, and then drop down on the end rail, and that's very difficult to make a hit that way. The benefit of doing it that way is it is fairly likely, or fairly possible, that he could make the 4-ball. Even at that, we're talking about a 1 in 50.
No.
Yeah, very difficult to hit that ball that way. So once again, Earl's break is set up a potential winning situation. Made 3 balls on the break, made a killer safety, and is justly rewarded with ball in hand. Only 6 balls remaining, 5 now.
Well, you mentioned midway through this match, Mike, that whenever you give the ball in hand to your opponent, it's as if you just lost that particular game.
Yeah, at this level, it's 85 to 90% loss.
Score is now 83 for Strickland, 75 for Efren Reyes. Strickland at the break again, and that 1 ball just seems to go on automatic whenever he breaks and going to that side pocket.
And I can tell by the pace that he appears to have a shot on the 2 ball. I can just tell by the way the player moves around the table. He's happy with this. Yeah. He's come up with a great shot. He has ideal position. Really would appear that there's a good possibility that he's going to go ahead and finish out this rack.
As you mentioned, whenever Earl Strickland goes about this rapid pace, that means he's feeling good about the situation. Four 75, 9-game lead here by Earl Strickland.
9:30 break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we started this evening with Earl Strickland leading 70-63, and they're going for 120 games. First player to get to 120 games grabs the 100,000 American dollar pot. Right now, the score stands at 84 for Strickland, 75 for Efren Reyes. Strickland at the break.
And as you can see, he got all the energy out of the cue ball. Look where the cue ball stopped.
Top of that, he knocked in, what, 4 balls?
3 balls.
3 balls.
Yeah. And he has a real good chance to finish out this first segment on a real high note.
Well, we're going to have a break right after this game. The first of 2 that we're going to have this evening.
Yeah, he's not happy with the position he obtained here. He's going to have to make a good shot. Mission accomplished. Great shot. Great shot. Strickland.
Now getting a 10-game advantage over Efren Reyes, 85-75, and we're going to go into a 30-minute break.